We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by fate, be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
An artist's work is never finished.
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Paxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by nothing, be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya? My light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface. isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Wishing you a really good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It might still be bright outside because we are already nearing the summer, right? But still, it's already 5 p.m. and you know what time it is. It's for Accession League to kick things back again. We've taken off a little break in the weekend, but now we are back in action. This is going to be the day 4 of the round robin, continuing where we left off. And obviously, it is brought to you by none other than Solace Gaming Community, presented by Revoxa in collaboration with Teams One Newsroom and MTL Esports Management, and powered by none other than Vista Games. Obviously, like you already know, and if you have forgotten, this is the round robins where every team is trying to get the points to get into the top 4. We're already at top 8 after that round of 16, and tonight's the first game is going to be between Crux Requiem, who's already at the top of MLMS right now, combating at for the international spot. Gonna be going against another kind of an infamous, kind of known, unknown squad. Is going to be Darwin's Game, and to be the voice of the game is going to be myself, Ray, and joining me is going to be a really pretty lady on my right side is going to be Peachy. Not just pretty, but really amazing play-by-play talent as well. Hello, Peachy.
Hello, Ray, and hello, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. Back again. You have seen a lot of, the wins given out, because all these days it was not just a break. These teams were not ready. These teams were having a bit of a problems amongst themselves, so I feel like that was the reason that they just gave out their victories to the other team. But if you do follow Solace Gaming, if you're on the WhatsApp community as well as on the Discord, you may know what all teams just gave up their wins, and also losing the first position, because onto the day number 1, 2 and 3 you were seeing few teams who were already constantly on top without losing any games, but those are the same teams who have already given up their wins. So coming back again, CRQ versus Darwin Games, we will have to see something new, because hey, after so much of a big break, what are they going to bring us today?
Yep, I hope I mean, CRQ is already contending, so they're definitely at the top spot. Darwin's game, though, I'm not sure if they're like trying out in other tournaments, but hopefully they have been playing a bunch of scrims, just spamming it every time, because you're going to be needing to be well prepared if you're going to be facing, of course, this new Crux Requiem that has members, obviously. I mean, you'll see them on the screen pretty soon. I mean, I'm not going to say it first because that day I mentioned a member and the subsidiary was playing. So, hey, I'm going to see who's playing tonight. So, Darwin's game, though, my first impression of them in this tournament was that they're very brawly. Like, my co-caster Sasuke, he literally said his brain was shut off because there was nothing to analyze. It was just fighting. You cannot analyze any fighting. So, yeah, he just gave up. So, let's see. CRQ, on the other hand, can both bring the brawl as well as the strategy, depending on what it's going to be. And wow, Peachy, did you get new headphones? The pretty red. Or are they pink? I don't know.
No, it's red. Correct. I mean, it's been laying around, so I was like, let's just try something, you know. It's not even matching.
You should instead, you know, instead of getting a black headphone, just color your wall red. Yeah, you know, doing the work
that's
harder, not smarter. That would work.
Yeah. So waiting for the draft as of now. Now, Ray, we'll have to see what kind of a game CRQ will go against. They are like very much known for picking up a Claude onto the first phases. Like I have seen them quite a few weeks ago prioritizing the Claude a lot. But you know, Darwin's game, they also, since you have mentioned how they love to play the brawly game, that means they will be trying to go for those you know, dive-in compositions. So you know, I'm a little curious to see how Darwin's game will be stretching that up.
Yeah, the current, like you mentioned, yeah, the current leaderboard standings actually put Meta Ninja on top, right? Number 1, and K9 has become number 2, and Godlike has become number 3. CRQ is now at 4th position, like you mentioned, coming down from the top to the 4th right now, which is going to be, you know, I mean, they're still at the 4th, but guess what? It's not a safe spot. 4 can be content, like unless you're number 1 in the round robin. Even then, I would say like you're not safe until like day 5 into it. Day 5, number 1, you are most likely safe. You're not gonna get budgeted out. But anybody below that, I believe they gotta still keep on grinding, especially number 2, 3, 4. 4 is the most like dangerous spot. You cannot think you're safe just because you know got the number 4 spot, because I mean, maybe on the last day day 7, if you're number 4, yeah, you are safe. But any day before that, number 4 can be contested by anyone below. And for now, obviously we have other combatants as well. I mean, True Reapers are at 7, one of the strongest squads right now looking in the Indian scene, so they can climb back up. Same for Autobots. And surprisingly, Darwin's game is at number 6 above True Reaper. So if they are able to somehow get this win, they will actually be securing a really good spot for themselves. So that's about it for the update of day 3. But this is going to be the day 4 of the round robin, and we will see what will happen as we will move towards the drafting phase. See what new strategies they will pull up. I know Shane likes to pick up something. I mean, he's been playing utility lately, but I think he can play other things as well. But there we go. Yes, Gonigon is going to be there along with Yahiko. So we got the main lineup right there. And on the other side, I am expecting, who was it? Shane? Oh, okay.
Oh, a bug. It's okay. Let's just go forward with the draft as of now. Zushin, Marcel, banned off. Understandable. I feel like Zushin is such a new hero, you know. Never been able to play, still on to the ban section. It's been months that she has been released, but yet onto the ban section. That is definitely a crazy streak that she has. But on to the same note, Guinevere out of the way. That's again a good ban for Shane this time around.
I mean, actually, Darwin's game, when I casted their first game in the top 16 actually, and they left the Zushin open. It did not go well for them. I mean, they got the Zushin, but they gave away Sora, as well as Freya, as well as Valentina. So that was like too much for the Zushin to handle, right? So because of that, they kind of lost that game. I mean, they were expecting like either the Sora or the Freya would get banned, but no, the opposing team, I think it was Anti-Zohan, was it? No, it was someone else. I'm sorry, but yeah, basically in that series, they lost 2 because of that. Since that, Darwin's game are not, trying to do those trade-off, especially against CRQ, because most likely they will also kind of do the same thing. So with this, let's see. They have just banned out the meta so far, and the Marcel, wow, for a second I forgot his name, even though his name is so easy to remember. Anyways, throwing out a random fact here, my screen has a, sometimes your screen has a mark or something, like a stain, right? It has exactly like this shaped stain where Marcel's photo is, and it looks like he's smiling. That's why I was confused. What is this hero?
Crazy. Like, imagine the placement of the smile, man. And the way
Why is this stain? This stain, I gotta remove it. He's making look Marcel creepy. I should take a photo. But anyways, getting into it, we're gonna be getting no meta heroes. They're gonna be all out along with the Guinevere and Glue. But here comes the first pick, Frovius.
Crazy. First pick Phobius, like there's no dash hero yet picked up from the Darwin side, and yet CRQ very much into that. I'm surprised though, they left out the Yuzhong and went for the Phobius. What are they thinking? Like, are they just anticipating that Darwin's game will be picking up a dash? They did get one of the dashes, since this meta is a bit onto the fighter as well as those kind of a dash hero who has the biggest crowd control. So yes, they are definitely putting a lot of emphasis right there, but at the same time, what is it going to be? Yuzhong still open, there's quite a few mages as well. I don't feel Zatian has been put on a pedestal as of now, like put on a good amount of importance by these teams especially.
Yeah, these teams I feel like they've not been prioritizing. I believe because she requires a little bit more fundamental like synchronization. Sometimes you can mess it up, but Yahiko doesn't waste a single second. He immediately locks in his main. He's like, I don't give a damn. I'm just gonna try to get the first point already and just make it a sweep, because they wanted 3 points. They've already lost, like you mentioned, and they want to climb back on the leaderboard. And another thing that I wanted to mention is the Phobius. I think it's because Misery can play the Harith, the Moskov, and the Claude. They don't want perhaps those 3 dash marksmen to be showing up. They're trying to force him into a marksman that doesn't have much dashes. That could be my guess. Maybe, but yeah, like you mentioned, the YSS does have a dash. Not the most, 1 dash, but you can proc it up with the passive, yes. But it can also switch to a jungle, and Misery can also play something else. So yeah, the Phobius is going to be good. And not to mention, they also get the Fanny in their side. So Phobius is going to be providing a little bit of safety for the Fanny itself. But obviously, Darwin's game, they don't waste a single second. They pick up the Kaja.
Interesting. I was expecting something like a Kaza or a Chao or a Kufra. A very rare chance that you might be seeing a Kufra, but it's Darwin game, and we have known them a bit, so they just love to pick up something different. So I was expecting something like that against a Fanny. They'll have to make sure this Eve is safe. They'll have to make sure Shane farms up very well as well. I do believe it's not gonna be a goal laner YSS, more like a jungler YSS, but jungle YSS, will we be able to get the space now that they have a Kaja as their roamer? Because he can't do the work of a tank, and they do need a tanky EXP like that. But the problem is they do need a tanky, they do need a damage, and they do need something like a dive in. And now I feel like Yuzhong might be a good hero right there, or something like a Glue, but Glue is already off, and you are seeing a lot of EXPs getting targeted as of now.
I agree with you right there, Peachy. Kaja is not a setter. He's just someone that can disable someone's suppression, or he will just try to... His whole purpose is to disable someone. You can go it very aggressively with a flicker and try to initiate, but even then can backfire, right? So I mean, he's the same kind of similar thing to, of course, the other suppression hero, that's the Franco. The opponents can jump on you the moment you try to pull, and it can backfire tremendously if you don't have a very strong frontliner along with the Kaja itself. Usually they try to make it happen with of course, a utility jungle in their hands. But let's see what happens. They're going to be getting a good frontliner. That's going to be the Alice picking it up for themselves, leaving the Yuzhong open, as well as what else? Lapu Lapu. I guess a Lapu Lapu.
A Lapu Lapu. That would have been a bit of a good pick off, but Alice. Now, Alice, again, a very good hero onto the EXP lane, and I feel like are they still debating on to put the YSS onto the jungle or to put onto the gold lane, because both the sides gold lane are not being shown, and both the sides no gold laner has been banned. The Claw is still open, the Moscow, the carry. Interestingly enough, I don't think we will be able to look at a carry gameplay, but Claw versus Moscow, I feel like that's gonna be there.
There we go. They were just keeping the Harith safe this whole time by the looks of it. They have the Phobias on their side, they get the Harith as well, and right now they have really good amount of true damage. Fanny will come in for the sweep, and Harith will just make sure to dish out the most amount of damage. Valentina's there for the utility, gonna be copying either the RWM to get the chessboard, or she's gonna be copying the Kaja's ultimate to the Divine Judgment to most likely shut down the YSS itself. The Valentina is actually a really good pick, I would say. Like, it was picked before the Kaja, and it's very well thought out. They knew if they're going to be picking up something for the Fanny, Valentina will just steal it away. And because of that, right now, YSS is in trouble. So, by draft wise, look at that. Misery had to play a marksman that doesn't have enough dashes. I know Carry has a dash, but its cooldown is high. And I don't think most carries just jump around in a team fight. Because, yes, you should, but most carries do not jump around in a team fight that much often. And for, like, the Moskov is not something you can go. Moskov has to dash. Unlike Carry, Moskov has to dash to proc his passive the most. Claude will also be in danger, and you cannot pick up the Harith. The Harith is already gone. So, draft-wise, CRQ is looking like a complete anti-Darwin's game kind of a draft. It's heavily favoring them. So, let's see what happens. But at the same time, we cannot, take the side of Team DG not serious, because they have Misery, they have Shane, and they have Tetsuya, famously known as, you already know it, Paji.
Yeah. Crazy. It's gonna be a best of 3 game, so really curious to see what will happen. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go! Land of Dawn it is!
Looking at the emblem setup, nothing out of the extraordinary, but like you mentioned, yep, the YSS is a jungle. I think it was kind of obvious, right? When it was first picked up, it was not going to be put into the goal lane in any sort of way. Other than that, rest of the emblems, they look completely fine. Nothing out of the extraordinary. The mid lane is going for the movement speed. The fighter is going for the spell vamp, and obviously the tank's going for the tenacity. So everything is going to be normal. With this, we'll see a few rotations, a little bit of poking here and there, but most likely, maybe Yahiko will take the first blood. Let's see what happens.
Highly possible. Come on, it's Yahiko. It's on a Fanny. Be it any Fanny player, your first goal would be try to go towards the goal lane or try to go towards the EXP lane. But Tetsuya, wait a minute, quite taken, quite low. Yahiko comes in, but the flicker is there, but the first blood in. There you go, Yahiko, almost level number 3, but no, he does not have enough energy for that.
When there's a Fanny, I would always recommend do not recall. Just walk back. Because if you're going to be recalling, yeah, she's coming for you with the cables. It's just faster to actually go back, because you're going to be inside like 2 turrets, right? If she does try to chase you, don't try to recall on the first turret. And because of that, Fanny already got a first kill before she actually even become level 4. So she's going to be getting a 200 gold lead. But at the same time, Shane, since it's a YSS, one of the best farmers in the game, I would say, is going to be also keeping up as much as possible. The turtle's going to be coming up in 10 seconds. So we will see some action right there. But considering the Fanny, usually it's not the one to take the turtle herself. Most likely relies on her teammates or the opponents and just steals it away. We are in for a treat.
Definitely, as of now, they will have to make sure to not give the Fanny the space right here. So Darwin's game are playing it a bit slow. They don't have a much of an early game as of now, so giving up the turtle might be a wise choice. But at the same time, who is Peter? Quite aggressive. Look at that. RWM comes up onto him. That's quite early on. As of now, Tetsuya does get to manage to turn up. No flicker on his hands, but 27 make sure to get that on the same note. Neo has to flicker out once again. Yahiko strikes, but on the front lane, Deadly will be there now. Again, Darwin's game, a lot of fighters needed, and early game is just not possible for them as of now.
Yep, like you mentioned, this is going to be really difficult for them. They have a Kaja on their side, a hero that is not exactly the most early game advantage giver. At the same time, he cannot really provide his own except for the whips right there. But let's see, Turtle is going to be secured by Yahiko. Looks like we might be seeing a team fight. Here comes a Fanny, doesn't have enough energy, still wants to go in for Neo right there, but has to back off with the cutthroat. Really taken down low, but unfortunately, nobody can follow up a Fanny. She's too ahead.
Definitely look at that. As of now, emblems and builds are out, and looks like we are getting a bit of an anti-heal already coming up from Phobius. Understandable against an Alice, you do need it, but you know, gold lane difference is not much, and it's just crazy how Carry is able to keep up as well.
Yep. And right now, Carry is obviously getting into pressure by the Harriet's range. And you can clearly see the level advantage. Gone already at 6. Misery is climbing behind slowly but surely. Not really falling that far behind because, of course, it's still the early game. 4 minutes. Oh, that was a very fast response coming in from Hui's Peter. He knew something was up the moment the orb from the Alice showed up. Unfortunately, Deadly could not catch him off guard. Yahiko gets that 7 Cs as well as Misery. Right now, I feel like Carry's builds should be shifting, honestly. I would suggest going for the staff and the DHS first because, you know, the coercion has been adjusted. But let's see. Yahiko on the bottom side, level 7 already. There's the taunt coming in. Good coordination, but Tetsu going to be able to escape with a flicker right there. But Yahiko still looking for his victim, and with, of course, a cutthroat, captures the kill. 3-4-0.
Time by time, it's always Tetsuya falling around, and all the 3 kills that you see right into the hands of Yahiko is just him. As of now, he's getting targeted for only one reason. Once he gets level 4, once he starts putting his suppression, the team might fall off because they are kind of dependent onto their tanks. They are dependent onto their goal laner as well, so really curious to see how they will be trying to manage it. And once you cut off that kind of you know, goal from them, and look at that, Yahiko once again tries to get that, but that's just a gone buff, you know, in his hands. Other than that, Neo with the RWM, I feel like RWM is just coming off as forced rather than, you know, stopping them.
Let's see what happens, right? Deadly gonna be able to put out some amount of damage, but oh, there comes the throw. Oh, they're still fighting it on 27, while on the bottom side you clearly see the pressure being made up as well, but 27 gets taken down and AOG will be used to retreat out of there. The frontliners were fighting while all the other side, Shane gets taken down by the Harris damage. There's a good divine judgment, but there's still the Zaman Force enough shield and dashes to get him out of there, but no, it's not enough. Deadly follows it up, and with this they're going to be getting a kill, kicking it back with 2 trades on their side. 4-4-2 now.
Hey, we are slowly going towards the mid game, so yes, the pressure is gonna come up from the side of the Darwin game as well. Neo will have to flicker out. He's surviving just behind Tetsuya as of now, but Yahiko with no energy. You know, Fanny is a wonderful hero, you know, one of the highest hero to take, you know, highest time to master a hero. But the problem is her energy. Every single patch, I feel like if she's remembered by the devs, they are getting the nerf on her, be it, you know, they're just like, oh, it's a hero that we don't like, so let's just nerf it off.
Yep. Let's see what happens, right? The game is going off pretty slowly, but we're seeing the team fights occur more often. There might be a Throne of Ruin coming in. They escape out of the zone right there, but Shane is trying to go for the side play, but at the same time Yahiko is there to respond. But fortunately, they do get a top structure that's going to be giving them a little bit of a macro, but at the same time the last hurdle of the game is going to be spawning in. Looks like we're not going to be seeing any competition coming in from the side of Darwin's game. And with this, Gone gets the Feather of Heaven as well. Look at that. So much damage. Deadly had to retreat with an orb right there. Let's see what happens. The turtle fight is going to be an interesting one. At the same time, Tetsu looking for a target to pull towards his team. Here comes the Mountain Shocker, giving the vision right there. But let's see if it's going to be enough. Turtle fight incoming any second right now.
There was a bit of a, mountain shocker from Peter as well. They just wanted to know where all the members, what the vision was provided. But CRQ not going in for the turtle. They are also getting ready for a fight. Look at that. That's you're trying to find the main members, but they are hiding. They are behind both the lanes. And Yahiko being Yahiko, he's gonna be cutting those lanes. He's trying to put that up, and these teams were not eyeing for that turtle. There you go. The first Lord is in, while Darwin's game are also trying to go for it. Now that they know where Fanny is, they will try to get Tetsuo with a flicker. Divine Judgment trying to go for Gonigon, but there's no coming in. And Yahiko swiftly going for the carry. Now that there is a 1-for-2 trade, make it 2-for-0. Teams will have to make sure. Okay, this is what you were talking about, Ray. If you're a Fanny, do not recall.
Exactly. There's a Fanny right there. You should always be safe. It's kind of funny. Tetsu kind of did the same thing. And Misery, you better watch out. When there's a Fanny, it's just better to, walk. That was a close one. Yahiko almost could have gotten executed by the Lord. I mean, they would have gotten it either way, but that would have been funny. His first death would have been by the Lord, but we're going to be taking a look into the itemization right now. Yahiko going full damage. Of course, with his level of skills, he has the confidence to not buy any damage. And to be fair, the current Fanny is just dive in, damage, and dive out. Anyway, on top lane, they catch on Deadly, but he's going to be most likely able to retreat. Maybe no, because they catch him. And with this, there's going to be a Throne of Ruin, stunning them all, but it's not enough. The damage from Gonigon going to be enough to take him down. It's funny that his name is, Gonigon, and he's right now playing the Harriet. It's kind of obvious that he will definitely go for that.
And I'm gonna say no.
I mean, I know it's not gone, okay? I know it's not gone.
Yep. And look at that. They did not allow the Lord coming in. And he not in a good position. Really is taking them too much courage damage right there. Now he is providing that kind of a support. And he also knows that team will be able to successfully take a kill. Oh, the Adjustment coming in. What about the backup into the mid lane? There you go. Once again, Shane taken out quite low again by 27. And Yahiko. But at the same moment, Team Darwin's game are struggling to keep up the goal as of now.
Next game, Fanny first ban. That's basically what's going to happen. Because Darwin's game, they have been trying, but look at this Fanny being a complete nightmare. 501, not a single death. Despite having a Kaja, despite having the frontliners, and despite having people that can dash away from her, they are not safe. She's just completely still a nightmare. And right now, Deadly will be able to most likely retreat, but maybe that's a no because, Zaman Force not here yet, not going to be enough damage. Deadly survives it, 1 HP, but look at who's coming up for a follow-up. It was going to be the Fanny, but she will still get taken out. The carry falls in. There's going to be the chessboard at the same time coming in from the IMU, but they will retreat with another objective on their hands. The structure will fall in, 9-for-2. The side of CRQ is going in for a complete domination.
You know what's crazy? That they are able to stand in the chessboard. They are able to play right there. That is really crazy. As a New, you're supposed to have the control, but you're not having as of now anything. Yahiko taken down by Chain. Deadly as of now taking out too much damage, but he's sustaining. He has that. Chain 27 taking out too much direct damage. Will be following down. That is 2-for-0, and Darwin's game are capitalizing on that. Extra time that CRQ are playing under Darwin's turrets.
Yeah, and right now with the Lord coming in, okay, let's take a look at the itemization. Makes sense, Yahiko, he's not gonna be building damage further and further, but Misery just completed his Trinity build, so the damage should show up, but I think he's gonna be needing that Malefic gun as well. And the YSS is going to be completing the Blade of Despair. So the damage is slowly showing up, but at the same time, look at on the other side, Gonigon also has the trifecta done with the Holy Crystal and Starlim Sight and Feather of Heaven. So he's also dishing out so much damage. They need the magic defense on the hands of the Alice and especially Tetsu, because he's the frontliner as well as the one that needs to go in deep and at least either catch in Gonigon or mostly Yahiko to make sure that Yahiko doesn't really get the chance to shine anymore. But at the same time, it is late game, so Gonigon is gonna be their main priority.
Tetsuya is able to come in with a flicker and divine judgment to Gonigon, but the problem is late backup coming up from his own teammates. Look at that, Tetsuya trying to position himself very well so that he tried to go to the back lane, but Rudius being Rudius, he's there, taking up too much damage once again. CRQ for the Lord. There's been a good fight already coming up. Tetsuya taken up by Gonigon. Misery will be taken off as well. The punishment comes in so instant that the duo of Yahiko and Gonigon is just going in too fast.
Yep, we're going to be taking an instant replay of what occurred in the last team fight, while the players, you know, they take some time to have a little bit of anticipation and maybe a little bit of peace. But the team fight that broke down right there. Tetsu was the first one to be falling. Rudius fell in next by Misery, but at the same time Yahiko took him out and Gonigon did the same to the Eve as well. Multiple trade-offs happened and the Lord was into the favor of CRQ. With it, the CRQ's Lord's gonna be coming up on top. They're really trying to defend their inhibitor on bottom and the tier 2 in mid. But let's see.
Lord already coming up this time around. Davin's game are not moving in quite forward, but at the same time they will have to make sure to not lose any inhibitors. They were managing to protect their second tier a bit, but wait a minute, there 27 that gets Misery once again. Chain traded off. Yahiko tries to go for the Leo. That gets it. Is it a wipeout? Are we looking for, given the fact that Redley is trying to recharge his health as quickly as possible? The turret being targeted, the crystal as well, and there you go, CRQ for the win with the second Lord.
Yep, and we're gonna be getting the flashing of all the players, you know, like a main character in the series. 27 Gonigon. Oh, I love the texts that are coming in behind as well. W production team. By team I mean one person. But yeah, with this they're going to be securing a lead on their hand, and we will most likely see them pushing in forward into the next series. And like I mentioned, the Fanny ban is definitely going to be there, but the MVP actually goes into the hands of Rudius. I think it might be his teamfight participation along with the KDA that might have helped with this, because I honestly thought that Yahiko would get the MVP. But yeah, it is nice that the tanks get the MVP. And also, look at him. He's so happy.
Definitely. Like, damage taken, look at that. 107k. That is very crazy as you are the Gatut Kacha. I was expecting Darwin's game to, you know, jump in towards Gatut Kacha quite a lot with the Divine Judgment, but that was just not possible. Like, they were trying to go for the backline still, and the backlines for their own team were getting taken off. So again, Misery did not get a chance to do anything, as well as Shane, despite them you know, almost keeping up the gold as well, trying to go for the turrets as well. There were quite open spaces for Misery as well as Shane to go, especially Shane, and he did manage to capitalize it very well. But the problem comes in, Yahiko, you cannot stop that man on a Fanny.
Absolutely, a pure beast, and his Fanny definitely gotta get it auto banned, or else he's gonna auto pick, because that's what's gonna happen. But anyways, with this we see quite a fast-paced game. Not much fight from the side of DG. Couldn't really blame them. Yahiko was, it just, sometimes you gotta respect someone's comfort hero. It just, you can't really do anything about it. Can you say, oh, maybe they should have picked up a, you know, a Franco, maybe they should have picked up a Mincitar? No, that's not gonna happen. Could they have picked up the Moskov in the goal lane to have side bit of advantage? No, there's gonna be the Phobius. So it's just that the draft was better from the side of CRQ and DG. They also kind of maybe expected to take care of the Fanny, because obviously when you're playing against a Yahiko, you should expect the Fanny to be showing up, but they could not do it. So definitely we're going to be seeing the Fanny ban next game. We're most likely going to be seeing the sides getting switched as well. So hey, let's see what happens into the next series. Maybe DG can actually show it up, but wow, Who is Peter actually got 009 KD right there.
Yeah.
Not a single kill. That's kind of funny.
I mean, he was there as, giving up the vision rather than, picking up the Eve's ultimate. So I think that would be the reason why he was not getting much of the kills. But look at that head-to-head once again about both of the... look at that. Even though Tetsuya was not able to perform because how they were trying to target him a lot, he was still level 12.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive. I mean, that's why I'm saying DG, in no way they were playing it bad. They were still doing it their best. But at the same time, they could not really match up to Yahiko. You can see the XP lane is pretty similar as well. Both of them are level 13. But if anything, yeah, both of them have same amount of items. But you can see the difference. Yahiko created, but it's kind of funny. He didn't get any highlights. That's the thing about the Fanny. Come in, sweep, kill, and go back. But with this... highest goal gone. Who is Peter gets that highest damage. Deadly gets the highest damage taken, with Rudius taking up the most assists, our MVP of the first game into this BO3 series. Let's see what happens as we go towards the game number 2's draft. Will things change? Will I see an auto ban Fanny? Wow, what's happened to my headphones? I didn't realize. But yeah, will we see an auto ban Fanny, or the Fanny might get left out again? I hope not, because I would like Yahiko to, show his skills on something else as well. Would be really great to coming in.
Agreed. It's very rare for him to see the Fanny open. Now I see why his Fanny is getting banned. I was like, hey, there's a lot of heroes other than Fanny you should be banning, but it's not the hero, it's the player you guys are banning. So that is well versed. But other than that, my goodness, Peter with the highest damage dealt and no kills on his hands. That is bonkers. Like, when you think about it, that is definitely crazy. And
good mage, no kill steal.
Agreed. So with that, in the draft, let's go once again. Yep, Darwin's game onto the blue side. I feel like they might be going for a Valentina Fanny and possibly a Fovius. I feel like Fovius might be onto the second phase and try to get Sora onto their hands.
Since this is a Broken Walls map, we might see the Khalid show up this time around. Maybe even a Kadita. I would love to see a Kadita. I love seeing Kadita. I love mermaids. Who doesn't love mermaids? But yeah, jokes aside, Broken Walls usually gives the opportunity for heroes that don't really have a dash to, rotate faster. So let's see if that will be true. Darwin's game. There we go. The Fanny ban gonna be coming in. We will not see the Fanny anymore. And with this, let's see what happens towards the next bans. Marcel gonna get banned out. Most likely we might see a glue ban. Zushin is going to be mandatory unless CRQ wants to trade it off.
The chances are very low though. I feel like CRQ onto the red side, they will be having the second ban onto the Zushin. But there is also a chance that when you open up the Zushin, the Sora is open as well. And now that the Valentina is off, it's gonna be a Sora. So Darwin's game, they will be trying to prioritize the Sora onto their hands as the first pick. And since you're onto the blue side, can only pick one, you'll have to think if the Zushin is worth it or if the Sora is worth it or not. Either of the sides, I feel like some of the other hero is gonna be open, or is it CRQ trying to make Darwin's game ban that Zushin?
Most likely, I think that's gonna happen because I think they're trying to play a trade-off. Let's see Darwin's game. You've played the mind game before. Let's see if you do the same thing. Leave out the Freya and the Sora and the Zushin open and try to trade it off. But that can backfire really bad because you're the first pick. You'll only get one pick. Meanwhile, CRQ will get two. So let's see. What do they go for? They can also just simply ban out the Zushin themselves, letting CRQ either, go for a 1-for-1 trade. You can go for that. Try either get the Freya or, maybe okay, yeah, that's what they're gonna be going. They're gonna be leaving out everything open. CRQ, now it's up to them. They either ban out one of the heroes, the three, the Trinity, the Zushin, the Sora, the Freya, or they ban nothing and let Darwin's game decide what do they want while they take two. Darwin's game, they are taking a massive risk. It can backfire, and yes, it will, because right now DG, the only choice they have is either pick up the Freya or the Zushin, and they instead decide to go for the Sora. I get it, because they ban out the Valentina, but CRQ can just pick up the Freya and the Zushin right now.
Hardly possible. I mean, Zushin is 100% given right there, no thoughts there, but at the same moment, when you pick up the Zushin and the Freya, I feel like EXP laners might be going left and right, something like a Khalid or even like a Gatot Kacha might be...
Come on, lock in the Zushin!
There.
What are you doing, Peter?
Yeah, there's no thought about that, there's no thinking on that.
Auto lock! You see Zushin open and you don't pick. Did you forget how to play because she's been banned forever?
Yeah.
If that's the reason, I understand. If that's the reason, I understand. Okay, she's banned everywhere. You okay? Good. They leave out the Zushin. At this point, CRQ wants to show that hey, we don't need the Zushin. We can take care of it. Darwin's game. At least you pick it. Come on. Or both sides forgot how to play Zushin.
They are, Team CRQ is definitely playing the counter gameplay. I was not expecting that from them. Right from the game number 1, they have shown why the counter gameplay is very strong onto their hands. But here you go, Zushin already coming up. But now that there is a Zushin and the attack speed is quite high on CRQ, so I doubt this hero might be a good choice or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really catch the Kimi. The Freya is also someone that moves around a lot. I mean, even if you try to catch her, she's mostly a basic attack hero as well. To be fair, she's a skill cast hero, which is pretty funny. Minchester kind of counters all the meta heroes, but he is not meta himself. Really sad. But anyways. Yeah, it's just the fundamental issue with his kid, I guess. His ultimate requires on attack speed, his second skill requires on attack speed, and then if you want to build attack speed, you're squishy. Like, what the hell? They either make him completely tanky, or they give him like 100% attack speed on all his skills, then you can build tanky yourself. Like, developers need to decide what they want to do with Minchitar, honestly, at this point. He's one of the heroes that requires revamp, and not all these other heroes, man. God damn it. But anyways, I mean, I like a king, you know. We need more king characters. But anyways, with this, CRQ, they're going for the full-on counterplay, like you mentioned. They have the Lapu Lapu who's immune. Zushin cannot really pick him up that easily. And we might see, what else? Maybe a Suyo as well. Suyo is also really hard to catch.
Okay, I CRQ might be going in for that, and it's Ahiko, so they might know. And I feel like there is that reason why the YSS did get banned from the side of Team CRQ, because Suyu can be a good choice right here. So yep, I feel like that's gonna be it. But at the same moment, Khalil, as you were mentioning, it is banned. Now you will be following up to see another tank from the side of Team CRQ, or is it going to be another gold laner? Because hey, Gonikon, are you gonna go play the Harriet once again or not?
Let's see what happens. I think Harriet would be pretty good as well. He is very nimble. He moves too much, which makes it really hard for Zushin to pick him up as well, and that will be a good option. Other than that, something I would love to see today, I am mentioning it out, guys. Against the Zushin, play a Hanabi. Trust me, I know it well. Why do you think I have this background? Play the Hanabi. It's simple thing, okay? She's CC immune. It takes Zushin like twice to pick her up, especially if we have Aegis. By the time Zushin's mana is over, and then your opponents come in and take down the Zushin. Obviously, I would know how to counter Zushin, right? I mean, obviously me. Who else? But jokes aside, I would love to see someone try that, like a Hanabi. But yeah, it is risky because you are basically food for everyone else. So yeah. But with this, we're gonna be seeing the teleport man coming in, and DG, they're going all in this time. They pick up the Harley, hopefully the Harley can actually dive in the backline. A lot of the Harleys these days, I notice, they see like it's a Philippines meta, they pick up the Harley, then they can't flank. The whole purpose of Harley, flank, flank, flank. If you cannot flank, if you cannot find someone, the Harley is utterly useless pick, and it's going to diminish the value insanely, and you will ultimately lose the match because the jungler is not able to provide anything. So Harley, despite the fact that he's meta, he's getting picked up a lot lately. People are slowly realizing how to counter him again. Because of course he used to get countered. The whole reason he's not meta is because he's easy to counter. It's just that when he became the meta, due to the spam ability, people kind of, they took some time. They had to revert back to the epic glory. And remember, hey, just don't let him flank. And with this Yahiko, he gives us the assassin. My dude doesn't really care about the fighters.
Like, no thoughts given to fighters. You know what? I'm just gonna show my gameplay as of now. Why I am the best. Here you go. Darwin's game versus Team Crux Recrum is like CRQ already picked up one score onto their hands. They need to pick one more to give it a clean sweep. But onto the same note, will Darwin's game give this match easily? Given the fact that you do see quite a good number of meta heroes on both sides, what is it going to be? Now that we are seeing a bit of a mix and match from both the sides, I'm really curious though. Early game, Darwin's game, this time around they did go for the early game.
Yep. Let's see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the land of Dawn. CRQ versus DG. CRQ leading with 1 point this time. So DG gotta go all in if they want to at least get 1 point away from CRQ's hands. With the emblems gonna be, it's mostly the same. The Zushin obviously gonna be going with that little bit of a heal. Other than that, I believe everything is the same. Yep, everything else, the standard.
No marksman into this, pure marksman into this game. So I just like curious to see how they will be trying to open the map. Yep, I mean, slash marksman though, like not a
I'm gonna be honest, Peachy. She is a marksman disguised as a mage.
Yeah, that's true. Like, look at her. She's relying on the basic attack. Look at that. Melting down Tetsuya already. It's not even a minute.
Yep. Harriet is a mage disguised as a gold laner. And this Kimi, she's a marksman disguised. Mage disguised. Whatever. I mix it up right now. But you get it. She's mostly late game oriented, reliant on basic attacks, and she has tremendous range. She's basically a marksman trying to, fit in the meta by playing it in the mid lane. But anyways, with this, let's see what the first blood is going to be. We're going to be waiting for 40 seconds till the turtle fight. Until then, let's see. This time around, there's no early game pressure that much. But, Chip already trying to be a menace. Wanted to go for an invade.
That is new though. From the side of things, CRQ picking up a chip is really crazy. And on top of it off, they have paired it with a Lancelot as well as, heroes that are like, I feel like not much paired well with, like in theory. But as of now, they have been playing, together for a lot of time. They have the synergy, so it will work well. But wait a minute, what is it going to be? 27, rotating.
In the mid lane, a lot of pressure coming in. Rudius barely scraping it off. Survives it. Tetsu also taken down low. The puncture is going to be missing it out. But the first blood is going to be, again, Yahiko. Back to back. Here comes the Sora with the thundering clouds and punches the ground. Is it going to be enough though? Gunning on still surviving it. Valkyrie's decent, but Ruiz Peter actually gets taken out by Deadly. And with this, the turtle is still going to be looking into her favor. But at the same time, Zushin's trying to respond. Yahiko still secures it with the retribution. And with this Misery, despite the backup, we're not going to be seeing it. And yeah, I would definitely say Darwin's game, they are actually the ones who don't have a gold laner because there's no range. The only range they have is the Zushin. Hey, mid lane, what's happening there? They get caught in the traction pulse. That was that could have been a massive blunder, but they survived.
Oh, definitely. Look at that. Because the slows that is coming from Kimi is really, really crazy. So that is one of the reasons why Grok is not performing well. And once again, Grok caught off guard. Shane will have to leave his buff. Now this is crazy though. One by one, they are just leaving it off.
Yep. CRQ again with their dominance in their side. It's pretty clear that they're trying to take control of the map already. Whois Peter getting that Sky Piercer first item, nothing else. Just wants to snowball as well. Here comes the Traction Pulse again in the mid lane. 1-4-2 still remains. Okay, Crimson Beacon gets baited out in the mid lane as well. A lot of resources used up.
Tetsuya will have to play the Tectonic Charge game rather than being onto the front lane and taking those damage, because the slows is really crazy. But hey, Darwin's game is still surviving. They managed to get a kill. Despite that, they still are trying to play the slow game. And will Shane have a good time with the Harley? Because once you go towards the mid game, which is very soon enough, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And the team's going to come in for 5v5, while Darwin's game, they are not exactly a team fight oriented, other than Esme as well as the Grok.
Yep. Score still remaining pretty neutral so far, but Turtle's gonna be coming in. Gonigon already in position, ready to Valkyrie dive on anyone. Lapu Lapu's quite far away, so maybe Darwin's game can try to utilize this 5 versus 4. That's what they're trying to do. Rudius, but there's a teleport that they did not expect. The turtle gonna be there, so it looks like this one is gonna be going into the hands of Shane. But look at the Valkyries, decent coming in. Gonigon all alone by himself on one side, while Whois Peter takes care of the Sora. And with this, they get a kill on Deadly, while their team remains completely safe. A little bit of pressure into the mid lane, but it's gonna be defended for now. Freya rotating towards the top.
The pressure's coming on Darwin's game as of now. Look at that. Looks like team members have swapped up their lanes, while the CRQ are really up. The damage Wizardry will have to flicker out, but what about opening up the maps? I feel like bottom lane they are trying to do the same, but the opening is just not there.
Yep, let's see what happens. Taking a look into the builds. Oh, Neo prioritized the boots, so because of that, his Sky Piercer has been delayed a little bit. On the other side, Kimi still on the Sky Piercer, building towards the glowing wand. Lancelot already done with the War Axe, as well as Sora as well. But look at the top lane, there's going to be a teleportation coming in. Neo decides to retreat, but it's not going to be enough. Deadly retreating back as well, uses the flicker too to get inside the turret, and he's going to be fine. But they lose out their mid lane, and that engage coming in from Chip. Tetsu all alone. What? He was trying to do something against Whois Peter, but you're just a tank. You're gonna get punished and get taken out. But 27, he's also killed by Shane in the mid lane.
My goodness, I'm not quite sure why the Grok is all alone as of now. Has no damage. I don't believe he's going in for the damage build as well, so not really quite there what he's thinking about. But at the same time, losing of the members a lot right before the Lord might not be the case. I feel like CRQ might be pushing another Lord as quickly as possible, just like the last game. But this time around, there is just a lot of damage coming in from CRQ. Look at them trying to open up the map while just not being physically present under the bush. But Darwin's game, they have to take this turtle onto their hands.
Absolutely right, Peachy. 2-4-5 score right now. Darwin's game is trying to retaliate as much as possible. This time, obviously, CRQ having the Lancelot, not going that aggressive yet, but they do have the chip, giving them the same mobility across the map, giving them access to go in the top to bottom in just a second. Let's see what happens. This is going to be the last hurdle of the game. Going to be becoming a Lord if they don't take it pretty soon. So let's see. They're trying to contest it. Lancelot's all the way on top, but guess what? They have a chip. So any second, there can be a teleportation, and they have to be mindful of that one. Let's see what happens. You might see Yaiko coming in on the turtle. Harley is not going to be there.
And on top of that, Darwin's game will have to anticipate where the is going to come in. But wait a minute, Yaiko along with the turtle. And Tetsuya already dashing away from that situation. They will be trying to open up the map while mid lane is being quite open as well. Shane was not able to do anything. Wait a minute, going on targeted. There you go. That's the Sora for you. Taken down low, but the team comes in at the right moment. Misery as of now taking on too much damage right under the turret, unable to do anything. Peter with the Sky Piercer. It's a double kill for him.
Yep. CRQ still leading tremendously. And who is Peter right now? His Sky Piercer is coming in handy. 4 kills, so I expect maybe 40 stacks on his hand already. Because I believe he built it up on on level 5? I think around level 5. But other than that, the Harley still building towards the Lightning Truncheon. Zushin still building towards the glowing one as well. Oh, that's a beautiful traction. Pulse catches Su. Shane gets taken out again with Tetsu as well. That's 2 people down who just came back. And CRQ, they take the lead. Not much brawl, but it's pretty obvious that CRQ is on the lead.
Once again, Neo is trying to get gone, but the positioning Sora comes in with the good amount of damage. But hey, Rudy is taken down this time around. Down Cage is dealing the damage, but monster kill by Peter. He's just not stopping. Neo, on the other hand, he just survives because of his ultimate.
Yep. For that, right now, the Harley's not really able to do much at this point around. Let's see what happens. CRQ right now on the lead. Darwin's game getting pushed back into the base. 1 inner turret on top already taken. The inhibitor exposed. The mid and the bottom still standing, but I might have jinxed it because look at that bottom lane. Inner turret also gone. Stop secured for Gani gone. And with this 3-4-12. CRQ, they have the game. There's a team fight on bottom lane. There's gonna be the Lapu retreating as well with the bravest fighter. Deadly trying to do something with the punches, but not gonna be enough. The roaring thunder is nothing for the bravest fighter. Damn, I'm rapping.
Yes, you are. And with that, easy loss for CRQ once again. And this round, they'll have to try to push a bit of minion pressure onto the bot or maybe onto the top lane. But wait a minute, there will be quite a few members already spotted out with the traction pulse. And this time around, I feel like maybe it's gonna be the last lot that you guys are looking at.
Possible, right? Because the dominance from the CRQ is already pretty high. The Kimi is completely stacked up. 6 kills on her hand. Glowing Wand as well as the Bloodwings. Look at the Lancelot already done with the Blade of Despair. Going to be completing the Malefic Roar pretty soon as well. Freya also has 3 items down her belt, building towards the 4th one. While on the other side, you can see most of the members of the side of Darwin's Cave, they only have 2 items in their build. They are not tanky enough. But on the bottom side, they're trying to respawn back. Rudius most likely gets taken out by Chain. The team fight still going to be going in, but look at the Valkyrie's descent. Enough damage. Zushin trying to do something, but it's not enough against the full raw damage of the Lancelot. Yahiko goes in for a double. Wants to make it a triple. Going in deep towards the Nexus. The team is going to be backing him up. The triple kill is not going to be on his hand. It's going to be Who is Peter instead. And with this, like we mentioned, it's a full wiped out. None of the members defending it. A full HP Lord coming in. Not a full HP. Sorry, that was someone else's HP, but the Lord, regardless, comes into base. CRQ take the game in a clean sweep, securing the series and getting back 3 points, climbing back the leaderboards in the day 4 of round robin.
My goodness, they were bringing counters on counters and surprise picks that Team Darwin game did not anticipate. They did not ever able to not keep up with that as well. So crazy enough, they were taken down. It looks like CRQ will be moving forward despite I do feel like onto the day number 3 they did forfeit. If I'm correct, it was a forfeit from CRQ, but I think they will be retaining their place as of now.
Yep. Yahiko finally gets the MVP. He does not look that happy though. But yeah, jokes aside, 100% teamfight participation. You ban away his Fanny, he comes back with the Lancelot. Just a full-on beast. This man with experience internationally and right now contending at Accession League 2026. And despite the yesterday giving away the wins, they are coming back to take it in the leaderboards to contest it for the top 4. With this, we're going to be looking into the result screen. 4-17 Darwin's game. They are pretty... They tried this time having the Zushin in their hands with the Sora, but unfortunately CRQ, they still have the gem, they still have Yahiko, and they also get the Kimi and the Freya. Kimi, like I mentioned, man, I've been telling people Kimi is insane. Try out Kimi. She is just busted. Legit. Is if there's no assassin that can catch her, the only assassin that can catch a mage, okay, is a Fanny. Any other assassin, you can stop it with some form of crowd control, some form of help from your team. So yeah, if there's no Fanny in your opponent, or the Fanny's already banned out, go for the Kimi. Trust me, she is insane. But yeah, execution is going to be requiring. Just locking in the Fanny, Kimi is not going to be enough. But I certainly believe she's tier 1 right now, at least for me. But there we go, a head-to-head PG.
There you go. It's the EXP lane. Sorry, the gold lane at this time around. Still, the level difference really speaks a lot. I feel like Darwin's game, if they kind of deployed something like a Claude, might had a bit of a difficult time 1v1 against a Freya, but onto the team fight they would have been able to stretch the game at least towards the third or the second Lord, because as much as I've seen Darwin's game, they are really good with the Claude, so I feel like they should have gone in for a bit of comfort picks as well. And knowing Misery, comfort picks works very well for him. But talking about the base though, there you go, 817 versus 022. They knew Zushin was not their priority. That is just crazy as of now.
Yeah, makes sense. They knew what they gotta do. Kimi is obviously has more range. Does have a little bit of an energy issue, but you can always proc it back as long as you're hitting your opponents. And even the chip, we did not see the Khalid, but the chip just came out perfect on their favor. So let's see. I want to see the head-to-head of the EXP lanes, because this time around 27 was not that present, but he did provide good amount of damage. Look at that, both of them have same damage, 30,000, 30,000, only 35 damage difference. Like, not even a basic attack, just maybe slightly the blades touching would have given him that. But anyways, highest gold, highest damage, all into the hands of Yahiko.
Last game, Yahiko was definitely upset that his face did not come up right here, so he just told us 2 out of 4, I'm gonna be there.
Absolutely. Highest damage, 45k in like just barely a 12 minutes game. Very impressive. Very fast paced series we just had. CRQ, they're not playing anymore. They are serious. They just wanna get back all the points and get back on the leaderboard, and they most likely will. They are the contenders in the top 4 after all in this round robin. But let's see if the other teams can catch up and put a halt to it. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with this series for now. Make sure obviously you sit tight for the next matches, because we still have the other teams contending. Who do we have in the next series? Actually, for a second I forgot. Do you remember?
Not exactly, even I will have to check.
we both gotta check. But yeah, the top teams are contending in the top 8, right? The leaderboard has changed completely. Autobots, Esports, and CRQ were pulled down. CRQ has climbed back up. Autobots also needs to do their own thing to climb back up as well. So let's see what will happen. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Make sure you stay tuned at Solace Gaming Community. Subscribe to the channel if you want to chat. And obviously, maybe roast the casters, because I know you left to do that. But we'll be right back with the next BO3 series. Make sure you stay tuned at none other than the Accession League 2026.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus!
Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。
子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
My light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
A letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by fate, be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Dad! end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonan's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Uzumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。飛来神の術。俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。ふっ。行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
Hey, kid! Kid! This is the end of my journey. The road ahead. I'll leave it to you, kid. I'm sure you'll be a great warrior. Call it in old Leonin's intuition.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
Against the endless void, my light will cut through the darkness!
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Accession League 2026, hosted by none other than Solace Gaming Community, presented by Revoxa, in collaboration with Teams One Newsroom, and MTL Esports Management, powered by Vista Games themselves. We just had a match between Darwin's Game and CRQ, where CRQ was able to get a clean sweep in a really fast-paced manner. So let's see if this series will be same. It's going to be between Meta Ninja versus Anti-Zo Hunt at this day 4 of the round robin second match of the evening, and of course, to be the voice of the game, we're back again. Peachy, I'm not Peachy, Peachy on my right side, and of course myself, Ray. So Peachy, we just had a really fast-paced series, but Meta Ninja is kind of infamous in this tournament for being the team that has been going for, 3 games in a row.
Crazy. So tonight it's the day if we'll see if it's gonna be on a clean sweep or not, but at the same moment it is Anti-Zo Hunt. I have been anticipating their gameplay. I have not seen much, and on top of that I am really curious to see and why Anti-Zo Hunt though? Weren't they named as Zo Hunt? Like, are they a different team trying to go for Zo Hunt? I'm not sure about the lore.
They're like, I mean, it's a friendly banter basically. It's like making fun of your friend, that kind of a thing. They wanted to, I think, like, be another team from, not just be labeled as like the team that is from Mizoram, but at the same time it'll be known. I mean, Debbie knows the reason. She told me like the whole like psychology behind the whole reason. She would tell you better, but basically it's a friendly thing. They're doing it for fun. After all, they have 2 Mizo players themselves, so it's not anti-Mizo. It's more of like anti-Zo Hunt, in the sense that they want to be the best team, but without being Zohan. That's why anti-Zohan.
Understandable. So let's see how they will be trying to go ahead for today's game. Really curious to see. But on to the same note, Meta Ninja, what are they going to come up? As you mentioned, 3 games in a row. That means the first game they'll love to take it very slow. They'll love to experiment, and maybe on to the second and the third game they will be trying to take it very seriously. But this time around, will it be the same? Now that the teams kind of know where they are standing, I think it's right now high time for them just to start climbing up.
The tea was too hot. I just burnt my tongue, so I'm gonna be doing burnt tongue casting. I'm just jokes. I mean, not joke. That is the reality. I should not have put my mouth in that tea. But make sure you have your tea, snacks, popcorn, whatever ready, because like obviously Peachy has mentioned, Meta Ninja. I think you guys already know they have been one of the most known squads, I would say. They have been in the community along with SATWell and Godlike for one of the longest of time, and they have the experience to back it off. They have been in multiple LAN events already that has been hosted for the past 2 years since the game's release in India. So they have crazy amount of experience, but like we've mentioned, sometimes they're infamous for going for third games because it feels like in some series they kind of have a blunder that immediately causes the other side to, you know, get the win from them. So let's see what happens. For now, we'll just wait for the draft and, you know, see how they respond, because, you know, they're not haters. I won't say haters. Haters is like too much of a strong word, but basically people who don't support them, they usually go for a chanting which is like out of meta ninja. Basically, you know, I feel like that's kind of really, I mean, I'm not saying it's nice to bully a team, but it's really nice that their team name has a creative, like this thing, like downs, thumbs down chant. Usually you have like, you know, every team has their chanting of like cheering them on, but they have a chanting for demotivating them. So hopefully they can prove all those haters and all those not haters. Just because you maybe might not be supportive of a team, I don't think that makes you a hater, honestly, right? So let's see if they will be able to prove themselves. At the same time, anti-Zohunt, they have been taking the route of playing extremely strategic, and that kind of backfires when they meet a team that is very keen on taking team fights non-stop. So let's see what happens in the series. For now, we'll just wait for the draft, and I will have my tea again that burnt my tongue.
And to add on, Ray, anti-Zohunt is on the 8th position in the leaderboard, and Meta Ninja being
the last.
First. So it's the battle of 1 for the 8th. So
first versus last.
Yep, if Meta Ninja wins up in a clean sweep, they will be able to come up, retain their, power as well as their position. But with anti-Zohunt being on the 8th position on the day number 4, I think this is the high time as of now. Day number 1, 2, 3, it's okay if you're on to the last position or maybe onto the 5, 6, 7, 8, but by the time
6, 7.
Yeah. I don't think none of us are escaping that. Anyways, seeing that, I feel like Zohunt, what do they have? It's something different today, that they will not retain the position but move forward.
Yep, that is going to be the main crucial factor over here, because I believe if they are able to give us the first upset for Meta Ninja, Meta Ninja has not lost a single series yet. They have lost games, but not series, so they have still maintained points. And since CRQ and Autobots Esports, they forfeited their points, Meta Ninja remains at the top, like Peachy mentioned. So let's see if tonight's gonna be the night where they face their first big upset. They would lose their first time, or it's going to be, to be fair, Meta Ninja, the reason is that they're going third games. Usually it feels like they're gonna lose, okay? The first series they lose it. The second game also it looks like they're gonna lose it, but no, they come back in the late game every time, and third game is a full-on snowball. They have been doing it for a while right now. Not the best way, because going for the sweep is the best thing you can go in, obviously, round robin. Obviously, you cannot really help if it's going to go for a game number 3, because sometimes things do not go as planned. Sometimes some mistakes happen. Sometimes your opponent's draft is better. Sometimes there's a blunder. Sometimes there's an execution thing. But I've noticed that they have been going for game 3. So let's see if this will be a clean sweep tonight or an upset or whatever it may be. for now, we just wait for the draft. Where are the players? I'm waiting to have my tea for them.
Looks like they will be here very soon enough, but let's just talk about how what we will be seeing forward, because CRQ definitely surprised us from the game number 1. They were able to pick up and they were able to anticipate what Darwin's game was going to go for, and they picked it out correctly. And on top of that, their guesses have been 100% sure. So will Meta Ninja do the same? Because there's a high chance that we might be able to see the same, but the problem is, as anti-Zohunt, they are also capable enough to do the same.
Absolutely right. Anti-Zohunt, despite being on the 8th of the leaderboard, they have given really great competition. And I believe, let me check, I think they've gotten 1 point away from, was it True Reapers? They got 1 point away from one of the top teams actually. Let me just quickly see, what was it? Oh, I don't have it right now. Wait, can you see how many points do they have? I believe they have 1 or 2 points. I don't think they are like at 0. Yeah, they have 1 point. So they were able to walk away with one of the top teams actually, if I remember properly. So let's see what happens.
Let's see. Now again, as of now, Meta Ninja is standing on 10th position, so like the difference is at 9, and they'll have to work on a lot right there to just come up. So far we have K9 as well as Meta Ninja on to the same score, holding 10 points each, while Godlike almost closing down. I feel like the next match we are going to see Godlike definitely. So if they are able to win, now again they have won in a clean sweep so far, and I think forfeiting the game just a few days ago costed them that 1 point. Other than that, it's all well and good. And onto the same note, Zohunt, yep, they do have 1 to 6 win and lose ratio. So yep, you are right, they were able to win up 1 match. And with today's game, I do feel like they might be able to catch 9th or 8th position easily.
Absolutely right. I think I would love to see at least for them to walk away with 1 point in their hands, but at the same time, Meta Ninja is also one of the teams that is very strong right now. Despite what everybody says, they're a team that has not gotten a single loss, and that goes to show something, right? To be fair, CRQ also did not have a single loss. They just lost it because of the points. But for now, let's see what happens. Talking about the meta right now, it's not that flexible. It's very concrete, I would say. I think the only change you'd see is actually in the mid lane. You can see something very random coming in the mid lane any second. Like you can see mid lane is, I feel like, the most flexible along with the roam. I feel like we have the most flexible in those positions. Other than that, EXP is kind of like very solid. Like everybody knows what EXP lane is going to be. It's Yuzhong, Lapu Lapu, Alice, Sora, and who else was it? Uranus, Alice, Esmeralda. These basically full sustain. Going for anything else, you really are going to be gambling. Like for an example, a CC EXP, you will be gambling on the sustain. It's sustain on the EXP right now. Gold lane, it is mostly gold laners, marksmen, the Moskov, the Claude, the carries, along with, of course, the evergreen Harith, who refuses to go down the meta. And of course, we do see the Granger still, despite being nerfed slightly, he's still top ranked in the snowball marksmen. Other than that, I believe even the jungle is very concrete, you know, like we already got the assassins. In the fighters, only the Suyo and the Leo mode are, to be fair, Guinevere, I don't think Guinevere jungle is like no longer the option you can go for.
Yeah, not a game-changing hero.
Yeah, other than that, it's mostly the same. Mid lane is interesting because mid lane you can play Kimi. Zushin remains banned, but yes, Zushin, Lelia, Farsa. Then you can go for something like for Amis 2 if you want. You can actually completely abandon a mid laner if you want to as well, which I've not seen a lot of teams do. For some reason, I feel like that's a creative approach you can do when you have a Harith on your team. If you have a Harith, you can go with something that is more locked in. And I believe Rome is actually the most flexible one. You can have a Marcel, a Helkert, a Grok, Khalid, Hilda, Johet, Chow, everything, you know, everything in your favor. Because I believe right now the roamers are the most flexible units in the game, I believe. And that's why I believe the teams that have the strongest roamers are also kind of like really shining through. But, you know, players like Yahiko goes to show again and again that a player with insane micro on the jungle is also very undefeatable.
Definitely. Again, very much like as you have mentioned, it's gonna be something on the third matches. But what if we do see the first upset and we do see a clean sweep? That's gonna be definitely interesting because there was a bit of a break in between. These teams had enough time onto their hands while these teams had enough time to level up as well. So again, I am very much curious. What about you guys? You know,
okay.
You guys are waiting for the match, I'm pretty sure. Do make your predictions till then.
Players gotta come on time, man. Yeah, like they gotta come on time because I mean I'm saying it because I'm not. It's not because like I'm tired of waiting, which I am, but because you can lose a point if your team is too late. Yeah, you're gonna be losing a point. This is a BO3 series. You will be giving away a point. And that would be really disastrous. That's what actually happened, I believe, to one of the teams in the top 16. They gave away a point, and ultimately they got swept because they only had to, you know, win one game. So yeah, guys, if you're one of the teams, come on time, man. Don't lose a point. Don't lose a point. We really hate to see a match where it's skewed, you know, where I get it. It is rules. Punctuality should be rewarded, you know. But at the same time, when you see a series start off with already a 1 point to someone else's favor, it feels like it's skewed. Yeah. So make sure you come on time and, you know, give us things to analyze about, or else I'm going to be starting to talk about the weather. The weather is not that good in Assam right now. It is switching between sometimes sunny, sometimes cloudy, sometimes rainy. And it is the Bihu season. I think the West Bengal people also call it something. I think North cultures call it Vaishakh, I think. Something along those lines. This is basically the April, you know, the spring season where you get the, wow, I can't remember the word. You know, like India is a farming country. We like all that. Wow.
The harvest.
The harvest. Yes, it's the harvest season. It is technically the new year for a lot of Eastern cultures, Northeastern, not just Northeast, Northeastern cultures everywhere. So wishing the new, you know, technically today is that new year in a way in our culture. So wishing anybody who's from the Northeastern cultures happy new year, a happy harvest, and hopefully your year goes well. Other than that, I'm just waiting to analyze the draft, or else I'm gonna start analyzing the rice grains. You wanna see rice grain? I have one here, one rice grain.
Oh my goodness.
That's what happens when you don't give casters material to talk about. And the material we need is the draft right now. Come on, guys, we are waiting for you.
When is it going to be? But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, do join
my tea is over.
Solace, our community. Everything will be linked in the description, so you'll find all the links. And for further
join the communities.
For the tournaments and everything, everything's gonna be posted. And I think this community is very big enough, so the chats are really not silent as much as I've noticed.
Yeah, it's very active, and I've been bombarded with 1,000 messages, which is good. It's nice to have an active community that you can chat in there rather than a dead WhatsApp group chat, right? We know we all have it. We all have those dead group chats, right? So it's better to have an active one where you can, you know, rank up with your friends. So make sure to join Solace's community. You can join the Discord right now as well as the WhatsApp community if you don't have a Discord, vice versa. But finally, looks like the players are here. We're going to be going into the draft phase. Hopefully no points have been deducted, and we're going to go for a fair and square matchup, and we will see more. Hopefully, I'm rooting for a game number 3. It's always nice to see a game number 3 in a BO3 series, 5 game in BO5, 7 games in BO7 series. Yes, for us casters, it can be very devastating for our throat and our voice box, but hey, that's our job, that's our thing. Unlike some people would believe, we don't blabber all day.
That's true. So let's see. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, finally the drop that you guys were waiting for is gonna be here. Looks like the drop's going in quite a bit fast enough. Looks like we do have the Harley, the Blue, the Marcel, and a Zushin and a Bakshia getting banned. Understandable. These are this is going to be the first game, and while the first game you could be trying to see anything from either of the sides. So maybe onto the second match, the drop's gonna be much more onto the meta or maybe onto the comfort zone.
Let's see what happens, right? So far, at least, we've seen the Marcel getting banned out. I think this guy is not gonna be moved away from the ban section for a long while in any of the tournaments. Even if he does, we've seen Marcel's teams dominate tremendously right now because people have figured it out. People have figured it out how to make the best use of him. Just pick up the projectile heroes. So yeah, I think Marcel is also gonna be one of those forever banned heroes in the tournament scene for maybe at least maybe 2-3 months. I'm expecting maybe even more. But with this, the Zushin was banned out. Anti-Zohunt opt for default going in for, of course, the Sora. But Meta Ninja, they have the Freya open for none other than, of course, Crisis right here. So let's see what happens.
To show you the Eve and something like a Zatian might be coming in as well. But there you go. You have the Sora. You know it's gonna be a Valentina. So Meta Ninja going in for the Valentina. I was expecting Anti-Zohunt to pick up the Valentina though. But maybe not the
vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
To be fair, wait, today they don't have Faden. They have someone else, 86, substituting. So that kind of honestly puts them in a bad spot because obviously, I mean, I'm not saying substitutes are bad, but obviously there's a reason it's called a main lineup, right? Because they're the ones that they have the most scrims, the most practice, the ones that are prepared, the ones that have the most synergy. So since Faden is not here, they're going to be in maybe a little bit of a disadvantage tonight. That puts them in a bad spot. And might be the reason why they did not actually go for Valentina, because 86 might not play it. So they give away the Valentina, which is, like you mentioned, is going to be risky because they already have the Sora's ultimate on their favor. But we were talking about the Guinevere. I feel like I keep on jinxing things. Can I jinx myself to $1 billion? Yeah, I hate $1 billion, guys. May $1 billion never find me. Because I literally just talked about the Guinevere is not that impactful, and suddenly I see a Guinevere. And by the looks of it, Julius is the one that picked it up. Yeah. So we might see actually a Guinevere jungle. Funny enough. Yeah, this has been happening to me lately, okay? I say they won't pick it, and they do it.
Oh my god. So far, I had a feeling that Julius might be going in for the Fredrin. He's much more comfortable on it. But the problem with the Fredrin I have seen so far is it doesn't work out for Julius for some reason. All the Julius Fredrin gameplay I have seen, it's a loss.
He's not doing good. Yeah, he's not doing good. That's actually the reason their games keep going game 3. Because they try to make the Fredrin work. They try to make the Fredrin work. We cast it together, yeah, that one as well.
Yes, that's
and the Fredrin doesn't work. The Fredrin just, it's just not hitting the spot. So because of that, I think definitely stay away from the Fredrin for a while until maybe he gets buffed, or maybe like he's definitely the best possible scenario option. And yeah, the Guinevere, despite not being game-changing, she still has her... Wow, I can't remember. Oh, Gravitation Migration, was it? Gravitational Migration and...
Spatial Migration.
Spatial Migration, and the other one was called Gravitation or something. Wow. Oh. I just remember I call this the skill skirt, literally, because you know she jumps on you with her skirt.
Yeah, great. So that's the thing. But you know, okay, looks like the draft is just moving on right fast enough. The Kalea,
I love fast draft. I absolutely love fast draft. It feels like they're going on impulses. I like when they kind of take their time to think it through, but when the draft just goes like pew 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 pew, they basically have their everything sorted out. I love that. So let's see. They lock in their Wises. So continue.
See, when they do a very fast bans, they know what to pick. They know what kind of a decomposition they are doing. So you can take your time while picking up the heroes. So that really calls out for that. Looks like Ninja are not trying to put a Guinevere onto the jungle or maybe onto the road.
I think it's still gonna be jungle PT. This is gonna be a gold lane YSS. I have a feeling.
Flex pick again. Like both of them being quite a flex pick, and if we do get another like a good amount of a jungler, like something against a Suyu, then we know it's a roam whenever. But other than that, as of now, it's gonna be anti-zone picking it up. It looks like they wanna go ahead with the Hilda. Understandable, but yeah, this is one of the teams who will love to pick Kagura, and it's also going to be an interesting game for sure.
I love Japanese women as well, and that includes Kagura Hanabi. I mean, her design is really cute, right? But yeah, jokes aside, not too sure about the I'm gonna be honest, Peachy, because it's pure burst, does not have any utility. Yes, I know the TikTok combos, you can pull people together, but like to execute it in a tournament, it's really hard. Takes a lot of risk. And she's also someone that can be targeted pretty easily as well. One good thing, she's immune to the crowd control. So Guinevere's not going to be able to catch her easily when she has the umbrella. Yep. So kind of questionable pick, but hey, wishing them the best. Kagura, I hope the Kagura works for them. And with this, the draft has been finalized. We see another game with another chip. Let's see what happens. Which draft do you like, PT?
Ooh, I would go with the Kagura though. That's a really unique pick right there, and I just really want to see how they will be making it work. It's a 50-50 with the Kagura though. Let's see now that we are here with the draft. What do you guys think? What is going to be the hero, like, I mean the team who's gonna win it up?
Yep, cheer for your team in the comment section, guys. And if you can't comment it yet, it means you're not subscribed. So subscribe to the channel. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the land of dawn, and already Fam and Crisis are basically what just happened. I could not even continue and introduce. 86 gets a kill, first blood secured with a flame shot.
Crazy, and that too on a tank. That is definitely a lot. There you go. Looks like Kagura leveling up quite fast enough. But Rasmalai, they are trying to pick him up. But it's on Hilda. She's just gonna go into the bush and heal up.
we also know another Rasmalai, right?
Yeah.
I remember Itami was thinking it's her, and my dude, why should we be in anti-zone? But yeah, it's shout out to all the Rasmalais in the world. Favorite sweet. But anyways, on top lane, Tori Cutie, he might be getting a little bit of stuck right there, and he gets taken out. 1 second, I almost forgot. Yep, that's an EXP lane. That's an EXP lane, Freya. Not exactly the best, needs the gold lane, but since Crisis is on the YSS, he's gonna be, you know, sacrificing a little bit. But oh, bottom lane, he wins it. Crisis 1v1, but unfortunately, Hilda will be able to show up and take him down. But funny enough, Hilda would have been able to save if she was just 1 second. Just that 1 second.
Yep, does 1 second also matters a lot. And with that, the turtle is here. Looks like Julius is getting, pushed away. Now he does have the retribution, but low in HP. That's gonna cost him. On top of that, Senju though, I do remember him playing the kill so well. Oh, there you go! The Sora's ultimate coming in. That's gonna be the Senju for you with that good amount of, and that just allowed the Joruga Gulam to take away the turtle as well. This is crazy. Even though they gave it such a good setup coming in from the Valentina, that was still not enough.
Absolutely. And Crisis right now, since he has basically shown that he's much stronger than the carry, Fam has to respect it and play a little bit of a passive. But look at that, multi-shocker coming in as well. Chip goes in, and with the teleportation, here comes the rest of the members at the same time. He will take him down, but Kuriguri will secure a kill. With this, they're still going to be going in. JKG will fall in as well, but a good response from default takes the YSS down. That was a really fast-paced engagement on the bottom lane. A lot of trades happened, but a 6-3 score.
Definitely, look at them. They are trying to go head on head. Oh, you see a lane open, go for it, yank it up. Mid lane at that. Corey Cutie would love to go for the rotation onto the mid, trying to take away the gold as well, given the fact that he needs his items. It's a Freya, so yep, items are going to be quite important right there. But Jinzu, on to the other hand, 0-2 so far. I mean, he's not able to pick up, and I feel like this is a bit inspired from the CRQ team as of now, and CRQ being the first team that we have witnessed picking up the chip, and the second team being Meta Ninja. So they are definitely cooking up on their drops, you know.
Let's see what happens right now as we move a little bit more further. Anti-Zohan doing much better by the KDA side as well as the gold too. Objective-wise, they've also got the turtle, so everything looks to be in their favor. But for how long, that is the question, because Meta Ninja will be looking into clap back, especially if anything is a sign in towards the bottom lane. Crisis is winning that lane. Look at that. Chip comes in again with the ultimate. That's going to be the whole cavalry coming in. Chip will fall once more into the hands of the carry, but the team fight is going to be starting in. Kagura comes in with the umbrella. There's going to be IMU coming in from Senju, but not enough. Default captures a kill, and with this, the score will go to 8-4. Again and again, Meta Ninja, they are trying to engage on bottom lane, but the teleportals, they have been left out open for Anti-Zohan to come in the lane as well, and that's backfiring. They have to use the ultimate when inside the turret, not outside. And right now, this turtle is also going to be going away from their hands. They're going to be going in for a fight, but JKG gets the second turtle as well.
Okay, so far so good. They are trying to go as quickly as possible. Look at that, Senju getting targeted while he's trying to go run away. That's gonna be Senju, but wait a minute. Oh, Crisis jumping up at the right moment, but 86! My goodness, that amount of courage. All of the flame shot will be there, trying to push them back, but nah, that was just not enough.
Continue.
Let's go onto the bottom lane as well. G4C already taken up quite a lot onto the turret. So I think it's going to be quite open for a while, given the fact that teams are not coming in onto the bottom as quickly as possible. Jinju on a very right position. He comes up with the teleport. My goodness. Suyo taken down. That was just crazy. Like, positioning wise, I think Meta Ninja are catching up as of now, so it's gonna be a bit problematic for Anti-Zohan, because Anti-Zohan were having that early game, but now they are losing as of now. Rasmalai trying to scout out as quickly as possible and has to keep an eye on to the chip. Okay, wait a minute. Julius already jumped with his own. No, goes in for the jump, but there's the bush. And Hilda taking advantage of the bush, but now that's gonna be a kill. Corey Cutie picks up a killing spree, goes in for 86 as of now, looking quite low. There will be another flame shot onto him, but now the flicker will be here. There you go. G4C dealing too much damage, and Fam getting that kill. Carry is getting farmed up. Look at that. 3-3-1 still is such a good score if you have a lot of coal. Now, since this is a grassland map, they will have to wait it out. They'll have to play it open space, because Jinzu as well as Senju are on to the top lane, allowing Crisis to come back and go back onto the bottom lane as quickly as possible. That's the beauty of Chip, and there you go. Meta Ninja catching up.
Yep, they have slowly climbed back to catch up, but like you mentioned, Peachy, Fam has been farming up, but it's kind of funny that all of his kills are coming in because she gets a kill onto Chip whenever the Chip tries to dive on him. So, because of that, bottom side though, there's going to be an ult coming in from YSS, but Julius is going to be able to secure it this time around. Corey Cutie on the top lane, just distracting Default as much as possible. Clears out the minions, but he's going to be taken down quite low. We might see the IMU popping in. Yes, it does. Captures the kill, and right now they can push that lane. There's no one there to defend it. Maybe Rasmalai can respond, but it doesn't look like it. Meta Ninja finally coming into their form, and by the looks of it, into the bottom lane. That's gonna be JKG getting taken out fast. The score has been equalized 11-11, and Meta Ninja is gonna be in the lead right now with the goal.
So you see that the teleport just opens up every single where in the map, and they are able to camp up as quickly as possible. That just makes Chip a bit, be a little all around the map. Now he's gonna be there on the top as quickly as possible. Looks like Julius will be losing up his stun, but Rasmalai with the flicker, making sure he survives. Now onto the same note, Team Meta Ninja are the ones opening up those map quickly as possible. On talking about Fam as well, he needs to farm up. He needs to play the slow game. And if you go out of your way trying to, camp, they are gonna out camp you.
Exactly, PJ. Because the chip is right now providing the most utility, and since the Valentina is also on the other side, they're able to get. Oh, look at that! He just teleported away. The new chip's utility. He doesn't need to, go to a certain place to retreat back. So because of that.
Ooh. Yep, and there's just like a lot of vision right there coming in from Crisis, Jinju, and look at that, once again, Julius tries to go for the Suyu, the slow is really there, the slow retribution helping him up, and there you go, the passive. It's just gonna be enough now that the Suyu is not getting farmed up, he's not able to get away as well, but Sora with that damage, wait a minute, you do have the Valentina as well, the copycat doing his job, but no. Senzu overextending. Holy on the other hand, very much keen on to that inhibitor. But right on time, anti-zones were present.
I mean, you can already see Kurikuri is working on those structures, and the bottom lane inhibitor being exposed, that already puts anti-Zohan right now at a deficit, because even if they try to come back, they will have to keep sending someone there to keep on clearing it, because losing an inhibitor is going to be very disastrous for them. But with this, the Lord being taken down from Meta Ninja, it's going to be, oh, look at that, Jinju going to be coming up with the ultimate. That's going to be the whole cavalry coming in with the combo as well. Crisis takes down Fam, his main target. That's a full-on 5v5 team fight right there. Default going to be retreating with a flicker. Freya also getting out of the scene. But surprisingly, what? That was a full 5-man engage and only Fam fell down? Wow, that was some good lock-in from Crisis to just marking down Fam non-stop. They have not let Fam even get his Demon Hunter Sword by 10 minutes.
My goodness, the amount of damage that they are going towards the backlash is just gonna be interesting to see, given the fact that the Lord's coming in, and now with the Lord, they'll have to go on a defense mode as quickly as they clear up those minions, as quickly as they could tend towards the Lord as well. Look at that, Hilda is not getting the space while Korikuti is just going in. But the Lord's gonna jump in, but wait a minute before that, Sora, my goodness, beautiful setup coming in, but Valentina will be trade off. There's a bit of a frozen coming in, but Julius extended too far.
Yep. And because of that, he will pay a price with his life, but it's gonna be fine. They're still 3,000 gold ahead, and the macro-wise, they're also pretty much on the lead. Because the inhibitor, look at that, it's all exposed for the side of anti-Zohan. And as soon as the clock hits 12, which is going to be in a few seconds, their shield is also going to fall off. That means the next Lord that's going to be coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds, that will go straight towards the turret. Nothing that can stop it. So with this, Meta Ninja looks to be in a comfortable position. But obviously, since there is a chip, there's a lot of brawl happening, and because of that, the score is 14-14. Look at that, on top lane, Default gonna be looking like to be in the trouble. Does retreat, but that's the whole cavalry coming after him. That's the assembler of the squad, and with this, Default will be falling in, and the next one, unfortunately, no one. They will leave, but Meta Ninja slowly but surely using the chip now as a pick-off instead, and picking up kills one by one.
One of the reasons why anti-Zohan is able to stretch up the game is definitely because of D4C. He's able to give up such beautiful sets that Meta Ninja have to take a step back, have to make sure to wait a bit before Sora uses up everything and then engage. Because look at that, once again Jinju trying to give up that stuns and ultimate for Rasmalari, has to run back. The stun coming in from Julius will be so perfect that he will be going down. Now onto the same note, Jinju will be getting targeted one by one. D4C getting a kill. That means it's a tank for a tank. I mean, it's a draw talking about it, but Meta Ninja, their eyes are all set on the Lord.
Yep. And right now the Lord's spawned in. Anti-Zohan has to respond right now. Try to go for a steal because they do have JKG. Suyo is one of the heroes that can go for a really sneaky steal with the Soul Sever Retribution combo, but at the same time, by the looks of it, he is far away. He should honestly follow the Freya because there's going to be a teleportation any second. Let's see what happens. Yep, the Lord unfortunately goes uncontested. There's gonna be the Mountain Shocker giving them all of the vision. They're following it up. Rasmalai taken down quite low. On top lane, the Freya already working on the minions. And the Lord's gonna be coming up most likely in the mid lane. The side of Anti-Zohan, despite the kills being quite similar this time around, the macro and the gold too much favorable for Meta Ninja. Let's take a look into the builds. Chip already has 2 of physical defenses, doesn't really care about the Kagura's damage. Quite a disrespect considering he did get taken out by the Kagura, but obviously right now the only issue is obviously the Sora and the carry, so he's going to be building that. Other than that, Freya going a slight bit of defense, just 2, actually quite a lot of damage considering he's still the EXP laner, right? YSS though already done with the Blade of Despair and Malefic Roar, building towards the War Axe as his last item. Let's see, Lord actually comes from the bottom lane.
Let's see, what is it going to be? Is it going to be the last Lord that Anti-Zohan will be looking forward? Or it's going to be Meta Ninja waiting for another Lord now this time around? Look at that, Julius tries to go in, but no, they will be met by Tori Cutie at first and then the other members. But hey, 86, that was such a good amount of damage. But Fang strikes back, Rasmalai taking back Sora. That's going to be the anti-Zora that Chenzu's damage. But Chenzu coming up with such a beautiful stand, giving Crisis the maniac. Look at that, they're able to end the game with that.
Yep, a swift end despite the score being quite similar, and the side of Anti-Zohan putting in a lot of pressure. The first game's winner is going to be none other than Meta Ninja, having the lead, securing almost basically the series can be a sweep in their favor. And with this, Anti-Zohan are pushed back. What can they do? They're already at the lowest point in the leaderboard. They have to clap back. But at the same time, congrats for the first victory. Let's see if it's going to be a second one or we might see a third game. Let's take a look into the MVP, I believe. Who's going to be the MVP? Is it going to be Julius? Is it going to be Crisis?
Crisis, definitely. Look at him. He picked up a MVP, and on top of that, he was sweeping up those turrets. You know, I feel like it's kind of easier to guess the MVP as how much of a player has gone around the map. If you have the most turrets, it just puts you one step for the MVP. So that's the reason why I did say Crisis, and it is Crisis.
Let's see the results screen. I'm really curious to see the head-to-head as well. I believe the EXP laners might have a little bit of similar, as well as the mid laners. But yeah, the main difference was definitely the gold lane, as well as jungle. I don't believe so. I think jungle, funny enough, JKG might actually be doing better, because Guinevere really, her job was mostly just providing the even more chain CC to the crowd, you know. But look at that, 8,000 gold advantage for the side of Meta Ninja. Crazy. 2 to 7, 2 turtles taken only for the side of Anti-Zohan, 7 into the favor of Meta Ninja. That was 2 turtles on the side of Anti-Zohan, and no lords for their side. Instead, it was 2 for Meta Ninja instead. You can also see the amount of buffs taken. Only 3 purple for JKG. What? After that, he just could not take us any. Oh my goodness.
He was getting ganked a lot in his own purple buff. That was crazy though, how Jinju was able to camp up right there. Like, no one noticed, not even the tanker from the side of Team Anti-Zohan were able to notice. And there you go, this is gonna be the head-to-head. Looks like both the gold laners had an equal footing, like while the Maniac boosted his gold. So that was just it. And other than that, Carry also performed very well, other than the positioning, in my opinion.
There we go, head-to-head for the junglers. See, kind of similar.
Yep. And Joru ka Gulam was able to deal a bit more damage though. I'm getting confused, man. That's just like a whole ass sentence rather than being there, spaces.
Yeah, I just call him JKG because of that. I shortened it. Yeah, I shortened it. And yeah, even the mid lane is pretty similar. Same amount of damage, but the gold was much more into the hands of Senju. And teamfight participation was pretty similar as well. So yeah, the mid laners and the jungle this time around were a little bit more kind of passive. Not exactly completely passive because the Valentina was still copying with the IMU, still providing the crowd control with the Suyo, the Sora's ultimate, and Guinevere was also doing the same. I think this time around the mid lane was more, the mid trio was more about providing the crowd control, and Crisis was the main hyper carry. He was the one dishing out the damage, he was the one taking control of it. They even took the Freya to not give it to Crisis because they just wanted to make sure Crisis does not need to fight a Freya, and they just pushed Cory Cutie into the Freya and made him go against the Sora instead. It's not something you should do, by the way. Freya is supposed to go in the goal lane to capitalize on her itemization, to be ahead, but they just got the Freya to secure it for their team. They just wanted Crisis to have a really good space to farm up, but with this, that was a good decision to go for. And obviously the chip, that combo is, they were able to pick off a lot. Rasmalai is going to be the highest damage taken, and with this we're going to be going into the game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens, as we will most likely see maybe a game 3 in our hands. And hi Peachy,
back again. Hello. And Meta Ninja, though, despite losing the early game, the first 4 to 5 minutes, they were able to pick it up as quickly as possible due to the camping and due to the flank that they had with the chip. Now with the chip, I feel like it's gonna come back onto the meta. It's definitely like the teams are just picking it up, and the teams are definitely going to follow up, and then they'll have to start picking up something like a Carmilla to counter it. But will the Carmilla work? Because this meta does not allow Carmilla to fit in.
I love Carmilla, honestly, because she works best with Zushin.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Carmilla, despite having a boyfriend, she does not work well with a boyfriend. I mean, yeah, you can play it, but the best combo with Carmilla is actually the girls. What does it say? The girls are for the girlies. I mean, generally, Carmilla's best combos are actually like the Vexana, the Zushin, and other crowd controls that you can combine. And usually, the only ones that in the mid lane that have crowd control are the ladies. You cannot exactly combine a Veil or a Valir because it just doesn't work. Their skills already like push teammates together. Yeah, so to put Carmilla's ult, you're like wasting it. Zushin and Vexana are honestly like the best partners, and I'm surprised that people, I get it, okay, this is not something that is very meta, but the roam, right? It's not meta either. People have been picking up the Hellcut, people have been picking up the chip, like you mentioned. Chip is not exactly the meta, but he works. The reason is because right now the roam is the most flexible space, and people can pick anything and are able to make it work, because the roam's whole purpose is to right now just provide some form of utility in either way. Because right now the sustain job has been taken up by the EXP laners. That's the whole reason the roam has become flexible again. Previously, the EXP lane was more dominated by damage dealers like the CC, the Lapu Lapu. You also saw the Arluts. You also saw even assassins like the Suyo, or even the Fanny or the Ling or the Lancelot going into the EXP lane, because few seasons ago the meta was just about dishing out damage. Right now it's all about sustain, and because of it, Meta Ninja, they will get the Bakshia on their hand. But Anti-Zohan immediately responding back with none other than everybody's favorite Patrick. I will love if people just replace a picture of Glue in tournaments with Patrick, because nobody plays with his basic skin anymore. Nobody. Everybody wants to play Patrick. So I raise a petition, replace Glue's photo with Patrick.
Let's see if they are able to do it or not. But Meta Ninja once again with the chip onto their hands. Last game Sora was there. I did not understand why Anti-Zohan did not ban the Valentina. If they did ban up the Valentina, that would have been such a good chance. But what is Meta Ninja on about? They pick up a Masha?
I love it. I love this Russian lady. And I'm not gonna do a Russian accent. It's gonna be very bad. I haven't done it in a long while, but I love Masha. Push. The whole thing about Masha, push. I mean, what else you're supposed to do with the Masha? Yes, you can build her damage. You can go with the Thunderclap. Wow, I remember his skill. It should be Thunderclap, I remember. You can go with the Thunderclap damage. It resets his cooldown every time her HP goes into a second bar. Like from the third to second, resets. Second to first, it resets. So you can ult twice So because of that, if you go for a Blade of Despair, Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff like that, you can basically go for a insane amount of burst that can immediately, like for example, this Claude, he will basically disappear. He won't even have a chance. And the best part about Masha, she has a basic attack immunity on her skill as well. She can make you unable to use the basic attack. So that will basically disable the Claude completely. So I'm kind of surprised they actually went for the Claude. But to be fair, Claude will be really good for a team fight, which the chip always will make sure it happens. And Claude has a lot of mobility to get out of sticky situations that chip will put them in. So I understand, but at the same time, Masha, there's going to be a Masha that will annoy the heck out of them, which I expect. And I hope this is a gold lane Masha too, to really make sure that Claude gets affected by it.
I mean, as you mentioned, it's gonna be a golden Masha. Even I have a feeling that
Hopefully, they can do anything.
Yeah, I have a feeling they might go for something like a Yuzhong onto the EXP or go for a CC as well. Now again, CC, very good flex pick. You could play under the EXP, you play on the gold against a Claude, works out very well. And you don't see, okay, you did see a ban. Okay, there is a CC ban, so agreed. That's okay, another good ban. But hey, anti-Soant are not backing up. They don't want to put a glue onto the EXP lane. Rather, they want to stop Masha to do the same. So it's going to be a roam and putting Terizla right there. Now Terizla, that's again an interesting hero, long time no see. And it's gonna be a bit team fight. Anti-Sohan, they'll have to group up, they'll have to come up as a 5 members, dealing those kind of team fight tactics rather than going for a solo. While Metadenza, yeah, they are of a team fight, but they have to anticipate Chip. Last game, the only problem was Chip was all around the map without, without his teammates. He knew that his ultimate is up, so he was there on his enemy's turf. So that just allowed him to easily catch people one by one. And as Meta Ninja, goes by, they target the person who is alone on their lane.
Exactly. So, and this time around, they also pick up the Farsa because I feel like they just want to fight range with range. They have more range with the Farsa. They're gonna be able to create more zone with the Farsa, and they also have the Granger. And one of the best thing about the Farsa and the Granger, they don't exactly have to come in by the teleportation. They just have to see where the teleportation is, go there, and fight from a distance. That's the best thing about these two heroes. And the Terizla. Usually I question why a Terizla, like what's the purpose other than just being a sandbag, like a very tanky sandbag. Yeah. But this game it makes sense because I remember back in the day when Chip became the meta, Terizla was his counter pick. Why? 5 people come in, you ult 5 people. That's the best answer you can go for. And they also have the Leo mod. So they have 2 fighters who can handle if the Chip comes on top of them. The issue is their backline. Claude maybe handle the Chip a little bit with the BMI, but the Eve, the second she's alone, even 5 centimeters away from the glue, they're gonna be jumping on her. So that's something that they will have to watch out for.
Definitely, it's gonna be interesting to see how these teams will be moving around now that even Anti-Zohan have equipped themselves with a team fight tactics rather than going for a single person. The draft is completely different from the game number 1. So I am curious to see how these team members will be fighting it. And on top of that, it's gonna be a bit interesting to see because hey, and the Anti-Zohan are all about the counters this time around.
Hey, production W. Love you. My god, false. Look at him. He replaced the glue with the Patrick. Thank you.
Oh, let's go. This is the fastest petition I've been seeing, with only 1 sign. Oh, to make it 2. Even I would sign that.
I love this. Keep this permanent, by the way, because I will, if I can bet, nobody's playing glue with the basic skin anymore. Genuinely. Have you seen in a tournament scene? Because, skins are free. I've never seen a glue play with the normal skin again. The same would happen with Cyclops if Cyclops was meta. Unfortunately, he's not. So, yeah. But anyways, we're going to be getting Patrick, guys. It's no longer Glue. Don't call him Glue. It's going to be Patrick Star coming into Land of Dawn. But let's see what happens. We have a lot of team fight, like you mentioned this time around. They have the kill box. They have the Terizla ultimate. Obviously, the penalty zone, putting the 5 together. But that's the thing, Meta Ninja, they have characters that will maintain their distance. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be Meta Ninja, 1 point in their hands, looking for a clean sweep, while Anti-Zohan trying to be doing the best to make sure it doesn't happen. Cody Cutie is not going to be on the Masha. He's going to be on Mai Shiranui. She's one of my favorites. You know why.
Yeah, there you go. Looks like Masha will have to play the safe game onto the early game. But that's not the same for the Terizla. Terizla can be equipped to, get his rotation very quickly. But Jinzu around this time, look at that. 86 getting enough help to clear it out as quickly as possible. The turtle is up. That means Julius as well as JKG will be looking forward to it. This time around, Julius will be fast enough, so that means Meta Ninja will be having the highest number of people into the river area, and D4C has to make a way, but they are not going in. Oh, Rasmalai though, wait a minute, that was it, okay, they are not gonna go in all in, but I feel like D4C might be taking the short end very quickly, but it is just a slow game for now.
Yeah, here comes the Leo mode right now with the Phantom Seed. Rasmalai is going to be the first one to be falling. There's going to be the chessboard. D4C barely scraping it off, as well as Julius. Both retreat to safety, but 1 kill going to be into the hands of Meta Ninja. Patrick will fall. Gold lane is going to be interesting. Granger, let's see if it's able to. Usually the Grangers, they like to make the Claudes. What was the lane freeze? Yeah, they like to lane freeze against the Claude. Let's see if that will happen.
Let's see, on to the same note. Looks like Mai will be having a bit of an easier time. D4C will be a bit slow. And yes, this time they are, Jinzu is not getting the same kind of a flank, the same kind of, the buffer that he's looking forward to. But D4C takes on Mai, but Shenzu will be there to punish it up. Crisis, on the other hand, double lane farming. Now that's gonna work out very well because he needs that farm, and he has to go towards the top lane very much safely. Look at that. Looks like they will be spotting those members, while Sam will be looking forward for that goal. Julius, I don't think he will be able to do anything, but Jinzu comes in.
Nothing really happens out of there, but with this horse, Horsey just comes around and goes back. No engage on top lane. The score remains 2-1 so far, but the next hurdle coming in 15 seconds. We might see a team fight coming up any second right now, because this time around, I believe the Leo mod wants to contest it, but at the same time, will it happen? Bottom lane, D4C getting taken down quite low by the HP base damage from Martha. Here comes the penalty zone. Is it enough though? He's trying to retreat with the basic attack, but not going to be happening. D4C gets taken out. Rasmalai trying to follow through onto Senju, but doesn't really find anyone, so he's going to be going on top of Kori Cutie. Mai Shiranui trying to make a run for it, but there's going to be the RWM, and it's gonna be enough. 86 captures the kill, and with this, the turtle wide open. Let's see if they will be able to take it. Leo mode is not at all interested in the turtle. To be fair, it's a Baksha. Baksha usually have the stronger retribution. He is not coming in for the turtle in any cost.
No, look at that. He is not getting any space across, so that's gonna be that for the side of Team Anti-Zohan, but Rasmalai pushed back with a bit of an SP, but as of now, there is that teleportation from the ship already waiting it up. They could teleport, but it just moved away. Like it's done for. But D4C, nah, that's just as of now. 1v1 against, but 1v1 becomes 1v2, and Crisis will be losing that under the turret. I feel like he could have taken a lot of damage from the Claude's ultimate, but with the same note, Shenzu having that upper hand into the mid lane as of now with the ultimate that he is just providing, and it's just very fast enough compared to the Eve.
Blue team turret has
That's the thing. Farsa's rotation speed is unmatchable by the other mages. Let's take a look into the item setup. Yep, the Masha right there. Oh, Fam almost was bursted out of there. Senju did not decide to commit completely. But yeah, Masha going for the damage. Sky Piercer secured for Granger already. lightning truncheon for the Farsa as well. On the other side, the glowing one for the Eve, and Claude has only gotten the DHS. He's gonna be... Oh, to be fair, DHS is more expensive than the Skypiercer. So he's, I think, almost equal, yeah, 100 gold difference. The gold difference is actually not much, impressively. But fighter-wise, look at Masha. She's 400 gold ahead of the Terizla, which goes to show that she's able to, you know, have a little bit more comfort spot, despite the fact that she's the one who's taken down twice, not Terizla.
Yep, that's true. So that's gonna be how the teams will be swapping up the lanes so that they will try to have an easy time. And Jinzu, oh my god, Kurikuki has to go to the penalty zone trying to move back, but slow mobility and the slowness and the bit of a spell vamp will be there, but Crisis with his Sky Piercer, he will be taken down. Wait a minute, Rasmalai all alone. I'm not quite sure why did he jump up. He's trying to go for the Farsa, catches the Farsa, but will the Farsa we managed to take it down because he is looking quite low. The team members are waiting before the glue jumps back, and yep, that's the moment that the catch glue. Like, look at them, they are not attacking the Farsa until the glue is off, and I feel like people should really take a note of that.
Absolutely right, PT. With this, Leomord is just not interested in the turtle, man. He's like, Julius is playing, you know, Baksha, who's also a tortoise, so let the tortoise take the turtle, and I'm just gonna be chilling with the horse through the jungle and taking my time. I guess they're just waiting for Claude to scale up, or JKG has been playing it pretty safe. No engages yet, no kills on his hands either. They're playing more like a very slow game. So let's see if it will come into their favor. Chip is going to be there. Eve, fortunately, is able to realize that every bush is a danger. Don't go into any bush without safety. JKG almost gets taken down, but he's just going to be calling in the horse just to get a little bit more spell vamp and going to be able to take the purple. But on top, here comes Fam, uses the BMI already as well as a flicker. He's running away as fast as possible. And it's kind of funny that, you know, Crisis was spamming his rocket everywhere because he was like, ah, where's Claude? Where's Claude? He's already on the other side. But yeah, 5-3 still score. Goal lead though, it's gonna be for Mela Ninja. Lord, gonna be a minute until it comes, but look at the Farsa just bombarding heavily. At the same time, Rasmalai on top of the chip. There's gonna be a lot of damage. 86 got taken out by Kurikuki. And with this right now, the team fight doesn't really break out. It was just a 1-for-1 trade. The EXP takes out the mid lane. The mid lane doesn't take out. It's gonna be Leomord who takes out. But anyways, mid lane, a little bit of pressure. Mid lane threat falls in as well.
Penalty zone is still awaiting, but they will just want to make sure to get the main damage dealers now. D first does have his flicker, so trying to go for you know, Senju or try to go for Crisis is going to be quite a good option, but they have to wait. They'll have to wait for the damage as well. Anti-zone trying to play the safe game. There you go. Teleportation comes in from the tip. The immobilization is so quick. The Farsa is getting ganked up. Farsa looking quite low as well, but hey, look at that. Leomord coming in with the Horsey, trying to go for the back lane. Jinzu will be taken out. Julius, he has to go back, but him being him, I feel like it's going to be quite a hard chance because the anti-Zohunt, they are like 4-3 members still coming up, and despite that, they still let him go. Rasmalai, not the same case, but it's gonna be the same case given the fact that he flickers out. Not same for Crisis, but overextension could lead to a loss, and it's gonna be Fam who knows it very well.
Yeah, but let's see. Lord's already up this time around. JKG, you've not combated for any of the objectives yet, so this time it's gonna be the high time you fight it. But anyways, Leomord realizes there's something wrong, calls in for the horse. There's gonna be the whole cavalry jumping on top of him, but at the same time there's gonna be the penalty zone as well, but the Farsa's bombardment gonna be able to take him down regardless, despite the efforts. Blue's gonna be coming on top of the Baksha. A lot of damage being dished out. He's getting melted away. At the same time, Granger takes down the turret. Give them a little bit of a safe distance. Give them the space. But here comes the BMI and the Blazing Duet. Back and into the damage. Shut down for Fam. Takes down Senju. Almost caught on Crisis, but the flicker got used as well as the dash. And he's gonna be fine. The side of Meta Ninja finally taking a retreat. Anti-Zohunt. This is their time to try to shine because they're getting the damage. But look at that. There's another portal coming in. That's gonna be 86. Gets decimated by Masha's thunderclap, and with this score remains 86. Rasmalai still in a position.
Yep, and what's crazy that 86 did have a flicker, did not get a chance to flicker out the way down onto the same zone. Anti-Zoant are retaliating, and more than retaliate, they are going all in on Julius. As of now, the Lord is easily onto their hands while Fam is farming up. Now it's the time for Fam to come up, but I feel like without a jungler, they should let just Mai go for the turret. But okay, Lord will be taken out by the retribution. Jinju with that ultimate Fam just gets taken down finally, and this time around it is going to be Team Meta Ninja despite losing up the Lord, and they'll have to see look at that, the fear of Chip is just too great that they have to put so much onto the bushes.
Let's see what happens. 97 score, Lords into the favor of Anti-Zone. Finally they're responding back after playing it quite slow and passive in the early game. Terizla also finally dishing out a lot of damage on top of the Chip. Already taken down low. They don't want him alive. They want him dead. He gets taken out, but at the same time, 86 gets taken out by Senju. D4C right now has to pay for the price. And with this, they're back again. 1-for-2 trade. Crisis looking for Rasmalai. There's gonna be the glue. He's trying to jump up on top. He's gonna be able to maybe. He's looking for Crisis. Yes, he gets on top, but it's not enough. He's actually going in for the turret. He's not gonna be surviving. He just accepts his death, unfortunately. But JKG right now, slight bit of ahead. No, they're equal, yeah.
I don't like that. Why was the glue all alone? Even though he had the chance to pick it up, but hey, he did make sure Crisis glue using up his flicker. So next time around, if D4C wants to make a penalty zone, it's going to be quite easier. So in a way, the glue's death was not entirely bad. But onto the same note, Anti-Zoant, they are still far behind. I feel like even though they were the ones who took down the Lord, they were not able to capitalize any turrets, while Team Meta Ninja are still on to the map. Look at them. They are making sure this Chip will have easier time onto the bushes, but due to the early and onto the early and to the mid, it was not much. But I feel like Jinzu is able to go towards Fam as quickly as possible, and that is how crazy these tanks are playing.
Yep. 12-8 score right now. Meta Ninja have taken back the lead to their favor, but let's take a look into the macro side, because that's what matters the most. Both of the teams on the far right of the map, you can see that both of them have lost their inner turrets, so the inhibitor has been exposed. Kind of similar situation on the far left side as well. If you notice that both of the teams' inner turret is also taken down quite low, so they're kind of equal when you come down to the map. But anyways, looking at the emblem setup right now, Claude has already built up the Winter Crown, so he's going to be fine even inside the bombardment of the Farsa. Other than that, he can also obviously use it to make sure he's untargetable to the Masha, who's right now fully damaged. Her ult will be enough to burst her out, but let's take a look into the stacks of the Granger. 7 stacks into the hands of him, but only 10 stacks on the Skypiercer though. That's not going to be doing anything. He needs at least 2 to 3 more kills to become the beast that he is, but I think he might be able to in this team fight that's going to be coming in the Lord. 15 minutes almost, and we're looking at a 3,000 goal advantage into the hands of Meta Ninja. But Anti-Zohan on top. Oh, that was a great ultimate. And 86 will fall in. There's going to be the response coming in. BMI and the Winter Crown coming in as well. Crisis has to retreat. Does he have to flicker? Yes, he does. He's going to be able to retreat and get back to safety. But the one that's going to be caught, it's going to be none other than the one falling. It's going to be the Bakshia trying to retreat as best possible. Hey, don't shoot him. Granger, you might actually execute your teammate instead. But there's going to be Rasmalai despite his best efforts. Oh, he actually survives it. Can he survive it? Can he survive it? He's trying his best D4C, but at the same time, Leopold going to be coming in. There's no flicker anymore. Crisis falls down. JKG gets caught in the beds of it and will fall. Of trade after trade after trade. An extended team fight, but at the end, the jungler has fallen, and that's a green signal for Meta Ninja to go for his Lord.
Meta Ninja, they have the jungler, they have the retribution onto the side, but they need a crisis, they need something to attack that, and they might not be quick this time around. Anti-Zohat are contesting for the Lord without having a retribution. There is a 50% chance that they will be able to get it. Julius looking quite low, he does get immobilized, almost taken down, but no, yep, that's gonna be Sam dealing just the last strike, and Sam takes it away. That's gonna be the Lord, but Shenzu thus gets targeted. Jinju on to the other hand. Nah, why are the tanks all alone? But wait a minute, Midas comes up at the right moment, but that's gonna be the finishing blow as well. Once again, it's gonna be Anti-Zohan with the Lord, and they will be marching towards their bases. It's gonna be a bit far-fetched, but I feel like they will be able to finish it. Because there's still 10 seconds. Well, Julius is gonna come.
I think it's not gonna finish though. Julius is gonna be coming back.
No, but
yeah, his defense is not good. There might be minions coming in. Let's see. Julius, can he defend? That's only 1 million. No, they cannot. Oh my goodness, he just needed to retribution that big one, but unfortunately it did not happen, and looks like the theory remains true. Meta Ninja will go for a game 3. And with this, wow, blank coming in first, that was funny, but congrats to Anti-Zohan. They pushed to a game number 3, despite the odds, despite that early game stagnancy, they pushed through, and we are in for a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be pushing through, and we'll see who gets the win. We might see a big upset tonight, or we might see Meta Ninja still prevail.
Crazy. So far, Meta Ninja have not lost any games, so that's gonna be quite new if they don't win it out. There you go, fam, with the MVP onto the Claude. Now 71% of the team got participation early game, very safe. Mid game, very safe. Late game, full on damage. Crazy enough, he did went for a mix of Windtalker as well as the DHS, and that just enabled him a bit more, and I think he needed that for the movement speed. And you were mentioning about how Fam was brave enough to pick up a Claude against Mai. And I think it worked out very well. Like that, I think the vision was just go for the ultimate after everything is used. And that's what we have seen in this game.
Yep. Youngest player in the Indian esports scene, I believe. He's only 15. Not even out of the school yet. Yep.
My God.
He started off at 14 last year. And right now he's 15. And so young and so much career ahead of him. Wishing him the best, of course. And he gets the MVP. He's definitely the one. It's kind of funny. That's the reason they're Anti-Zohan, but he's actually the main powerhouse, I believe so. And he's obviously from Mizoram as well. And this kid right here, kind of funny. I never thought I would be old enough to call someone kid. But to be fair, he's really young. But yeah, other than that, 3 turtles taken, none for, Leo mode. I was surprised. But 2 lords for Anti-Zohan. Surprising. Extremely surprising. Meta Ninja, they won the battle, but they lost the war. That's what happened. But we get a head-to-head this time around. Despite the fact that, Crisis dealt more damage, Fam was just ahead. Not being taken down more than just once. And providing so much more into the team fight. The Claude, despite my doubts, really worked out well. It was more of a late game this time around. Almost 17 minutes. And also Joruga Gulam as well. Played very passive. No turtle, no team fight, nothing. Oh, but his damage taken, nice, 69.
Oh my God, like look at that. This time around, he did have a bit of a space, but that space was the space was there, but not the timing. The timings that he jumped in was definitely not his, but at the same time, there you go. Looks like head to head, both are on a bit of the same level, while 86 got targeted quite a lot by the chip, and even though he had a flicker, he was able to pop that flicker on time, and I think that was the reason why and love to see that Patrick once again. Thank you, production.
double V actually, because it's 2 V's. Just kidding, guys. W for the production. My goat false. He does it for me. I know it. But yeah, thank you, Falls, for changing the glue to the Patrick. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't even recognize glue anymore. I just see the Patrick. But yeah, almost a 17-minute game. We get the head-to-head as well. Terizla's performance was also really good this match. He was playing very aggressive even against a Masha, who's supposed to be his counter, by the way, due to the fact that Masha dishes out HP-based damage. But there we go. The highest gold per minute goes to the Claude that focused only on the farm because he knew what he had to do in the late game. Damage, though, obviously goes to the hands of Crisis on the Granger, and Taken was also Baksha. But most assist goes into the hands of Rasmalai. Really aggressive gameplay. Really great positioning in a lot of scenarios. He was always trying to, jump on top of Crisis, even though he could not. It is impressive that each time he was getting closer and closer and closer. So yeah, and that last wipeout was the cherry on top, and the efforts played off, and we're going to be going for a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes until we get into the draft. It's going to be really interesting what happens, in this series. And Peachy looks like every time we cast for Meta Ninja, it will be a game 3. Let's see if it will prevail in the next series next time we cast as well. We should cast Meta Ninja games.
Yes, let's go. I mean, from the start so far, we've been there. And due to, I think, a lot of forfeits, it was just a pause. So once again, for Meta Ninja, let's see what is it going to be. 1 for 1. And now that the chip once worked, second game did not work out. Third game, I feel like it's going to be more 50-50 on how there's going to be a chip or not. Or maybe anti-Zohan going in for that. But it's going to be a lot of experiment because I'm pretty sure they have not been playing that kind of a hero onto the scrims as well. So it's just like playing on how they knew this hero seasons ago.
Yeah, really well done though for Kurikuri as well. The Masha was executed really well tonight. I really love when I see underrated heroes, being played and used in really executed well, because the meta can become really stale. I'm gonna be honest, as a caster, it is nice to see a dominant gameplay. It is nice to see a 5v5 fight, but the more thing, me personally, I always look out for is something creative, something new into the draft, something that you don't see often, something that people will say this is a bad pick, this is off meta, and them making it work. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third game. It's going to be the dangerous grass map, so maybe expect a Hilda or maybe a Kadita too showing up. Let's see. I'm waiting for a Kadita though, but no Kadita yet. Meta Ninja gonna be on the first pick this time around. They ban out the Baksha. They don't want Baksha anymore, and they ban out the Zushin for themselves. They don't want to draw any trades. Anti-Zohan, let's see what they go for.
Anti-Zohan, what is your trade? Looks like Phobius is out of the way as well. The chip is just 50-50. Chip is not something they want to put on a priority, so that's gonna be there. But at the same moment, Zushin off. I really want to see a Zetian game, man. It's been so long that I've not.
You jinxed it when you talked about her.
I hope I do see her on the ban at least. So let's see if they do pick it up or not. But other than that, one last ban left, or is it going to be? The YSS is still open. There's Claude. There is
Sora.
Yep, the Sora is still open. And if the Sora is open, that means the Valentina is there as well. So I think it's just best go for the Sora ban.
Yep, it's really good. It's really good that they just not play any meta heroes this time around. There's no Sora, no Freya, no Zushin. So we'll see something perhaps new. I'm hoping for Meta Ninja to give me something new. They have been cooking, but hey, many people might say, oh, they lost for the Masha. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Sometimes your opponent just play better. That's the thing. But hey, there we go. They pick up the first Harley.
Harley game, finally. We are going to see a Harley game. But other than the Harley, what is it going to be against that? Is it going to be a Suyu, or is it going to be something on a tanky side? Because a lot of fighters, there's a lot of fighters still.
I am waiting for someone to pick up a Saber against the Harley, because back in the day, when you see a Harley, you auto-lock Saber. You auto-lock Saber. You don't care whatever they pick, you auto-lock the Saber. I would love to see that happen, but unfortunately, I feel like I'll be denied. You can make it happen, by the way. Say Saber mid lane, Harriet gold lane, and boom, you have enough magic damage. Your mid lane has an assassin. Don't play Saber roam. Not enough farm. You're not gonna be able to do much. Saber is scaling. You can go for Hellcut roam as well. Hellcut roam works very well.
Like you're in the epic or legend rank, that works out very well. Like you're the one. I have seen games that the saber is carrying as their own.
Now you lead the way to the next
why am I even
We
playing
forgot.
this?
The Marcel was open. And that's gonna be a bad news for anti-Zohunt. Maybe Valentina can copy it, but I'm not too sure.
But like you're gonna, this is gonna be like 2 frees already coming in, and who's gonna, you know, have their projectile onto that? They both are just going to like just wait, like, oh, I'm just gonna be unfreeze in this moment. Let's wait. And when you're waiting, you'll have to position your, you know, blink skill a little bit away from your enemies. And I feel like it's just gonna clash so much that it's gonna be a draw. No one's gonna get targeted. Unless
it would be fun. It would be fun. Just 10 seconds of doing nothing. Everybody's just frozen. Buy a fleeting time and kill someone and then ult again. It would be pretty fun if in future, like, we get a hero that can... I mean, that would be pretty broken.
No, wait. Do you remember there was a mode where all the Franco, like it's a 5v5 versus Franco. You have the longest hook. You literally are literally hooking. I need Marcel versus Marcel.
Yeah, that
I
would be
want to
funny.
see how long that game is gonna go.
Marcel is able to move inside the ultimate or not? I actually don't know.
Yes, you
I've
can.
not. Yeah,
In
so in a
your
way,
ultimate, yeah.
then 5 versus 5v Marcel is gonna be pointless at the end. You'd need Marcel versus like different. But yeah, the mirror mode. It was the mirror mode where you play five same hero versus 5. It was peak, by the way. I remember fighting against 5 Khaditas, and I played a Jawhead. I went full tank, full magic resist, like 3 Athenas, 3 Radiants, and they kept on trying to kill me. I spent like 3 minutes being knocked up.
My goodness, that's just too much.
They haven't brought it back, right? It's been a long while.
I've not seen that mode as well, but
They gotta bring back those arcade modes. They like developers. You have such untapped potential. You could have a tournament, mirror mode tournament. Like you could make it an esports league, because everybody says, the hero is too powerful, you know, he's too good at this hero. What if everybody has the same hero? Like, come on, we should make mirror mode esports. It will be stale. It will die after a year. But it would be fun.
That's true. Like you have 10 bans, but you and your teammates will have to come up with strategies using just one hero. That's gonna be a bit crazy. But our bans are moving too fast enough. Radiant does get banned this game. Finally.
You jinxed it. I told you. We have been jinxing these heroes, man. We call out their name and they just don't see the light of the day. But yeah, this time around, Meta Ninja also banned out marksmen, by the way. Fam does not have his like Moskov or Harith open. So that's gonna be like a risky thing for them, because right now Fam has to play the Granger at most.
Okay, what is it going to be? But if he does pick up the Granger and it's gonna be like the same game as the last, it's gonna be a bit
Meta Ninja wins it.
Yeah, it's gonna be problematic. So now that the carry is banned, you have the Moscow banned as well, Harith banned as well. The next option would be the Granger, as you have mentioned. But other than that, what if we pick something like a Brody? What if we pick something like, okay, Brody, I don't feel like gonna do.
Brody will be like...
he's not gonna survive.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you. There's something, a pocket pick might show up. Fam? No. Come on. I won't. Shout out to the production. They reminded me of the 1-1. 1-1 is a pocket pick for Fam. He picked it up against another team, I believe last week. But this time around will be denied. We'll instead get the same matchup, Granger and the Cloud. And if it happens the same thing in the last match, Meta Ninja wins it. But right now, Anti-Zohan basically, Fam, your mission is to make sure the Granger wins it this time instead. And with this, we go into the loading screen, right? 1-for-1. This is going to be the finale of the series. BO3, third game, the main decision maker. But one good thing that Anti-Zohan will walk away with 1 more point tonight, even if they lose. But let's see if they will walk away with 2 instead. This is going to be an interesting one. We have a lot of magic on the side of Meta Ninja, like 4 magic, only 1 gold lane. On the other side, we have the Black Dragon this time around. the Hilda for the dangerous grass map. I believe really good to utilize it. And then the Granger versus Claude matchup again. We are in the land of Dawn. We are back again, myself, Ray, with, of course, Peachy. Let's see what happens in this series. We're going to be getting a little bit of a pause from Forever God. Wow, we have a God main.
It's a YouTube channel as well. So a small shout out to Forever God. 4 is a 4 number. Do subscribe.
Thank you for the fast. Thank you for the fast paced pause.
Yeah, there you go. Talking about the emblems, Ray, I am surprised that Granger did went for the assassin rather than for the fighter. I still would go for a fighter though on a Granger.
I guess he still wants a little bit more damage. Even the no, Claude, my bad. Claude does go for the fighter as expected. Other than that, most of the other builds, it's gonna be the same. Alice for the tenacity and the HP, and Claude going for the. Okay, we're gonna be getting the match resume right here. Really surprised to see of course, the Fredrin again. Let's see, especially against the Eve, which will put him in a lot of danger. Let's see what happens. Look at Marcel already being a nuisance, disturbing the pace.
Crazy. No, it looks like Harley is gonna be a bit faster now. While 86 did spot where the Harley is gonna be, and Rasmalai not level 2, but the retribution will be on point. Now that Jinzu and Shenzu, I feel like they are such a good duo when it's on the roam and the mage. And look at that, freezing 86 lanes as quickly as possible. A bit of immobilization coming in from Jinzu this time around. Look at the mobility that Jinzu have is just so good that he just went unharmed. That means he can rotate very quickly.
Yep. Let's see what happens. We do have the Black Dragon for, the Eve right there, but on bottom lane, it's going to be interesting if the Harley will try to, fight default, because of course the Yu Zhong doesn't have any skills that can retreat in the early game. He does have the dash though. He does have the dash right now. And yeah, they are trying to go, but no, that's just a little bit of a warning right there. Rasmalai gives the vision. Top lane, fam, winning the lane at least for now. But if it happens like the same as well last game, let's see what happens. Turtle fight incoming this time around. JKG really keen on going for the turtle.
There's not like a hard crowd control right there onto the hands of Meta Ninja, and I wonder if that's going to be a bit of a problem, because look at that, Valentina and as well as D4C, they are going to come up with a Petrify combo as quickly as possible. And there you go, Black Dragon Storm trying to come in. Looks like Fredrin will be taken down. And this is what I was talking about, the golden hour freezing up so much right there. But at the same moment, wait a minute, Julius will be taken down. That was a bit of a damage from the dragon as well, but Rasmalai flickering out of the way. Jinju quite a bit late with the immobilization.
Oh, bam! Wins it out on top lane! Amazing. But yeah, that freeze was kind of funny. But unfortunately, like I mentioned, Fredrin, he's just too squishy, man. He got melted so fast by the Alice and the Eve right there on the turtle. He needs someone to push the Alice away as well as the Eve. Zone them out together, but that's a retribution used right there. Good, no issues though.
Okay, 3 minutes into the game. It's to score into the hands of Team Anti-Zoa. Look at them, they're going in. They want to go in for Rasmalai. Look at him, quite taken, quite low. Shenzu dealing the finishing blow. As of now, Anti-Zoa Hunt as well as especially Meta Ninja, they are playing it all together. They are at least coming in 3 to 4 members, 3 being the minimum, with the junglers onto that kind of a gameplay. So that's gonna be a little interesting to see, because Anti-Zoa Hunt, they have been only winning in their own lane so far.
Yep. Let's see, 2 for 2, putting them pretty equal. Funny because this series is also, but oh, look at that. Onto the top side, a lot of poke. Turtle's gonna be coming up in a second. Let's see. They all have their resources. Golden Hour might be coming in, but look at that. Their main target is gonna be Rasmalai. With the roamers down, the zone out is not gonna be there. Julius looking for a target maybe, but no, he doesn't really have the ring. But the cooldown's pretty low. He will be able to get it back pretty soon. JKG, unfortunately, he needs the Radiant Armor ASAP. Even the Athena, I would believe, to really sustain, because the damage from the Eve and the Alice is proving to be too much. The Turtle completely on their side. Black Dragon Dog coming in right now on the other side. They're fighting in on Jinju. There's going to be the Golden Hour. Doesn't really land into anyone. There's going to be the Eve. No, the Julius actually gets taken down. There's going to be a freeze on Korikuri. Not enough though. JKG still getting pretty low. That's going to be the Marcel trying to take him out. But no, it's going to be him. 1 HP survived from JKG. And with this, the Turtle actually goes into the favor of anti-Zohan. Surprisingly, Harley got taken down by the Yu Zhong, and if they're able to repeat it onto the next turtle, I believe we might be having objectives secured for anti-Zohan again.
The total is 1 for 1 as of now, with Shensu being taking the first one, while the same goes for the other side, anti-Zohan taking one as well, like this score. But Harley this time around, he's not getting a bit of a safe space, while Jinzu have been providing that vision. Now with that vision that they are giving, it's going to be quite interesting, because Korikuri wants to make sure the team is not getting any farm, especially this Fredrin. Look at that. And on top of that, oh, Yuzhong did not go for Dormice as his first item. I mean, sure, he does these as the damage item, but I feel like prioritizing the Dormice as early as possible might be a bit of a winning lane for him.
Yeah, against the Alice, I agree with you on that as well. And if he wants to go for the damage, he can go for the anti-heal too, like the Sea Halberd. No, what was it called? Is it called Sea Halberd right now?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, okay, thank God. Rasmalai gets melted, and Jinju gets the kill. But right now, there's going to be a retaliation. Jinju also falls roamer for a roamer.
My goodness, look at him, they are tanking in too much. And while Fam is getting those kills, I don't like how he is stacking up. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. And the same I can't say for Crisis, because he already has he already has that one death, and with that death, I feel like the gold might be a bit into the favor of Fam than Crisis. So look at him, he is farming up his own lanes, he's just making sure. But oh, Jinjo, he's ready with his golden hour.
Yep, let's see, 4 to 5 score. Oh, there's gonna be a
no.
golden hour on the buff, but doesn't really matter. On the other side, what just happened? 86 took down. Ooh, whose ultimate did he steal? I don't know. But yeah, Senju is down, so there's no RWM. That's going to be a good window for JKG to finally go for the turtle with comfortable spot. Default is going to be creating a lot of space, and on the other side also gets a kill. That's going to be putting the side of Meta Ninja a little bit of in a pedestal. And with this, JKG secures their second turtle in a row. They're right now ahead with just a few gold, surprisingly, only 300, and invading towards the purple. Most likely going to be able to take it. Is there going to be a golden hour? Unfortunately, it's on cooldown. Default might retreat. Korikuri still going to be there, but look at that. 86 takes a lot of damage, and he falls into the hands of Julius. This is a go signal for them to take a fight. Korikuri still going in. Claude really hasn't come in, but at the same time, Julius on the other side, pushing in for the turret, finding the window, and going for it.
The objective, man. He knows he used up his ultimate. The next possible good thing to do, push up the turret. Now they were able to manage to take the turret. That means that the orange and the purple buff will be quite open, while this time around Jinju can camp up, give up such a good ultimate. So that's gonna be there. Look at him, he does have his golden hour at his disposal once again. So they are waiting for them to group up, but there is like a bit of a disadvantage towards the Martial ultimate, that you can freeze your teammate as well. So I think the teammates will have to take note of that as well and communicate well, because I have seen Shenzu freezed up quite a lot of times.
Yeah, it was kind of funny to see Senju freezed up. I don't know, was it the Valentina or was it their own Marcel? But whatever it may be, I think, is it because they want to help Senju survive? Because if he's frozen, nobody's gonna come to him, Yep. Either way, you can save him. You can save him that way.
That's true. That's gonna be one reason as well. But like, if you're in the vicinity of Marcel, you are inevitably getting freezed up. But Jinju, wait a minute, that taunt did not land in right well. But wait a minute, Jinju, he goes into the golden hour along with the Valentine. Now Corey Cutie thus gets the short end of the stick as of now. Joruka Gulam wants to go for the appraisal. Brad did not hit it right on spot. Like, should have anticipated that flicker coming in. 2-person flickering out of that. Now that, oh, Julius, what a save. But the Lord is here. Anti-Zohan all in for the Lord, and they are not allowing Julius. Wait a minute, there is a bit of a concealed play, but I think the conceal should go towards the Fredrin. And 86 with the Lord steal. Not exactly a steal.
Secure, right? But Claude trying to do the same thing that Fam did this time around. Crisis going in for the far lane pushes. Already has exposed the bottom lane inhibitor. So that's going to be something that Fam has to watch out for. Yes, he's leading with 4 kills on his hands. Most likely, what, 30 stacks on his Sky Piercer? But he got to watch out for the lanes right now. He has to be the one onto doing the wave clear. Because, of course, he's the one with the most damage, with the most good wave clear actually. Because Valentina, her wave clear is kind of, you know, iffy. And Yuzhong also not the most one you want to rely on. So yeah, let's see. In the mid lane, a little bit of pressure coming in. Default taking down a little bit of a low, but Corey Cutie will retreat back. Rasmalai giving out a little bit of a vision towards the purple buff. Lord coming on top. Is it going to be defendable or not? Inner turret, they can just let it go. But look at the Claude. He's slowly starting up, come back with the damage. But let's see. Rasmalai taken down very low. We might see a golden hour coming in. Yes, we do. 2 people frozen right there, while the Black Dragon on the other side going to be going in for a team fight. But there's going to be the Holy Shield. Unfortunately for the side of Anti-Zohan, that Lord will not reach the inhibitors. But the mid lane, that's going to be open.
Oh, the mid lane, I think, is going to be taken down since Mega Ninja, they are lacking a bit of members. While Harley has to come in. Corey Cutie, my goodness! Trying to go for Fam, but wait a minute, Julius, he did spot up Fam, but it's quite too late. Before Sita gets targeted by Harley this time around. But yep, taken down. That is 0 for none. Lord, my goodness, that was such a good amount of damage. Despite Anti-Zohan taking down the Lord, they are not the ones leading the map as of now. Mega Ninja painting the map blue. Look at them opening up those turrets. Is it going to be an end given the fact that there is a bit of a wave coming in from the bottom lane, and Julius dealing too much damage? That is crazy. Fam was able to survive just because he was very near towards the base, but other than that, he would have died. Julius was taken off right on the wrong time. Rasmalai immobilized, flickering out the way. Corey is not sure why he's not going into the team, but as quickly as possible with Jinju will be taken off.
Frozen Dragon.
Yeah.
But yeah, inhibitor exposed for Anti-Zohan. Like you mentioned, despite the fact that Anti-Zohan took the Lord, the one that broke the inhibitor is going to be MNJ. Or is it MNJ, right? Yeah, MNZ. Meta Ninja. And But one thing is for sure, that Fam is still untouchable. Fam, can I say the builds? Rose Gold? Rose Gold? I would suggest Rose Gold for Fam. Winter Crown has a massive cooldown. Or you can switch between both of them. Buy Winter Crown, then Rose Gold. On the other side though, Claude. Okay, Trinity done. But is there Radiant for... Yes, there is Radiant. But I believe, Fredrin, you gotta go for the Athena as well. Because we just saw... We gotta give one credit to, of course, none other than Corey Cutie. His engage was the reason. His Throne of Ruin with the Flicker combo. Absolutely beautiful. The whole reason Meta Ninja was able to clap back and take down that inhibitor. We sometimes forget to give him the shout out. But yeah, he's definitely the backbone of the team. And right now, the Lord up. Bam! That's a very dangerous play you just did! And shut down. That's going to be a massive bounty on the other side. Look at that, Claude going for a play as well. Backdoor. And with this, Meta Ninja are right now on the lead. Hilda alone cannot defend. They have to send someone back. And with this, they have to play defensive. And unfortunately, the Lord is going to be left out all alone, away from JKG. And a slight bit of mistake has right now shifted the game completely. That's the thing I was mentioning. I believe, Fam, you really...
For the Lord. No!
Hey!
Julius!
Hey! He's lucky. He's lucky the Lord didn't reset completely.
Yes, that's the 300 okay, Golden coming in into the middle lane. There you go. Jinju still coming up. There you go. The Fredrin as well as D4 is unable to do anything while the minions are coming in. Crisis is getting attacked a bit, but now.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Oh.
finally was able to get into the base. I feel like they should be playing around the base, given the fact that Julius is dealing too much damage. The Lord is trying to go towards the top side, but no, the Senju's ultimate providing so much immobilization that different will be taking down Corey Cutie. My goodness, taking out too much damage from the turret as well. They have to go back and forth towards the base, trying to heal up. The turret is trying to go down as well. The Lord down, the minions are still dancing around while the team is trying to end it up. The minions, will they be able to end it? Okay, a bit of a golden now coming in. The base was gets freezed up as well. Fan taken down. The base is still there while there is a wipeout. Metal Invoke for the win.
They finally end the series with a 2-1. Anti-Zohan gave a really good fight, but there can only be one winner. Meta Ninja continued the streak with 0 losses. Not 0 loss in a series, but 0 loss in the leaderboards. In the round robin of day number 4, ladies and gentlemen, Meta Ninja continues to be at top 1. But of course, we have the godlike still. We have another game in our hands that will decide what happens at the leaderboard, but Meta Ninja still maintaining it. And Jinzo gets the MVP, 85% teamfight participation, 92,000 damage taken. That is insane. Marcel doesn't look like a guy that can take a lot of punches, but he is able to. But with this, Meta Ninja, congrats to them for taking on this series. But Anti-Zohan really good defense and almost taking in the game as well. I certainly believe there were 2 factors. First, no, there is only one factor: not enough magic defense. There is 4 magic damage based heroes, but Yuzhong and Fredrin, especially Fredrin, only had a radiant armor. It's not enough. You need another, especially when you're fighting 4, right? And Granger also, I get it, he was dishing out the most damage. He was confident, he was farming up, but I really believe he needed the rose gold. Winter Crown is good, but guess what? Winter Crown, you gotta time it. And Winter Crown, the thing about Winter Crown, it puts you, basically you're frozen, right? And there's already a Marcel. So I would have honestly just suggested the Rose Gold. Rose Gold would have come out in handy, especially against a Harley, because notice, Harley doesn't have any penetration. Yes, there's a Genius 1, but Genius 1 is not enough to shred through 1 magic defense. So I think the Rose Gold could have been a game changer, because that top lane, the moment Fam was taken down, the game shifted a 180 completely. Even though it felt like Anti-Zohan had a chance, the moment Fam fell down, bottom lane Claude was able to push. Since there was nobody to defend except for the Hilda, they had to send someone back. The Lord was taken down, and with this, despite so much dominance coming in from Fam, the one controlling the game, unfortunately, they'll be losing it out. But great effort coming in from Anti-Zohan. They will remain at the bottom of the leaderboards. They walk away with 1 point only, but they are showing they reached the top 8 for a reason.
That is true. That is true. Look at them head to head. That's going to be an interesting factor. Like, Fan, his whole mission was just pushing the whole game. He was there at the bot.
You mean Crisis?
Top. No, Fam. Because Crisis was the one much more in the team fights, taking those kills and trying to stack up his, Sky Piercer. But Fam was quite opposite. I do believe his score was something like 205, and that just meant that he was all in for the turrets. He just wanted to make sure that his team will be having that advantage. And the first inhibitor that just fell down right from the bottom lane, that was a cue for Meta Ninja that the game was there.
Yep. 13-11, not much brawl, but we still saw quite a lot of fights. This match almost went to the 15-minute mark as well. Meta Ninja will be still remaining on top, but only 2 points, not 3 points. Corey Cutie, unsung hero, I would definitely say his engage was the reason Meta Ninja was able to clap back. Beautiful Throne of the Ruin. D4C, he went all damage, right? Yeah, sorry, all defense, right? I do believe he really needed another Athena, because there was just too much. But at the same time, I understand the Claude was also targeting him as well. So because of it, he built up the Chastis Pauldron. But with this, we're going to be getting the highest gold per minute. It's going to be Fam and Senju. And of course, the highest assist goes for Jinju. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with this pretty long series. It went to a 3rd game. Meta Ninja continues to have third game in a row back to back. And Let's see what will they do next time in the round robin. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take space. Make space for the last series of tonight. Another best of 3 series. It was Godlike versus who?
I think Autobots.
Autobots. Oh, so Autobots is also down in the leaderboards. Godlike is on top, so it's kind of similar to this one. Oh, it's going to be K9 instead. Okay, Godlike and K9, both of them are at top actually, I believe. Oh no, K9 was at 5th, 6th. I forgot. The leaderboard has changed quite a bit because of, the point switching. But yeah, Godlike wants to obviously maintain their top 4 spot as well.
K9 being the 2nd place and 3rd being Godlike.
Oh, K9 is actually... Oh, yeah, I remember. K9 performance has been great. So, they're basically going to be contesting for each other's points. And they will shift if, K9 loses it out. But many people previously would have said, hey, Godlike will take this win. But K9 has vastly improved. Especially, I would definitely say, Mike Goat Silver right there. He's the main, he's the Superman in the team. Genuinely, he creates things insane for his team. But to be fair, he's only able to do it because of the power of friendship. His team gives him the space for him to do the impossible. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, what happens on that series. But that's going to be another set of casters. It will be Ash, TZ, and RV taking over that one, bringing you the Hindi casting, right? So Peachy and me will be taking our goodbyes tonight. We'll be back tomorrow. So make sure to stay tuned and come back on the 3rd series between Godlike and K9. We'll see you guys on the 3rd series.
We've searched all this time for this. A place devoid of life. Devoid of any future.
With this, we'll definitely go beyond the stars.
Give up this hopeless voyage.
Freya?
We can be together. Here. Forever. Don't leave. Stay here with me.
Where is Freya?
So, what shall my lens capture today?
Anguish. Turmoil. Regret.
No! Perspective comes down to composition.
Only a photograph can capture unexpected beauty.
I believe we found the answer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcel, a photographer.
And Clamar! Yes, we are one. We capture art's every moment. Balanced composition. Perfect lighting. Art at its finest.
Despite the overflowing emotions, I still feel something is missing.
Then look outward through my lens.
Perhaps I need to look inward.
The letter, sir.
It's time to seek new inspiration.
Magnificent! But it's not what you're after, right?
My admiration has never been confined to what's on the surface.
Focus! Captured!
Perhaps art isn't about perfection. Sometimes, art is the unexpected.
Who knew imperfection could create such beauty?
It seems our hero has found a new interpretation of art.
Amen. Art can be expressed in many forms, after all.
House Taxley.
We share the same blood, yet walk on opposite paths.
I don't mind leading the Paxleys from a rise to a fall.
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I'm bound by be it family or destiny.
Didn't your mother ever tell you, never get too close to needles?
An artist's work is never finished.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Solace. The kid says demons have invaded the border. Solace! It's been far too long. We got a new Leonin in the squad. He reminds me of you. Hey, Solace. That kid's grown a lot stronger. No one looks down on him now.
सभी को स्वागत है हमारे इस एक्सेशन लीग 2026 पे। अभी आप देख रहे हो ये तीसरा गेम आज के राउंड रॉबिन डे 4 का। डे 3 कल जो था वो नहीं हो पाया। डे 3 एक्चुअली फ्राइडे को था, तो फिर फ्राइडे से पोस्टपोन होकर मंडे को गया। फिर मंडे में इतना ज्यादा वॉकओवर आ गया कि हम और एक मैच का स्ट्रीम करने का नहीं सोचा। तो आज फिर से वापस आ चुके, 2 गेम्स कंप्लीट हो चुका है। ये तीसरा गेम है और ये गेम थोड़ा तड़कता भड़कता है क्योंकि इंडिया का सबसे अच्छा टीम मोबा 5v5 सीन में एक मात्र नहीं है, बल्कि अभी फिलहाल के लिए तो अच्छा बोलना भी नहीं चाहिए यार, इतना गंदा सफर चल रहा है उनका एलएमएस में, लेकिन यहाँ पे इनकी सफर थोड़ी सी अच्छी चल रही है। टॉप 3 में विराजमान है। यह है टीम गॉडलाइक और इनके विरुद्ध खेलने वाली है टीम K9 Esports, जो फिलहाल के लिए दोनों जगह पे अपना अच्छा खेल दिखा रही है, एक्सेशन लीग 2026 में भी, MLS 2026 में भी। और मेरे साथ रहेंगे आरबी भाई, मैं एसटीजी आपका कास्टर। आज करेंगे आप सभी को मनोरंजन। इस पहले गेम्स में उतरने से पहले पूछना चाहूंगा आरबी भाई, क्या ऐसा हुआ है कि गॉडलाइक, IQ एसएटीएल जैसी बड़ी टीमें जो है वो रुकावट का सामना कर रही है, वो थोड़ा सा जो है हिल गई है? ये वो आप बोल सकते हैं कि IQ एसएटीएल का तो एक बात बोल सकते हैं कि उनका रोस्टर चेंज हुआ था अचानक से, थोड़ा सा उस पर प्रॉब्लम हुआ होगा, लेकिन गॉडलाइक ये तो उसी रोस्टर के साथ खेल रही है। आपने भी एक वीडियो बनाया था इसके बारे में कि वो लैंड डीमंस है, ये है वो है, तो ऐसा क्या हुआ है कि हार का सफर जो है वो थोड़ा चल रहा है अभी फिलहाल के लिए?
देखिए, सबसे पहले सभी को स्वागत है आज के स्ट्रीम पे जहां पर गॉडलाइक वर्सेस K9 हो रहा है। तो बात करें गॉडलाइक की, तो उनका सफर एक टाइम पे बहुत शानदार चल रहा था और ये भी माना जाता है कि उस टाइम पे एसएटीएल नहीं खेल रही थी, क्योंकि जो 13 मुकाबले उन्होंने जीते थे जिसकी वजह से उन्होंने लैंड डीमंस का टाइटल मिला था, वो उस टाइम था जहां पर एसएटीएल नहीं थी। बट उनके आने के बाद थोड़ा सा समीकरण में चेंजेस आए। होता क्या है, जब आप कंटिन्यूसली जीत रहे होते हैं ना, तो अगर इंटरनल थोड़े बहुत कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स हैं तो वो भी दब जाते हैं, फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, लोग उतना चीज़ें मैटर नहीं करती। बट जब हारना शुरू करते हैं ना, तो एक ब्लेम गेम स्टार्ट होता है, एंड जिस टीम में ब्लेम गेम आ जाए ना, वो टीम कहीं ना कहीं धीरे धीरे क्रम्बल करने लग जाती है, और शायद यही चीज़ अब गॉडलाइक के साथ हो रही है, ठीक है। एंड अगर ये चीज़ें जल्दी से इम्प्रूव नहीं की गई तो आई डोंट थिंक कि गॉडलाइक EWC के लिए क्वालिफाई, मतलब जो टॉप 6 है वहाँ पर भी पहुँच पाएगी, क्योंकि करंटली अभी वो 8th नंबर पे हैं। और जिस टीम से आज उनका मुकाबला है K9, उन्होंने क्लीन स्वीप किया था गॉडलाइक को MLS डे 1 पे। मतलब सोचो, इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट का पहले दिन का पहला मुकाबला और उसमें आप K9 से क्लीन स्वीप हो रहे हो, अनएक्सपेक्टेड था, किसी ने सोचा नहीं था ऐसा होगा, बट K9 ने करके दिखाया था। तो अगर गॉडलाइक चाहती है प्रूव करना कि नहीं हम अच्छा कर सकते हैं, तो इनके पास ये बहुत गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। उन्होंने मेटा निंजा को, सॉरी आई थिंक ऑटोबॉट्स के साथ उनका कल वाला मैच था जो स्ट्रीम नहीं हुआ जी, या फिर जो वॉकओवर वगैरह हुआ, तो यहाँ पर अगर ये K9 को हरा देते हैं, ये प्रूव हो जाएगा कि भाई जो फर्स्ट डे हुआ था इट वाज जस्ट अ मिस्टेक, हम वापस कर सकते हैं, हम कमबैक दिखा सकते हैं। और ये इनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा बेंचमार्क होगा इनके अपकमिंग मैचेस के लिए, क्योंकि इससे आपको थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट मिलेगा और आप अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे। तो आई होप गॉडलाइक आज एक शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिखाएगी, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द K9, क्योंकि वो अभी टेबल टॉप में बात करें तो वो आई थिंक 6th नंबर पे हैं, एसएटीएल के जस्ट नीचे हैं, एंड वो अगर अच्छा करते हैं तो वो भी टॉप 6 में क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं। तो बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द बोथ टीम्स। बट आपके अकॉर्डिंग क्या रणनीति हो सकती है आज K9 की गॉडलाइक को हराने की?
ये सफर जो है K9 का गॉडलाइक को हराने का, ये सिर्फ यहीं पे नहीं हो रही है आरबी भाई, ये
भी हुआ है
सिर्फ सीरीज में हमने देखा था K9 ने गॉडलाइक को 2-0 से हराया था, फिर दूसरे मर्तबा उन्होंने हराया, आपको अगर याद होगा तो वो जो रायुगा ई-स्पोर्ट्स का एक कप चल रहा था, वहां पे भी K9 ने गॉडलाइक को हरा दिया था, लेकिन बाद में जाकर गॉडलाइक ने फिर से जो है K9 को हरा के फाइनल्स वहां पे जीती थी। तो वहां पे एक तरीके का आप बोल सकते हैं कि सूद समेत वापस कर दिया था उनका हार। लेकिन उसके बाद ये MLS में जो हार हुई, जिसके कारण हम लोग इस बात पे अमन किए, उस बात को गौर किए, उस बात पे बातचीत किए यहाँ पर। लेकिन लोगों का कहना होगा कि आरबी और एसटीजी क्यों बात कर रहे हैं MLS का, जबकि एक्सेशन लीग 2026 चल रहा है। तो इसीलिए मैं बात किया, क्योंकि पहले ही वीक का पहला दिन में हमने देखा था कि गॉडलाइक को मुंह की दी थी टीम K9 Esports ने 2-0 से। तो वो रणनीति, वो गेमबाजी, या फिर आप बोल सकते कि वो जितने भी कॉम्प यूज किया गया था, आर्ट, रोम कॉम, वैन के ऊपर, और एक तरीके से वैन को जो है सर्च कर दिया गया था बीच में, तो उसके कारण जो है मुझे लगा था कि K9 की जीत हासिल हुई है। वो पूरा वैन को रोकने के मूड में थे कि वैन को ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ना मिले, वैन उतना ज्यादा फार्म ना हो, एंड में उनको उतना ज्यादा ऑब्जेक्टिव्स और उतना ज्यादा गोल लीड ना मिले, जिससे हमारी इजी विन हो सकती है। तो K9 एक्चुअली में उनको पता है कैसे हमें हराना है टीम गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स को। वो ये बात को 2-3 महीने से स्टडी कर रही है या फिर जानती है, लेकिन वो करते आ रही है, वो दिख रही है कि वो करते आ रही है वो चीज। और अगर आज यहाँ पे एक्सेशन लीग 2026 में भी सेम पैटर्न हमें देखने को मिला, तो इसका मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं कि K9 का गॉडलाइक के ऊपर एक अच्छा रणनीति पहले से ही सेट है कि जब भी हम गॉडलाइक के अगेंस्ट खेलेंगे और इस लाइनअप के अगेंस्ट खेलेंगे, तो हम इसी रणनीति के साथ खेलेंगे और इसी रणनीति के साथ जो है मैच को जीतेंगे। फिलहाल के लिए ड्राफ्ट पे उतरते हैं। पहला बैन यहाँ पे हो चुका है, पहला पिक यहाँ पे आ रहा है जो कि है सोरा का, और ये रहेगा रोमकॉम के हाथों। लेकिन उस तरफ आप देख सकते हैं और मार्शल देखने को मिल रहा है। मार्शल खेलते मस्त है आर्ट, उन्होंने अपना मार्शल का कलाबाजी जो है बहुत अच्छे से दिखाया आरबी भाई, तो यहाँ पर उनका मार्शल छीन लिया गया है। क्या स्ट्रेटेजी रहेगी मार्शल के अगेंस्ट आर्ट की?
देखिए अभी ओवर 2 पिक्स में K9 की तरफ से मार्शल एंड ईव, एंड दोनों स्लो डाउन एंड स्टन हीरोज है। ईव अपने RWM में यानी अल्टीमेट में आपको बहुत अच्छा स्लो डाउन करता है, बर्स्ट डैमेज देता है। जस्ट इमेजिन एक कॉम्पोजिशन जहां पर मार्शल गॉडलाइक के 2 से 3 हीरोज को अल्टीमेट में स्टन करे और पीछे से RWM का डैमेज पड़ जाए, इट विल बी रियली डेडली। बट ये भी एक डबल एज शॉट होता है क्योंकि मार्शल बहुत ज्यादा स्क्विशी हीरो है, वो डाइव कर सकता है, स्केप कर सकता है, बट एक बार भी अगर पकड़ा गया तो इंस्टेंटली उसको पनिश किया जाएगा, तो थोड़ा सा सावधान रहना पड़ेगा। होता क्या है, जब आप एक हीरो को अच्छे से खेलते हैं ना तो आपको सारा कुछ पता होता है कि उसका इन आउट क्या, उसके कॉन्स क्या और प्रोस क्या। तो आर्ट बहुत अच्छा मार्शल खेलते हैं, तो आई थिंक वो इजीली काउंटर करने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। और फेट ने जो ग्रेंजर उठाया ना, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये बहुत शानदार पिक है। मार्शल जैसे हीरोज, ईव जैसे हीरोज को ना डिस्टेंस से डैमेज देना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी रहता है। और अगर आप बैन की बात करोगे ना ऐश भाई, तो जो आपको लूनक्स बैन दिख रहा है ना, वो लास्ट मैच का पनिशमेंट है। लास्ट मैच में पीकाबू ने फर्स्ट मैच जो हुआ था MLMS का फर्स्ट डे का फर्स्ट मैच, उसमें पीकाबू ने लूनक्स ही उठा के बहुत बुरी तरीके से पनिश किया था। और उस टाइम सोरा था K9 के पास, इस बार सोरा है गॉडलाइक के पास। तो देखते हैं सोरा को कितनी अच्छी तरीके से गॉडलाइक इस्तेमाल कर पाती है। आने वाले मैचेस में हमने देखा है कि फेट कितना शानदार सोरा खेलते हैं, रोमकॉम कितना अच्छा सोरा के साथ आउट प्ले करके दिखाते हैं, तो इन्हें ये चीज़ आज करके दिखानी पड़ेगी। MLMS में आपको कभी K9 के अगेंस्ट दोबारा मौका नहीं मिलेगा, बट आज आपका चांस है शाइन करने का, एंड आई होप दे आर गोइंग फॉर दिस। बट K9 ने यहाँ पर अब उठाया है गुनिवर, एंड आई थिंक गुनिवर थोड़ा सा यहाँ प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा गॉडलाइक को।
मिल भी सकता है आरबी भाई, मतलब अगर टॉप 6 टीम्स लैंड जा रही है तो वहां पे भी K9 का अगर टॉप 6 में पाला पड़ गया, फिर गॉडलाइक के अगेंस्ट और एक मैच हो सकता है। अपने लैंड डीमंस है तो लैंड में अच्छा खासा खेल लेते हैं, तो देखते हैं क्या होता है, वो तो हम बता नहीं सकते अभी। तीसरी वीक का वेट है, लेकिन फिलहाल यहाँ पे बहुत सारा रेस्पेक्ट दिया गया है वैन सतोरो को। पहले फैनी, उसके बाद उनका जॉय को बैन कर दिया गया, उस तरफ से बैन किया गया है। इसका मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं लियोमोड और विनिवर जैसे हीरो का आना यहाँ पर संभावना बनता है। सुयू भी खुला है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वैन सतोरो सुयू भी खेल सकते हैं, लेकिन यूटिलिटी में पसंद करते हैं ग्विनी खेलना। लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए यूटिलिटी जंगल जो है वो जा रहा है K9 के हाथों में, जो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, क्योंकि पहले से आपके पास एक स्क्विशी सपोर्ट काइंड ऑफ रोम है, जो कि मार्शल है, जैसे आपने बोला कि बहुत तुरंत पनिश कर दिया जाएगा मार्शल को अगर हाथ में आ गए तो। दूसरे जो है ईव, वो भी बहुत ज्यादा स्क्विशी रहेंगे और एक जगह मोबाइल नहीं, मतलब
स्टेशनरी हो जाते हैं,
हिल नहीं पाएंगे, मोशनलेस हो जाएंगे। तो एक तरीके से आप बोल सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे अच्छी पिक आई है K9 की जंगल में, लेकिन अभी देखना है कि गॉडलाइक क्या पिक करती है ग्विनी के अगेंस्ट। लियोमोड इग्नोर कर दिया जाएगा क्योंकि ग्विनी उनके काउंटर है, तो सुयू एक चांस बनता है।
देखते हो सुयू के साथ जाते नहीं, सुयू एक बहुत शानदार पिक रहेगी। उसका सबसे प्यारा रीजन ये है कि आप बैकलेन जाके इजीली ईव को टारगेट कर पाएंगे। जब अपने RWM में खड़ी होगी तो वो आपके लिए बहुत इजी पिक ऑफ बन जाएगा। तो अगर वो सुयू के साथ जाते हैं तो K9 को फिर से अगेन एक स्टन हीरोज है, एक आई थिंक एक और ज्यादा टैंकी हीरोज के साथ जा सकते थे। एस्मा टैंकी है, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो ज्यादा देर तक सर्वाइव कर पाएगी। अगली गेम में अगर वो रोमकॉम के अगेंस्ट जाती है तो शायद थोड़ा सा स्टार्टिंग के 3-4 मिनट 5 मिनट जो हमारी एस्मेराल्डा है दिक्कत कर पाए, बट 5 मिनट के बाद जैसे ही फर्स्ट गियर आएगा रोमकॉम का, वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा, वो दिक्कत देगा। तो थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर आई थिंक गेम में दिक्कत आएगी। और साथ के साथ बेट दामेड अपने एक सिग्नेचर पे कह लो, जब भी एक केमी उठाते हैं तो जीतने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है। इनका एक केमी और एक ईव, इनके बहुत प्यारे पिक्स है जो मोस्ट ऑफ द मैचेस में हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। जब भी ये 2 हीरोज के साथ जाते हैं तो विंस मिलते हैं। एंड आपने देखा वॉन ने इंस्टेंट फ्रेड लॉक किया है।
मैं इसी चीज के बारे में बात करने वाला था अभी भाई, कि SM भाई से मेरी बात हो रही थी कुछ दिन पहले। लाइक हम लोग ऐसे डिस्कॉर्ड पे बैठे थे, तो उन्होंने बोला कि लाइक कौन जीतेगा ऐश, कौन क्या लग रहा है। हम लोग ऐसे तीनों, मैं SM भाई शिन्यू दादा बैठे थे, हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि रैंकिंग कर रहे थे, हम अपने बीच में रैंकिंग कर रहे थे, यूट्यूब कहीं पे नहीं डाल रहे थे कि कौन सी टीम टॉप पे रहेगी MLMS पे, कौन सी टीम टॉप 2 टॉप 3 ऐसे कर रहे थे। तो मैंने बोला कि मेरा कहना था कि गॉडलाइक टॉप 2 या टॉप 3 आएगी। तो मुझे पूछा गया क्यों, मतलब राउंड रॉबिन के रैंकिंग में, तो मुझे पूछे क्यों। मैंने बोला कि वैन का यूटिलिटी थोड़ा सा कम है, वो सिर्फ ग्विनी खेलता है तो यूटिलिटी अभी बहुत ज्यादा चल रहा है। लेकिन इसका मतलब ये फेडरन पिक करना, यानी कि वैन सतोरो ने भी जो है बड़ी मेहनत की है इस बीच, क्योंकि फेडरन उनके हाथों में हम देखते नहीं है इतना, जैसे जैज के हाथों में हम लोग सेट ऑफ कॉम के अलावा ऐसे सपोर्ट रोम नहीं देखते हैं, वैसे ही वैन सतोरो के हाथों फेडरन या फिर बाक्शिया देखना बहुत रेयर है। तो इस बार वो पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूँ उनको फेडरन में, मेरे लिए तो ये पहली टाइम है जी।
देखना रहेगा कि कैसे कॉम्प निकल के आता है, आप कैसे प्रॉपर्ली यूज कर पाते हैं। आपका पिक्स ओवरऑल अच्छा है, ठीक है, आपको उसमें दिक्कत नहीं है, आपके पास प्रॉपर फ्रंट लेनर्स है, बैक लेन से डैमेज देने वाले हीरोज है। तो अगर आप आपकी जो सबसे बड़ी मिस्टेक होती है ना, आप ओवर एक्सटेंड करते हैं। अगर आप उसको कंट्रोल कर गए ना इस मैच में तो इजीली मैच जीते जाएंगे। जैज भाई थोड़ा सा अंदर गए थे, पकड़ना चाहते थे, पर उनको इंस्टेंटली थोड़ा सा डैमेज देके पीछे हटाया गया है। ऐश भाई तो बार बार शिनरा की याद आ जाती है।
कोई बात नहीं शिन्ना भाई, तो मिस करेंगे हम उनको यहाँ पर। लेकिन जैज ये देखिए, ये मार्शल के साथ उतरे इस पे पहली बार उनको देखूंगा बिना कोई सेट ऑफ कॉम्प, लाइक वो ग्रॉक हो या फिर कलेया पिकऑफ हो, ऐसा कुछ हीरोज खेलना पसंद करते हैं जो ज्यादा टैंकी रहता है, फ्रंट लाइन पे सस्टेन करता है। लेकिन इस बार वो मार्शल के साथ आए, स्नक के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए थोड़ा सा पोक करेंगे, पीछे आएंगे। अर्ली गेम पे इतना ज्यादा डैमेज तो है नहीं, लेकिन अगर हम सर्वाइवेबिलिटी की बात करें तो वो ज्यादा टिल्ट हो रहा है टीम गॉडलाइक के पास, क्योंकि ग्रॉक है उनके पास, वेडन भी है, सोरा भी है, तो एक तरीके से सर्वाइवेबिलिटी की चांसेस ज्यादा है। अर्ली गेम कॉम्प यहाँ पर दिखता हुआ और एक बहुत ही बढ़िया यहाँ पर डॉज करते हुए बेट द मिड, पीछे हटेंगे। लेकिन अभी भी कोई किल का आशंका नहीं है। हैव टू वेट फॉर द फर्स्ट किल, फॉर द फर्स्ट ब्लड। उससे पहले पहला टर्टल आएगा।
पहला टर्टल बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है, क्योंकि ये आपको बहुत अर्ली एडवांटेज दिलाता है। और साथ के साथ ये देखना है कि क्या पहले टर्टल से पहले जो हमारे एक्सपी लेनर्स हैं, रोमकॉम एंड एस्मेराल्डा, ये लेवल 4 हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि इनका लेवल 4 होना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। एंड एक चीज़ आपने नोटिस की, गुनीवर ने बहुत प्यार से अपना बफ लिया। ब्लू बफ लेने के बाद वो अपना क्रीप छोड़ के ओपोनेंट का क्रीप लेने गए थे, ताकि सो दैट जो हमारा फ्रेड है उसको वो क्रीप ना मिले। तो ये बहुत अच्छी क्या कहते हैं स्ट्रैटेजी है इनकी।
जी जरूर, बहुत ही अच्छी स्ट्रेटेजी है इनकी। और साथ ही साथ अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी भी वो फर्स्ट ब्लड की गुंजाइश दोनों तरफ से देखी नहीं गई है। फर्स्ट टर्टल लैंड ऑफ डॉन में आते हुए दिखेंगे, लेकिन उससे साथ ही टर्टल डांस करते हुए दिखेंगे K9 ई-स्पोर्ट्स। थोड़ा सा पोक किया, चले गए अपने वापस लेन में, लेकिन वैन सतोरो अभी भी मौजूद है उधर और उनको पता नहीं कि जैज पीछे से स्नक करेंगे और आगे बढ़ते हुए थोड़ा सा पोक करके पीछे हटे। स्पेशल माइग्रेशन से पीछे हटी की कोशिश, बहुत ही कम है। पहला फ्लैग यहाँ पर मिलता हुआ रोमकॉम को, टर्टल भी छीनेंगे वैन सतोरो। एक अच्छी स्टार्ट टीम गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। फर्स्ट ब्लड के साथ पहला टर्टल, EXP और गोल्ड पे इजाफा, और उसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए फाइट अभी भी कंटिन्यू होती हुई दिख रही है। ये स्पेशल माइग्रेशन वाले रोमकॉम को मिलेगा सजा उनके किल का, और उनको पीछे हटाना पड़ेगा वैन सतोरो को भी। ब्लेजिंग ड्यूएट के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए फनी वैलेंटाइन थोड़ा सा पोक किए, पीछे हटे, थोड़ा सा जो है स्नक करने के लिए आगे भी आए हैं। जैज क्या बहुत छीनने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन फेट वो उनकी मकसद में कि मुझे लेनी है सारी गोल्ड।
फेट यहाँ पे गोल्ड चुराते हुए नजर आएंगे। आपने ऊपर देखा वहां पर जो ग्रोक ने अपना गार्जियन बैरियर लगाया था, बहुत शानदार लगाया था, जिसकी वजह से एस्मा इंस्टेंटली अपना टीम फाइट में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाई, वो थोड़ा लेट आए। अगर एस्मा इंस्टेंटली टीम फाइट में आती तो वहां पर शायद एक टर्टल स्टील का चांस बन सकता था K9 स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। तो एक बहुत शानदार आउटप्ले था आर्ट की तरफ से। अब देखते हैं बॉट लेन में क्या डोमिनेट कर पाते हैं। फेट का फार्म अप होना बहुत जरूरी है, और जो कंटिन्यूस रोटेशन K9 की तरफ से आ रही है वो मेरे को लग रहा है कि फेट को टारगेट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। फेट को आउट नंबर किया जाएगा, उनकी फार्मिंग को यहाँ पर शायद एक पूर्ण विराम लगाया जा सकता है।
पूर्ण विराम देखते हैं, पूर्ण विराम लगेगा या फिर सिल्वर चैन यहाँ पर कुछ अविश्वसनीय काम करेंगे, जिसके कारण उनकी टीम एक फिर से जीत हासिल करेगी गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स के अगेंस्ट। लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए तो गॉडलाइक अच्छी स्थिति में है, उनको टर्टल मिला है, किल जरूर इक्वलाइज्ड है, लेकिन टर्टल का कहना है कि टर्टल जिसको मिलता है उनके पास EXP ज्यादा रहती है।
बिल्कुल, टर्टल वालों के पास EXP ज्यादा रहती है, बट नेक्स्ट टर्टल भी कुछ ही सेकंड्स में आ जाएगा। 30 सेकंड का समय बचा है नेक्स्ट टर्टल के लिए ऐश, और आई थिंक उसके पास जो हमारी K9 है उनकी पूरी मंशा रहेगी, पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि इस टर्टल को सिक्योर किया जाए। इस टर्टल को अगर वो सिक्योर करने में कामयाब हो जाते तो अगेन उनके पास एक अपर हैंड आ जाएगा, जैसे फर्स्ट यहाँ पर पकड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। आया बड़े प्यार से फ्लिकर का इस्तेमाल करके जैज बच के निकल जाएंगे। तो जैज को पकड़ना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होने वाला है। आपको ट्रैक्शन पल्स और साथ के साथ आपका जो क्या कहते हैं लेयर सीसी दोनों इस्तेमाल करने पड़ेगा, तब आई थिंक आप जैज को पकड़ने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। बट इसी के साथ टर्टल स्टार्ट हो चुका है। आई थिंक ये टर्टल फाइट में यहाँ पर जैज एक आउटस्टैंडिंग गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए नजर आएंगे।
दोनों की तरफ से जो है टर्टल विसिनिटी में चल रही है ये आतंक, यानी कि टर्टल डांस चल रहा है, लेकिन कौन ग्रैब करेगा इस टर्टल को, देखने लायक है। उससे पहले यहाँ पर सिल्वर चैन उसके साथ वैलेंटाइन का इस्तेमाल भी करेंगे।
ब्लेजिंग ड्यूएट आया था बट डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा पड़ा नहीं, उनको इंस्टेंटली नॉकडाउन किया जाएगा। पीछे से रोमको में यहाँ पर शानदार आउटप्ले दिखाएंगे, डबल किल सिक्योर किया जाएगा, बट पीकाबू भी यहाँ पर कम नहीं है, उन्होंने भी डबल किल सिक्योर कर लिए। कंटिन्यूसली चेज किया जा रहा है, आई डोंट पुश को यहाँ पर टारगेट करना चाहते हैं। RWM पॉपअप होगा और इसी के साथ बेड को भी पनिश कर दिया जाएगा किलिंग स्प्री के साथ। पीकाबू अपनी टीम के जो किल्स थे उसको बराबरी पे करते हुए नजर आएंगे। एक बार और 4 वर्सेस 4 हो चुका है यहाँ पर दोनों टीम के पास। स्टार्ट आ रहा हूँ मैं देखना टर्टल किसने यहाँ पर सिक्योर किया था, सिल्वर 4 ने। तो ओवरऑल अगर बात की जाए तो K9 के पास यहाँ पर टर्टल का जो प्लस पॉइंट मिला है वो बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल रहेगा। आपने एक टर्टल सिक्योर किया और साथ के साथ आपने 3 किल्स निकाली थी। आपने बिड को यहाँ पर मारा था, रोमकॉम को यहाँ पर मारा था, तो बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी था। एस्मा शायद टॉप लेन में पूरा सा दमकम दिखा सकते हो और इसी के साथ एक बार और रोमकॉम को पनिश किया, घर जाने पे मजबूर किया जाएगा। सिल्वर ने थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड किया और इंस्टेंट पनिशमेंट टाइप बैट पे यहाँ पर टारगेट किया जा सकता था, बट टॉनिक चार्ज का इस्तेमाल करेंगे और स्केप करेंगे। पता है मुझे सबसे शानदार चीज क्या लगती है यश भाई, जब ना आप ओपोनेंट्स को अपना अल्टीमेट स्केप करने के लिए फोर्स करें, और सेम चीज अभी यहाँ आर्ट को देखने को मिली। आर्ट को टेक्नोनिक चार्ज का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ा ताकि वो टीम फाइट से स्केप कर सके, अपनी जान बचा के भाग सके, और अब फेट की किस्मत यहाँ पर लॉक होने वाली है।
ये 823 गोल्ड की लीड, और उसी के साथ आप देख सकते हैं सिर्फ रोम और मीट को छोड़ के हर एक जगह पे लीड में खेल रही है। अगर इंडिविजुअल प्रोसेस में हम लोग गोल्ड लीड देखेंगे, उसके अलावा टीम की फुल गोल्ड लीड में गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स अभी भी आगे है। उसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए रोटेशन आता हुआ यहाँ पर जैज को बहुत ही अच्छे से पॉइंट आउट करेंगे टीम गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स के गोल लेनर यानी कि फेट उनकी डेथ सोनाटा से। लेकिन उससे पहले ये छोटी सी यहाँ पर रोमकॉम बनाम हाइड एंड बुश की लड़ाई होती हुई। हाइड एंड बुश पीछे से होकर भाग निकलेंगे, बहुत ही बढ़िया यहाँ पर एक छोटी सी फाइट का आगाज, और इसी के साथ साथ 8 बहुत ही कम हेल्थ में वापस जाने में सक्षम रहे।
मेरे को ऐसा लगा था कि हाइड एंड बुश ने अपना अल्टीमेट चार्ज दिया था, टर्टल टाइप शायद वो कर सकते थे, बट देखा भाई पीछे से टर्टल आ गया है, अगर यहाँ पर हम मरते हैं तो दिक्कतें बढ़ जाएंगी। तो उन्होंने सावधानी के साथ अपनी भावनाओं को कंट्रोल किया और पीछे हट गए। 4 प्रतिद्वंदी आएंगे हमारे अभी K9 से, 4 के 4 लोग, 4 नहीं एटलीस्ट 5 आ रहे हैं, आउट नंबर हो सकते हैं, दिक्कतें बढ़ सकती हैं। अंदर जाएंगे, रोमकॉम पकड़ना चाहते हैं कि अल्टीमेट लेने में कामयाब हो पाएंगे। यहाँ पर पीकाबू को टारगेट किया, एचपी बहुत ज्यादा लो है, थंडर स्ट्राइक आएगा, यहाँ पर किल सिक्योर किया जाएगा। वैस कोई पॉइंट एचपी में भागने में मजबूर कर दिया, पीकाबू धरा चाहिए उसके। हाइड एंड बुश फाइट एक्सटेंड करते हुए यहाँ पर किल सिक्योर करेंगे फेट के ऊपर। फेट को उनका ये था कि हम तो डूबेंगे सनम, तुम्हें भी संग ले डूबेंगे, उन्होंने ये चीज करके दिखाई। टर्टल शायद चला गया टीम K9 के हाथों से, बट उन्होंने यहाँ पर 2 अच्छे पिक्स उठाए। टर्टल मिला है, सॉरी माय बैड, टर्टल भी लिया आपने, 2 अच्छे पिक्स भी उठाए, और साथ के साथ बॉट लेन पे आपके मार्क्समैन ने एक टर्रेट भी निकाल लिया। तो ऑब्जेक्टिव सारे यहाँ पर K9 ने पूरे कर दिए।
जी, पिछली बार हमने देखा था कि पहले टर्टल में फनी वैलेंटाइन लेट से आए थे, हमने मतलब लेट से आए थे और रुक गए थे वहां पे फेट। इस बार फनी वैलेंटाइन ने वो तीसरे टर्टल पे कर दिया कि यार मैं टर्रेट ले लेता हूँ, आप लोग टर्टल लेने की कोशिश करो। तो ट्रेड के बदले ट्रेड मिला है, लेकिन कुछ किल्स गवाना भी पड़ा। और विद द मिड इनकी यूटिलिटी, इनकी पोजीशन वाइज गेम प्ले आप देखिए, अभी तक एक बार ही डाउन हुए हैं वो, उसके साथ 2 किल बटोरा है, 3 एसिस्ट इनके पास है। तो कहीं ना कहीं बोल सकते हैं कि एक सेफली खेल रहे हैं बिड यहाँ पर, और अच्छा खासा जो है पोजीशन वाइज वो गैंग भी कर रहे हैं और किल बटोर रहे हैं अपने टीम के लिए। ये बीट के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा नजर रहेगी, जब जब मैटर बड़ा होता है गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, तब तब बिड जो है वो खड़े होते हैं ऑब्वियसली। तो उसी कारण जो है बिड को देखना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ऊपर के स्तर पर एक स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पर ग्रैब करेगा, और साथ साथ 8 के ऊपर यहाँ पर आक्रमण करते हुए टीम K9 ई स्पोर्ट्स के जंगलर सिल्वर के 8 बच पाएंगे। बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज आता हुआ और 8 यहाँ पर बस्टेड डाउन होंगे। साथ ही साथ सीधे हेवेंस कॉल के साथ उनको स्वर्ग के द्वार भेज दिया जाएगा K9 स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से। ये 6-7 का ये स्कोर, अभी थोड़ा सा गोल लीड का इजाफा हुआ था K9 के हाथों में, 21 है, बहुत ही कम है। लेकिन अगर आप बात करेंगे इंडिविजुअल की, तो ये शिफ्ट हो चुका है आरबी भाई। यहाँ पर रोमर गोल्ड और मिड के पास ज्यादा गोल्ड है, उस तरफ सिर्फ रोमकॉम और वैंस तोरो के पास ज्यादा गोल्ड रहेगा। ये इंडिविजुअल वाइज गोल्ड लीड बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प करता है जब आप लेनिंग पे फोकस करते हो, तो उस कारण आप बोल सकते हो कि गोल्ड पे लेनिंग बहुत अच्छी चल रही है टीम K9 ई स्पोर्ट्स के फनी वैलेंटाइन की। अभी पहली लॉट का यहाँ पर आना, देखते कौन लेता है इस पहले लॉट को। फर्स्ट टर्टल हमें देखने को मिला था, टीम गॉडलाइक ने लिया था। फर्स्ट लॉट कौन लेता है, गॉडलाइक या फिर K9? उसके बाद 2 टर्टल हमने देखा कैसे K9 ने अपने और खींचा था।
देखिए ओवरऑल गॉडलाइक अच्छा खेलती है, बट मुझे जहां तक लगता है इनके आपस में जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है वहां पर हमें गैप दिखेगा। टॉप लेन में सारी फाइट हो रही थी, जबकि आपको जो मिड लेनर्स थे मिड में खड़े थे, वहां पर 8 आइसोलेट हो गए थे, 8 को पकड़ा गया। एंड K9 ना ऑब्जेक्टिव फोकस बहुत ज्यादा है, वो पहले टर्रेट ले रहे हैं, उसके बाद प्लेयर्स की तरफ जा रहे हैं, फिर से पकड़ देने। स्पेशल माइग्रेशन आएगा, बहुत डैमेज आएगा, RWM, और साथ के साथ जैज का जो अल्टीमेट था वो भी यहाँ पर पॉपअप हुआ है। इसी डैमेज के साथ जो हमारे एड्रिन ने अल्ट का इस्तेमाल किया, अच्छी किल सिक्योर की, जैज को टारगेट किया, बस जैज के चक्कर में आपके बॉन यहाँ निकल चुके हैं। बॉन की मृत्यु की वजह से अब आप लॉर्ड फाइट पे नहीं जा सकते, आपको पीछे हटना पड़ेगा, इंतजार करना पड़ेगा और इसका बहुत ज्यादा फाइट आउट उठाएंगे। हाइड ऑन बुश कंटिन्यूसली विजन दे रहे हैं, रोकना चाहते हैं, दिखा रहे हैं, एक तरह से रोकना भी नहीं चाहते, बस विजन दे रहे हैं कि भाई हम यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, आप आगे मत आइए। ये लक्ष्मण रेखा हमने खींच दिया, अगर आप इसको लांघेंगे तो आपको यहाँ पर सजा दी जाएगी। एंड ये चीज अब गॉडलाई को समझनी पड़ेगी कि दिक्कतें बढ़ रही है, आपको यहाँ से कमबैक करना पड़ेगा। 8 यहाँ पर फिर से फंसते हुए नजर आए, 8 से पहले यहाँ पर जो पेट थे उनको टारगेट किया, 8 पेट की मृत्यु के बाद यहाँ पर 8 की मृत्यु होगी और 8 से पहले यहाँ पर ईव को नॉकडाउन कर दिया जाएगा। इनकी दिक्कतें बढ़ेगी, K9 सिर्फ यहाँ पर अकेले फंसते हुए जाएंगे, 3 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन, बच के निकलने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। टॉप लेन से टर्रेट मार्च करता हुआ, टर्रेट यहाँ पर लॉर्ड मार्च करता हुआ और शायद वो टर्रेट लेने में कामयाब हो भी जाएंगे, तो दूसरा टर्रेट निकाल पाएंगे। चांस थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सटेंड करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, फिर से यहाँ पर अल्टीमेट देखने को मिलेगा। क्या यहाँ पर फनी वैलेंटाइन अपनी टीम के लिए थोड़ा सा डैमेज देने में कामयाब हो सकते हैं? स्पेशल माइग्रेशन आएगा, फ्रेड को टारगेट किया जाएगा, बट के लेने में कामयाब नहीं हो पाएंगे और लॉर्ड होली शील्ड की मदद से इंस्टेंटली रोक दिया जाएगा। तो ओवरऑल 9-9 है, बट आप टर्रेट्स की बात करें तो टीम K9 के पास 4 टर्रेट्स हैं और ऑलमोस्ट 3000 की गोल्ड लीड है। यहाँ से वापसी बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल तो लगती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। टीम गॉडलाई को यहाँ से एक चमत्कार करके दिखाना पड़ेगा, तभी शायद वो नमस्कार के हक लायक
एक फाइट और से जो है बदल गया सारा पासा। जो देख रहे थी गॉडलाई के पास लीड था, गॉडलाई के पास एक शख्सियत था, लेकिन अभी क्लाउड शिफ्टिंग अल्टीमेट के साथ यहाँ पर जैज को जो है 4 बंदों ने घेर के सीधा मृत्युदंड दे दिया है। बहुत ही बढ़िया किल स्ट्रेटेजी था ये, क्योंकि जैज बहुत ज्यादा स्नक इन कर रहे थे अपने सेकंड ऑफ फर्स्ट किल के साथ, और ये स्नक इन को रोका जाएगा ऐसे ही, और रुकना चाहिए था, क्योंकि जितना ज्यादा गोल्ड बढ़ रहा था बाउंटी आपकी तरफ भी थोड़ा सा झुकना चाहिए था, लेकिन फिर भी वो 3000 गोल्ड, 3000 इकोनॉमिकल वाइज लीड में अभी भी टीम K9 esports। अगर स्ट्रक्चर्स की बात करें, जैसे अभी भाई बोल रहे थे, जब वो बोल रहे थे तब 4 था, जब मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो 6 हो गया है, यानी कि हम दोनों के थ्रो के अंदर 2 टर्रेट बटोर लिया टीम K9 ने। तो कोई भी मौका नहीं दे रही है गॉडलाई को कहीं पे भी लीड लेने की यहाँ पर K9 esports। और ये देखिए जैज नहीं है तो इस बार फ्रंट लाइन पे हम देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से हाइड एंड पुश आगे बढ़ते हुए अपना डांस करेंगे और वाइन डांस के साथ पीछे भी हटेंगे, और उसी के साथ आगे बढ़ती हुई यहाँ पर एक छोटी सी अटैक, गोल्डन आवर शायद आ सकता है, उससे पहले RWM आर्ट को यहाँ पर स्लेन कर दिया गया है और आगे बढ़ते हुए सिल्वर वो पीछे हटेंगे बहुत ही कम HP के साथ। देखिए कितना बढ़िया से डॉज करके निकल रहे हैं सिल्वर। यहाँ पर ये बोल रहे थे रे भाई, पिछले मैच में ही बोल रहे थे कि सिल्वर के ऊपर आके रहेंगी, वो इस टीम के मसीहा है, वो इस टीम के करता धरता है और उनको हेल्प करती है उनकी टीम। ये फ्रेंडशिप के वजह से ये टीम बहुत आगे बढ़ती है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से सिल्वर इस मैच को टर्न करे, और इन सब बीच में अभी भाई फनी वैलेंटाइन को पूरा इग्नोर किया गया है गॉडलाई की तरफ से, और ये चीज आगे जाकर बहुत दिक्कत देने वाली।
मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ अगर आप क्लॉड हो गया, मॉस्को हो गया, ग्रेंजर हो गया, कैरी हो गई, मार्क्समैन को अगर आप अर्ली गेम इग्नोर करेंगे और उनको फ्री हैंड देंगे तो लेट गेम्स में वो आपको इंस्टेंटली पनिश करते हैं। अगर आपने MLMS का लास्ट मैच देखा वीक 2 का जो था ऑटोबॉस के अगेंस्ट में गॉडलाई का, वहाँ पर भी मॉस्कोव को इग्नोर किया जा रहा था। अर्ली के 10 मिनट उन्होंने अच्छा खासा टारगेट किया, उसके बाद फ्री हैंड दे दिया मॉस्कोव को, एंड मॉस्कोव ने पूरा गेम बदला था। लास्ट मोमेंट पे इंस्टेंट बर्स्ट डैमेज दिया था, 2 लोगों को पिक ऑफ किया, एंड जो पेनिट्रेटिंग डैमेज आता है मॉस्कोव को बहुत शानदार था। इसी के साथ यहाँ पर अंदर घुसने चाहिए, ब्लेजिंग रियोटाई का बहुत डैमेज आएगा, डैमेज इतना ज्यादा है कि रोमकॉम को मल्ट कर दिया जाएगा। पकड़ना चाहते हैं हाइड ऑन बुश, कंटिन्यूअसली मजे लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, ट्रोल करते नजर आ रहे हैं, और शायद बच के निकलने में काम आ जाए। 4 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन में आउटस्टैंडिंग तरीके से उन्होंने सर्वाइव किया। अब उनकी टीम बड़े प्यार से लॉर्ड लेने में कामयाब हो जाएगी, और इस पूरे फाइट के अंदर बेचारे जो हमारे 8 थे उनको शहीदी नसीब होगी, वो अपनी टीम के लिए कुर्बान होते हुए नजर आएंगे। बात करें हाइडॉन बुश की या जैज की, ये हमेशा फ्रंट लाइन पे रहते हैं, एंड जो हाइडॉन बुश की तरफ से सस्टेन आ रहा है ना, वो बहुत ज्यादा काबिल तारीफ है। वो कोशिश उनकी यही रहती है कि ओपोनेंट के सारे अल्टीमेट सारे स्किल्स अपने ऊपर वेस्ट करवाई जाए, सो दैट उनकी टीम टाइमली अच्छे खासे किल्स और अच्छे खासे पिकअप्स निकाल सके। वैन कोशिश बहुत शानदार कर रहे हैं, सस्टेन करना चाहते हैं, डैमेज देना चाहते हैं, बट फ्रेड से उतना ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं आता। आपको पहले डैमेज सोक करना पड़ता है डैमेज रिफ्लेक्ट करने के लिए, एंड जब तक आप सोचते हैं कि मैं डैमेज रिफ्लेक्ट करूंगा तब तक बहुत देर हो चुकी होती है। तो फ्रेड को आई थिंक थोड़ा सा और फास्ट रिएक्शन देना पड़ेगा अगर वो डैमेज रिफ्लेक्ट भी करना चाहते हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ जस्ट सोकिंग।
1000 गोल्ड लीड बढ़ गई है, आप देख सकते हैं 3500 समथिंग था और अभी ये 4000 5000 हो गई है, यानी कि धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है। 1500 की लीड आ चुकी है फिर से। लॉर्ड टॉप लेन से मार्च करते हुए रोमकॉम यहाँ पर अकेले रोकने की कोशिश। उसी समय क्रॉस मैप प्ले देखने को मिल रहा है। गोल्डन आवर यहाँ पर आता हुआ, देखिए शॉट पूरा एमर्ज होने के लिए मूड में है। वेटरन टॉन्ट करेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे सिल्वर, छोटा सा टॉन्ट करने की कोशिश थी लेकिन फंस गए। अभी बहुत ही कम HP भाग निकले हैं, लेकिन उसी के साथ वैन उनको जो है पकड़ लेंगे। टर्रेट डैमेज के साथ सिल्वर को यहाँ पर स्लेन कर दिया जाएगा। उसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए अभी भी टॉन्ट चलती हुई आगे बढ़ेंगे, स्नक इन करेंगे, ज़ैज़ पीछे हटेंगे। थोड़ा सा जो है मिस कम्युनिकेशन रहा या फिर आप बोल सकते कि वो गोल्डन आवर के साथ पोजीशन या फिर कॉम्बिनेशन बना नहीं, वरना यहाँ पर गॉडलाइक फंस सकती थी। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं गॉडलाइक ने डिफेंड कर दिया है इस स्लॉट को। और उसी के साथ साथ ये देखिए हाइड एंड बुश, उन्हें पता है कि वो बहुत ज्यादा सस्टेन है, अभी वो बहुत ज्यादा एब्जॉर्ब कर सकते हैं डैमेज को, इसीलिए वो 4v1 सिचुएशन के अंदर जाते हुए दिख रहे हैं। स्टक इन करेंगे, फनी वैलेंटाइन की जरूरत थी यहाँ पर। गोल्डन आवर आता हुआ देखने को मिल रहा है। बिट ने कंटिन्यूस डैमेज दिया है, आगे बढ़ते हुए बिट बर्स्ट कर रहे हैं फनी वैलेंटाइन को, अनस्टॉपेबल सिक्योर करेंगे। जहां जहां मैटर बड़ा होता है गॉडलाइक के लिए, तभी तभी बिट जो है एक मसीहा बन के निकलते हैं इस टीम के लिए, खड़ा रहते हैं उस टीम के लिए, कोशिश करते हैं कि इस टीम को जीत दिलाया जाए, कोशिश करते हैं इस टीम को नीचे ना दिया जाए, ना लिया जाए।
देखिए कुछ भी बोला जाए ना, बिट हमेशा आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस देते हैं। टीम हारे टीम जीते फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिट की परफॉर्मेंस कभी भी डाउनग्रेड नहीं होती है। बार बार लगातार वर्सेटाइल हीरोज खेलते हैं और हमेशा एक करामात करके दिखाने अपनी टीम के लिए, आज भी वो करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। टोटल अगर आप देखेंगे 13 किल्स हैं टीम गॉडलाइक के, जिसमें से 11 किल्स में बिट का कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जो बहुत ही ज़्यादा आउटस्टैंडिंग चीज़ है एज अ मेड प्लेयर। और स्पेशली किमी से, क्योंकि किमी के पास पॉइंट डैमेज होता है, इतना ज़्यादा वो नहीं कर पाते हैं, इतना ज़्यादा सीसी तरफ एक ही होता है, ट्रैक्टर पल्स से आता है। और यहाँ पर वो गलती हुई थी, यहाँ पर क्लॉड आए थे, शानदार उन्होंने ब्लेजिंग ड्यूट का इस्तेमाल किया था, फ्रीज लगा के बच गए थे। बट मेरे को समझ नहीं आप यहाँ खड़े क्यों थे, जरूरत क्या थी रुकने की, इंस्टेंट भागा जा सकता था। यहाँ पर बिल्डअप करते हुए नजर आएंगे, गोल्डन आ रहेगा बट ज्यादा इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाएंगे। रोमकॉम यहाँ पे शानदार पिक ऑफ करने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। फैनी वैलेंटाइन को यहाँ पर टारगेट किया जाएगा, मॉन्स्टर किल आएगा, डबल किल, 3 लोग धराशायी हो चुके हैं। और अब लॉर्ड की बारी है, गॉडलाइक यहाँ से वापसी करते हुए दिखाई दे रही है, और शायद वो लॉर्ड के साथ अब जो टर्रेट्स है उसका गैप कंप्लीट करने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। लॉर्ड आई थिंक टॉप लेन से मार्च करेगा एंड उसके बाद वो 2 के मिड के टर्रेट्स, एक बॉल का टर्रेट निकालने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे, अगर वो प्रॉपरली इस चीज को क्या कहते हैं यूटिलाइज कर पाते हैं। बट अगर उन्होंने फाइट एक्सटेंड की ना, जैसे उनकी आदत है हमेशा फाइट को एक्सटेंड करना, स्टेज के पीछे जाना, अगर उन्होंने सेम चीज अब की तो दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी। अच्छा डैमेज आ रहा है बिट, लेकिन कब तक कैरी करेंगे वो चीज है।
जरूर होल्ड किया इस गेम को, और होल्ड करके जो है गोल्ड लीड को अपने तरफ बना लिया है टीम गॉडलाइक ने। 4000 5000 गोल्ड लीड उनके ऊपर था, उसको पहले रिक्यूपरेट किया और तुरंत ग्लॉड लेकर एक 2000 का गोल्ड लीड लगा दिया है अभी K9 के ऊपर। जरूर गेम लेट फेज में चला जा चुका है और अभी गोल्ड लीड इतना ज्यादा मैटर नहीं करेगा। ऑलमोस्ट सबके पास सारे आइटम्स बन चुके हैं, 1-2 आइटम बाकी है अभी दोनों टीम के कुछ प्लेयर्स के लिए, लेकिन गोल्ड लीड वो फिलहाल के लिए तो रहेगी टीम गॉड टॉक। और देखो क्या करती है, उससे पहले छोटी सी फाइट का आगाज यहाँ पर फनी वैलेंटाइन उतरेंगे, वैन सतोरो को टॉर्मेंट करेंगे, स्लेन भी करेंगे, निकालेंगे उनके किल, और साथ ही साथ जो है लॉर्ड को डिफेंड करने में अभी थोड़ा इजी हो जाएगा, क्योंकि 5v4 का सिचुएशन आ गया है अभी भाई यहाँ पर। अब यहाँ पे हम देखेंगे कि 3-2 रोटेशन देखने को मिलेगा टीम K9 के ऊपर से, और 3-2 रोटेशन के साथ ये देखिए 2 बंदे जो आए हैं वो लॉर्ड के पास आए हैं और 3 बंदे रहेंगे टॉप लेन पे, और उसके साथ साथ वहां पे रोमकॉम बनाम सिल्वर एक छोटी सी फाइट का आगाज हो रहा है, जहां पे पीकबू प्रेडेटर गए हैं फॉलो अप करने के लिए। हम देख सकते हैं कि स्नक इन करते हुए वहां पर और 3 बंदों ने जो है रोमकॉम को यहाँ पर स्लेन कर दिया है, उनका किल बटो लिया है। 8 क्या वो बच पाएंगे? यहाँ पर गोल्डन आवर आता हुआ 2 बंदों को पकड़ा है, अंदर घुसेंगे वो स्पेशल माइग्रेशन के साथ यहाँ पे स्लेन होंगे। पीकबू का किल जरूर मिलेगा रिडेम्पशन के हिसाब से, लेकिन तुरंत रिडेम्पशन जो है वो 8 के ऊपर भी आएगा। रिवेंज लेती हुई ये टीम K9 esports यहाँ पर 8 को स्लेन करेंगे। फनी वैलेंटाइन आगे बढ़ते हुए यहाँ पर 2v1 की सिचुएशन में आइस फोन का यूज हो चुका है, क्या पीछे हटेंगे उससे पहले स्पेशल माइक्रोफोन को जो है शट डाउन कर देंगे। सिल्वर चैन अपना आउटस्टैंडिंग गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए सिर्फ वैन सतोरो बचे। ये हाल हम पिछली बार भी देखे थे कि सिर्फ वैन सतोरो बचे थे, जॉय के साथ बच नहीं पाए थे। जो भी किया चाहे यहाँ पे बच पाएंगे। फनी वैलेंटाइन लॉकडाउन करते हुए उस सीमारण को, और इसी के साथ चल चुकी है K9 की बाण। पहली मैच में विक्ट्री विनर का जो टैग है वो लेके जाएगी K9 esports, फिर से गॉडलाइक को दुत्कारती हुई एक हार के साथ।
देवियों और सज्जनों, तो लास्ट की फाइट थी ना लॉर्ड के साथ वाली, वहां पर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि गॉडलाइक करना क्या चाहते थे। टोटली K9 की टीम डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड थी। जो हमारे सिल्वर भाई थे वो टॉप लेन में चले गए थे मिनियंस क्लियर करने, ठीक है। बाकी उनके 2 प्लेयर्स बॉट लेन में चले गए, मिड में 2 लोग थे और आप 4 लोग थे। 4 लोग मिलके एक टर्रेट लेने के चक्कर में आपने पूरी की पूरी फाइट थ्रो कर दी। टॉप लेन में रोमकॉम पकड़ा गया, वो मारा। उसके बाद आप 5 वर्सेस 4 फाइट ले ही क्यों रहे थे? वहां पे आपके पास एक अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी थी। आप एक बंदा रोमकॉम के साथ जा सकता था, 2 बंदे या तो बॉट में जा सकते थे, एक बंदा बॉट में जा सकता था, 3 बंदे मिड में पुश कर सकते थे। बट इन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। ये लोग बस देखते रहे, मिनियंस का वेट करते थे कि मिनियन आएगा, मिड लेन से पुश करेंगे, मिड लेन से पुश करेंगे। एंड इस चक्कर में आपने कंप्लीट थ्रो कर दिया भाई। लास्ट के फाइट में टोटली थ्रो था। एंड यही चीज मैं कह रहा था, गॉडलाइक तब जीतेगी जब वो थ्रो करना, ओवर एक्सटेंड करना, चीजें बंद करेंगे। एंड जब तक ऐसा नहीं होता गॉडलाइक नहीं जीतने वाली। ये आज का नहीं, ये बार बार लगातार हिस्ट्री चलती आ रही है कि गॉडलाइक एज उस टीम के नाम से जानी जाती है ना, अगर टीम 12 मिनट के बाद का गेम जा रहा है तो थ्रो करेगी ही करेगी। एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स इस चीज का वेट कर रही होती है कि मैच को एक्सटेंड किया जाए, मैच को ओवर एक्सटेंड करेंगे। जितना लंबा मैच जाएगा गॉडलाइक वाले उतनी ज्यादा गलतियां करेंगे। एंड वो चीज हमें आज के इस मुकाबले में भी देखने को मिली है। ऐश,
ये बातें जो है आरबी भाई बोल रहे, दर्शकगण ये ब्लैबर नहीं कर रहे थिंग्स को, ये सच्ची बातें बोल रहे। अगर गौर किया जाए, अगर सुना जाए तो अच्छा होना चाहिए टीम्स के लिए। अगर सुनेंगे तो ये ब्लैबरिंग थिंग्स नहीं है बिल्कुल भी। और यही मैं बोलना चाहता था कि जो आरबी भाई ने बोला, मतलब लॉर्ड लेने के बाद कि ऐश यहाँ पर अगर गॉडलाइक किल के पीछे भागती है, जैसे कि रोमकॉम गए थे वहां पे किल के पीछे ही गए थे, वो सिल्वर को मारना चाहते थे, वो पीकबू पे अटैक करना चाहते थे, वहां पे वो 3 बंदों के घेर में आ गए। और हमने देखा वो 3-2 रोटेशन जिसकी बात चल रही थी कि यहाँ पे 3-2 रोटेशन होगा। K9 का मैं इतना तो जानता हूँ कि जब उनको लॉर्ड डिफेंड करना होता है वो 3-2 रोटेशन करते हैं। लॉर्ड के पास 2 बंदे जाएंगे, 3 बंदे ये ऊपरी स्तर पे रहेंगे, कोशिश करेंगे हर एक लेन को जो है अपने आंखों में रखा जाए। तो ये वाली गेम आपको K9 की तरफ से देखने को मिलती है। और अगर एज अ कास्टर मैं ब्रेक कर चुका हूं ये गेम, तो एज अ प्लेयर आपको भी ब्रेक करना चाहिए। आप खेले हो इनके अगेंस्ट, तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि K9 लॉर्ड जब उनके ऊपर आती है तो वो क्या करती है। फिर भी आप उसी जगह खड़े रहे, 4v1 सिचुएशन में गए जहां की रोमकॉम को सीधा अकेला छोड़ दिया गया, जबकि वो फ्रंट लाइनर थे, आपको एक किल नसीब नहीं। और सिल्वर चैन, हैट्स ऑफ टू दिस मैन। लाइक बिड अगर बच जाते तो डिफेंड हो सकती थी बेस, लेकिन वो वहां पे देखे कि मैं बहुत ही कम एचपी में हूं, भाग तो नहीं सकता, कोशिश करता हूं बिड के ऊपर जंप मारने की। और इतना बढ़िया जंप था स्पेशल माइग्रेशन का, वहां पे बिड को शट डाउन किया। और एकदम से जब बिड गिर गए, पूरी टीम की वो की हड्डी जो होती है ना आदि भाई, वो गिर गई, वैसा लगा। और तुरंत K9 ने टीम गॉडलाइक को एक हार दे दिया वहां पर। पहली विक्ट्री पहली मैच पे ही इस BO3 सीरीज में K9 का एक अच्छा शुरुआत हुआ है। और जैसे कि आदि भाई ने बोला कि लाइक अगर आप किल्स के पीछे भागोगे तो फिर आपको हार मिल सकती है, मैक्रो अगर नहीं देखोगे तो फिर थोड़ा सा दिक्कत होने वाला है। मार्शल खेलना पसंद करते हैं 8, लेकिन इस बार उन्होंने ट्रेड किया था उस मार्शल को उस सोरा के साथ, लेकिन चला नहीं वो चीज। तो या तो आपको बैन कर देना चाहिए था। बहुत सारे रेस्पेक्ट बैन हमें देखने को मिला था। उन्होंने एलिस को बैन किया था, उन्होंने पीकबू के मतलब हाइडन बुश के एलिस को बैन किया था, उन्होंने पीकबू के डूनॉक्स को बैन किया था, लेकिन उसके बाद ये मार्शल को छोड़ देना, यानी कि ये एक चीज है कि आप सोचे नहीं थे कि जैज मार्शल खेलेंगे। जैसे मैं नहीं सोचा था, क्योंकि मैं देखता नहीं हुआ जैज को उतना ज्यादा मार्शल खेलते हुए। मैं जानता हूँ वो पिक ऑफ अच्छा खेलते, वो सेट ऑफ अच्छा खेलते, वो कभी मार्शल खेले नहीं थे। लेकिन सोच का दायरा थोड़ा बढ़ाना चाहिए, कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है। जैसे वैन रेडरिन खेल सकता है, वैसे जैज मार्शल भी खेल सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी सोच पे विचार रहनी चाहिए। लेकिन फिर भी हाईएस्ट डैमेज टेकन सैंड बैग रहेंगे यहाँ पर 8, और इसी के साथ मोस्ट एसिस्ट भी रहेंगे यहाँ पर 8 ही। लेकिन ये कैरी और डैमेज टेकन भी सब चीजें गॉडलाइक लिए, सिर्फ जीत जो है वो K9 लिए। मतलब जो ये वो वाली सीन होगी कि सारे तुम पर्पल कैप रख लो, तुम ऑरेंज कैप रख लो, आईपीएल में ट्रॉफी तो मुंबई इंडियंस लेके जाएगी। वो वाली चीज है कि तुम्हारे पास सब कुछ है, तुम्हारे पास कैरी है, तुम हाईएस्ट डैमेज टेकर हो, तुमने हाईएस्ट एसिस्ट लिया है, तुम्हारा डैमेज सोक भी तुमने ज्यादा किया है, लेकिन जो विक्ट्री है वो K9 स्पोर्ट्स ने ले ली है।
वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि बहुत स्ट्रांग पोजीशन में थी गॉडलाइक। आपने इतनी इजीली लॉर्ड सिक्योर किया था, एंड लॉर्ड सिक्योर करने के बाद इतनी बड़ी टीम से ये एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं होती कि आप इतनी छोटे मिस्टेक्स करेंगे। मैं कभी भी इवन रैंक में खेलता हूँ ना, अगर मैं रैंडम के साथ भी होता हूँ तो मेरे को यही होता है, भाई आपने लॉर्ड ले लिया है, लॉर्ड का वेट करो, लॉर्ड के साथ मूव करेंगे। आप वहां पर स्टक रह गए मिड लेन में, आप वेट कर रहे थे कि मिनियंस आएंगे, मिड लेन से पुश मारेंगे। आप क्या करते हैं, चुपचाप टॉप लेन में जाते। बॉर्ड लेन से लॉर्ड जा रहा था, आप टॉप लेन में जाते, जो रोमकॉम के साथ जा सकते थे, 3 वर्सेस 2 कर सकते थे, 4 वर्सेस 2 कर सकते थे, वहां बड़े प्यार से सिल्वर को पकड़ा जा सकता था। अगर आप ऐसा करते तो शायद आप मिड लेन की जगह टॉप लेन से 2 टर्रेट्स निकाल लेते, इनहिबिटर टर्रेट भी आप पकड़ सकते थे, बट नहीं, उन्होंने मिड लेन में वेट करना ज़्यादा वैल्यू दी। एंड एसएम भाई की बहुत पुरानी कहावत है, एक गलती और मैच पलटी, और वो गलती आज हमें गॉडलाइक ने अभी लास्ट टीम फाइट में करके दिखा दी है। तो आई होप सेम चीज़ दोबारा नहीं होगी, गॉडलाइक हमें एक रिडम्पशन देंगे, जैसे हमारे ऐश भाई कहते हैं रिडम्पशन आया, इंस्टेंट रिडम्पशन आया। देखते हैं इस बार रिडम्पशन के तौर पे क्या आता है गॉडलाइक की तरफ से। बैंस की तरफ चलेंगे, बहुत ही रिस्पेक्टेड बैंस हमें देखने को मिलेंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा फेरबदल नहीं होगा। यहाँ पर हमें फ्रेया बैन देखने को मिलेगी गॉडलाइक की तरफ से, क्योंकि हमको पता है फ्रेया कितना ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकती है। लास्ट के MLMS में तो भी भाई ने फ्रेया लेके ही गॉडलाइक को भगा भगा के मारा था, तो रिस्क लेना लाजमी नहीं है। सेम गोल्स फॉर द K9, उनको पता है ईव को अगर बिड को ईव दे दिया या वॉन को फैनी दे दिया तो मैच आपके हाथ से निकल जाएगा, तो इसलिए इंस्टेंट यहाँ पे दोनों हीरोज बैन किए जाएंगे। बट क्या गॉडलाइक अब लूनक्स दोबारा बैन करेगी? क्या आप दोबारा से जो एलिस है उसकी बैन की तरफ जाएंगे? ये बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है, क्योंकि आपकी दिक्कतें यहाँ पे बढ़ती हुई नजर आएंगी।
क्योंकि इस बार वो सेकंड पिक पे है, तो सोच विचार थोड़ा रहना चाहिए। जूशिन अगर खुल गया तो फिर जूशिन जाएगा पीकाबू के हाथों में। बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस बन सकते हैं पीकाबू के लिए, लेकिन एक चीज अभी भाई आपने गौर किया होगा, पिछली मैच जो गॉडलाइक खेली थी ऑनलाइन, जो हमने देखा था टीम एवीजेड के अगेंस्ट, और ये मैच बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं था इन दोनों मैचों में। गोल्ड लेन के जो फनी वैलेंटाइन थे या फिर टोबी थे, उनको इग्नोर किया गया स्टार्टिंग से लेकर लेट तक, उनको ज्यादा मतलब मार्क नहीं किया गया। के कारण मॉस्को फार्म हुआ था, यहाँ पर क्लॉड फार्म हुआ।
नहीं, यहाँ पर क्लॉड फार्म नहीं था, यहाँ पर क्लॉड अभी उतना ज़्यादा फार्म नहीं था, क्योंकि मैच आई थिंक 17-18 मिनट के आसपास था, मतलब क्लॉड उतना ज़्यादा फार्म नहीं था। अगर आप देखोगे मैच के स्टैट्स में जाके तो क्लॉड्स को बहुत ज़्यादा किल्स नहीं मिली, आई थिंक 2-3 किल्स मिली, वो भी बहुत लेट में आके मिली है, ठीक है। तो क्लॉड फार्मड अप नहीं था। यहाँ पर गलती ये हुई, रोमकॉम के मरने के बाद ना ये टर्रेट डाइव कर गए, जो मिड का टर्रेट था उसको लेने के चक्कर में टर्रेट डाइव कर गए। 8 वहाँ पे इंस्टेंट डाउन हो गए, आपके जो दोनों फ्रंट लेनर्स थे जो डैमेज सो कर रहे थे वो खत्म हो गए। उसके बाद तो फिर आप स्क्विशी हीरोज ही बचे थे, तो उनको तो इजीली मेल्ट डाउन कर सकता था। मैं एक क्लॉड को फार्मड अप तब बोलता ना जब आप 8 को मेल्ट डाउन कर रहे होते, जब आप रोमकॉम को इंस्टेंट मेल्ट डाउन कर रहे होते, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अभी उतना ज्यादा फार्मड अप नहीं था, वो सिचुएशन अलग थी।
इन दी एंड अगर आप देखेंगे उन्होंने 8 की किल ली है, फनी वैलेंटाइन ने 8 की किल ली वहां पर, मतलब फाइनल ब्लो दिया, और उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने वहां पर और एक किल भी लिया, अगर आपको याद होगा वहां पर वैन सतोरो का किल लिया था, जब स्टार्टिंग में हमने देखा 4v5 सिचुएशन हो गया था।
वो भी मेरे को समझ नहीं आता भाई, क्यों बैन को अकेले क्यों छोड़ा। अगर आप देखेंगे ना गॉडलाइक की, मैं आज एक मेरे को रील बनानी थी एक्चुअली एनालिसिस को लेके, तो मैं सुबह से बैठ के ना सिर्फ मैचेस से देख रहा हूँ सारे टीम के। तो सबसे जो मुझे अजीब चीज लग रही है एसएटीएल और गॉडलाइक में, इनमें कम्युनिकेशन गैप बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है। कोई भी अगर इनकी फाइट दिखा आप उठा लो MLMS में, तो होता क्या है मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम ये 4 वर्सेस 3 कर रहे होते हैं, ठीक है, मतलब 4 ओपोनेंट होती है, 3 ये होते हैं, और इनका जो लास्ट का प्लेयर होता है ना, जो बिल्कुल या तो लास्ट में आएगा तो सबसे पहले मर जाएगा। मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम जो एसएटीएल पहले दिन मैच आ रही थी उसमें उनके जो फर्स्ट मैच में लियोमोड थे वो बहुत लेट आ रहे थे टीम फाइट्स में, जिसकी वजह से एसएटीएल को बहुत बुरी तरीके से हारना पड़ा था। जो गॉडलाइक
आपने वो मार्क भी किया था अपने रील में, जो रेडियम वहां से पीछे चले गए थे। मैं अपने दोस्त के साथ देख रहा था घर में टीवी में, मैंने बोला कि यार ये इधर पीछे क्यों आ गए, आपने वो मार्क करके तुरंत रील में भी डाला, मैं देखा था वो चीज। तो ये सारी जो कम्युनिकेशन की बात है, यहाँ पे भी हमने देखा किस तरीके से सोरा आगे चले गए थे अकेले, 3v1 का सिचुएशन था, और 8 यहाँ पर वो एक मिड टियर 1 लेने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। तो ये सारी जो छोटी छोटी गलतियां होती है ये कड़ियों में बदल जाती है, और ये जब बदल जाती है तो फिर हार का सामना करना पड़ता है। लेकिन यहाँ पर गलती ड्राफ्ट में क्या हुई है मुझे दिख रही है, मैं बोला था जूशिन छोड़ोगे तो पीकाबू ले लेंगे, वो उसको कभी भी जाने नहीं देंगे, और आप सोरा जाना चाहते थे इसलिए आपने वैलेंटीना को बैन किया है। लेकिन अभी फोबियस और ईशनशिन दोनों टीम K9 के पास है, और ये ईशनशिन एक फ्लेक्स है। चोको चैन या सिल्वर चैन, सिल्वर जो भी नाम आप इनको दे सकते हो, फिलहाल के लिए इनका नाम सिल्वर है, ये पसंद करते हैं ईशनशिन खेलना, और इनका ईशनशिन बहुत ही ड्रामेटिक एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमैटिक टाइप ऑफ ईशनशिन है। ये किल पे ज्यादा फोकस नहीं करते ईशनशिन के साथ, ये टर्रेट डाइव टर्रेट पुश पे इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। और जैसे कि फाइट ले रही है गॉडलाइक, अगर वो फाइट पे व्यस्त हो गई ये बंदा बेस खा लेगा भाई, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ ये बंदा बेस खा लेगा। ये एक बार मिड से स्टार्ट किया था पुश, बेस सीधा खा गया था एक्सेशन लीग में। हमने सेम चीज दूसरी जगह पे भी देखा है, हर एक जगह पे ये पुश पे ज्यादा जो है अपना दिमाग रखता है, और साथ ही साथ टीम फाइट में भी आ जाता है। तो सिल्वर को रोकेंगे या फिर ये फनी वैलेंटाइन के हाथों में जाएगा, अभी तक ये तय नहीं है। लेकिन उस तरफ से गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने यहाँ पर सुयू जंगल लिया है। पिछली बार वैन यूटिलिटी के साथ, इस बार वैन रहेंगे असैसिन के साथ। तो क्या इस बार गेम पलटेगा, क्योंकि असैसिन बहुत ही आला खेलते हैं वैन स्टोरो। I mean, कोई भी आके मुझे बोल दे, मैं बोलूंगा इंडिया का टॉप जंगलर में फाइट हो सकता है 2 जनों के बीच, जोसेफ और वैन। जिसमें वैन और जोसेफ के बीच बहुत सारे हीरोज रहेंगे, लेकिन जोसेफ वो यूटिलिटी भी थोड़ा थोड़ा खेल लेते हैं, लेकिन वैन सुयू मस्त खेलते हैं, फैनी मस्त खेलते हैं, तो असैसिन में वैन का जो नाम है वो थोड़ा सा ऊपर दर्जे में रहेगा। तो क्या बोलेंगे इस कॉम्प के साथ जो उतर रही है, एग्रेसिव इन्वेसिव पोटेंशियल है उनके पास, 8 रहेंगे, खलीद में सोरा रहेगा, यानी कि एक प्रॉपर क्राउड कंट्रोल, उसी के साथ साथ आपके पास एक फिनिशर। तो ये कॉम्प के साथ क्या एक अलग खेल, अलग अप्रोच इस सेकंड गेम में देखने को मिलेगा, एक रिडेम्पशन आर्क जिसकी बात हमने की थी पहले स्टार्टिंग में सेकंड मैच में।
देखिए रिडेम्पशन आर्क जरूरी है, अभी ऑप्शन ही है गॉड लाइक के पास, डू और डाई वाली सिचुएशन है, क्योंकि अगर आप ये मैच हारेंगे तो आप डेफिनेटली बाहर हो जाएंगे सेशन लीग से, तो आपको करना ही पड़ेगा। एंड आपको सिर्फ इस मैच के लिए नहीं करना है, आपको ये भी दिखाना है, बाकी जो ऑडियंस देख रही है, बाकी जो हमारी जनता देख रही है, बहुत उम्मीदें लगा के बैठी है गॉड लाइक से। टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मैं जब रील्स डालता हूँ ना तो मेरे को बहुत लोग कमेंट्स करते हैं, भाई क्या गॉड लाइक जीतेगी, भाई गॉड लाइक जीतनी चाहिए, भाई गॉड लाइक ये। तो गॉड लाइक के जो फैंस है ना, जो बीजीएमआई वाले फैंस है, वो मोबा को बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं एंड दे रियली वांट देम टू विन, बट ऐसा रिजल्ट आ नहीं रहा है। तो अगर वो चाहते हैं उन फैंस के लिए, तो उनको ये मैच मुकाबला जीतना पड़ेगा एंड इसके बाद वाला मुकाबला जीतना पड़ेगा, तभी वो K9 को हरा पाएंगे। तो दे हैव टू डू इट लाइक बाय हुक और बाय क्रुक। और जैसा आपने बताया, ओवरऑल बात करें गॉड लाइक की पिक्स लास्ट मैच में भी अच्छी थी, उनके पास कंफर्टेबल पिक्स थे, इस मैच में भी इनके पिक्स बहुत शानदार हैं। उस मैच में ये था कि वैन ने फ्रेड उठा लिया था एंड फ्रेड उतना ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल नहीं पाते, वो उनका रिएक्शन टाइम मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा स्लो था अल्टीमेट, क्योंकि मैंने बहुत सारे फ्रेड्स देखे हैं जो अपनी अल्टी से इंस्टेंट मेल्टडाउन कर देते हैं, 2 से 3 किल्स निकाल लेते हैं। वैन की तरफ से हमें कोई भी अल्टी ऐसी नहीं दिखी जहां पर वो किल्स सिक्योर करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे, वो सिर्फ डैमेज दे रहे थे बट किल्स नहीं निकाल पा रहे, तो ये थोड़ा सा मेरे को गैप देखा। बट अगर सुयो के साथ जाते हैं तो उनके सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज ये रहेगा, आप ज़ोक्शिन को टारगेट कर सकते हैं। ज़ोक्शिन खलीद के लिए सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि खलीद फ्रंट चार्ज करेंगे, ज़ोक्शिन उन्हें इजीली काउंटर कर सकती है, बट वॉन इजीली ज़ोक्शिन को टारगेट कर सकते हैं। तो देखते हैं क्या वो एक्चुअल टीम फाइट में स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ जाते हैं, या टीम फाइट में हमें फिर से वो दूसरा सीन देखने को मिलेगा कि एक प्लेयर कहीं और है, बाकी 4 प्लेयर कहीं और है। की बात करें तो ब्लू थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है
जी। K9 Esports बहुत ही ऑफ बेटा के साथ गई है, उनकी सफर भी बहुत ही पेचीदा गया है गॉड लाइक और SCTL की तरह। उन्होंने भी स्टार्टिंग में एक जीत हासिल की थी, लेकिन उसके बाद सेकंड वीक में 2 हार का सामना करना पड़ा था MLMS में। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक्सेशन लीग में भी कहीं ना कहीं MNZ से हार मिली, उसके बाद हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से अभी वो वापसी करने की कोशिश कर रही है। तो तीनों टीमें जो है सफर कर रही है, मतलब इंग्लिश वाला सफर, हिंदी वाला नहीं। फिलहाल के लिए ऑफ मेटा ये चीजें बहुत ज्यादा पेचीदा कर देती है गेम को। मेटा पे नहीं जाते हो आप, कुछ चीजें कंफर्ट के लिए लेते हो। नतान मेटा पे नहीं है, लेकिन वो लिया गया है यहाँ पर। ईशनशिन 2 MM के साथ उतरी है K9, और साथ साथ ये ग्लू इनटू द रोम। वी इवेंचुअली सी ग्लू इनटू द EXP, बट दिस टाइम वी हैव टू वॉच इट आउट, विटनेसिंग दिस ग्लू फॉर द रोम। और ये रहेगी जैस के हाथों में, और उसी के साथ साथ एक OBS रहेगा अगेंस्ट सोरा। दैट मींस दे ऑप्ट अ काउंटर फॉर दैट सोरा, फॉर द रोमकॉम सोरा। और नाउ ये 5v5 सेट कंप्लीट हो चुका है टीम गॉड लाइक और K9 Esports का, जहां पे आप देख सकते हैं कि गॉड लाइक अपनी पुरानी रणनीति के साथ की है। फेट फाइटर
आप कह रहे थे ना ग्लू हमने उस पे नहीं देखा है, रोम पे नहीं देखा है। लास्ट MLMS में हमारे इंडिया के जो टॉप रोमर है, दी बेस्ट रोमर के नाम से जाते हैं, उन्होंने भी ग्लू रोम पे उठाया था और बहुत बुरी तरीके से पनिशमेंट मिली थी। टीम मेटा निंजा में उन्होंने क्या कहते हैं, जूलियस ने लैंसलॉट लेके बहुत बुरी तरीके से पनिश किया था एंड एपेक्स बाई ग्लू खेल रहे थे एज अ रोमर, तो रिजल्ट्स उतने शानदार नहीं आए थे। तो मैं एक्सपेक्टिंग सेम चीज़ यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकती है कि रिजल्ट्स उतने ज़्यादा फेवरेबल ना आए, बट कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है। मोबा अनिश्चितताओं का खेल है, इसी के साथ हम प्रवेश कर चुके हैं हमारे लैंड ऑफ डॉन में, जहां पर एक तरफ गॉड लाइक है जिनके लिए ये मैच आन बान शान है, और इसी शान को मेंटेन करने के लिए वॉन सीधे ऊपर के जंगल में चले गए हैं। अपना जंगल बाद में लेंगे, पहले दूसरी की थाली में खाना खाना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। अगर पकड़े जाएंगे तो दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी उन्हें। यहाँ पर मृत्यु के घाट उतारा जा सकता है। एचपी ऑलरेडी बहुत ज्यादा लोच के पीछे से ग्लू एंग स्टन मारेंगे और इंस्टेंट पनिशमेंट आएगी। ये बहुत बड़ी गलती है। आपने बफ तो सिक्योर कर लिया, बट आप ऑलमोस्ट 15 सेकंड के लिए 10 सेकंड के लिए बेस मैप से वापस चले आते हैं। आपका जो फार्मिंग स्पीड होती है उस पर बहुत ज्यादा फर्क पड़ता है। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ पर गॉड लाइक में फिर से कम्युनिकेशन गैप देखने को मिला। आपका जंगल गया था ना, गोल्डन की तरफ से कोई बैकअप आया ना मिड की तरफ से कोई बैकअप आया, रोमर तो था ही नहीं। तो जबकि आपने देखा बिड वहां खड़े थे, आपके सामने से ओपोनेंट का मेज ओपोनेंट के बफ पे जा रहा है, तो आपको यहाँ रोटेट करना चाहिए था। अगर बिड जाते तो शायद वहां पर थोड़ा सा उन्हें सपोर्ट मिल सकता था। बट ओवरऑल अगेन K9 Esports मैच को अर्ली गेम से डोमिनेट करते हुए 2-0 का आंकड़ा है। आप क्या कहेंगे इस मैच के बारे में?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि कॉम सब कुछ सही है यहाँ पर गॉड लाइक का, लेकिन जूशिन के लिए क्या लिया है आपने? किमी किमी जुशिन को बस्ट नहीं कर सकती कभी भी। अर्ली गेम में बस्ट करेगी जरूर, लेकिन उसके बाद वो बहुत ज्यादा टॉन्ट्स मिलेगा आपको। तो मुझे लग रहा था कि वलीर एक ऑप्शन बन सकता है, लेकिन नहीं, बिट को फिर से अपने किमी के साथ जाना पड़ा, लाइक कंफर्ट। लेकिन यहाँ पे देखिए रेड बफ भी ले लिया है उनका यार। ये तो वैन सतोरो के साथ नाइंसाफी हो रही है, और उसी के साथ ट्रिपल यहाँ पर डेमोनिक कोड चार्ज के साथ वैन सतोरो इविल पेलर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे। अभी फार्म में बहुत पीछे 3 लेवल में है, लेवल 4 अभी तक हुए नहीं, लेकिन एज वो सुयू खेल रहे हैं उनको इतना दिक्कत नहीं होने वाला वो लेवल 4 वाली चीज का। माउंट शॉक रिलीज हुआ है, इनको आया है यहाँ पर गलाई को फ्लिकर आता हुआ, लेकिन क्रिम्सन बेकन के साथ उनको उनके सैंड गार्ड से उठाया है और पटका है, और साथ साथ किल भी बटोर लिया है। टीम K9 फोर्स आउट करती हुई गॉड लाइक को इस मैच में टर्टल लेंगी, और साथ ही साथ 4 किल्स के साथ अहेड रहेंगी। कोशिश थी कि लावा गोलेम को चुराया जाए, लेकिन उस पे सक्षम नहीं रहेंगे वैन सतोरो। लेवल 4 की चाहत अभी भी उनके अंदर दिखती जा रही है, मिल नहीं रही है बस।
मुझे लिटरली समझ नहीं आ रहा कि गॉड लाइक इस समय क्या कर रही है भाई। आप हमेशा आउट नंबर कैसे हो सकते हैं, बार बार लगातार आप सेम मिस्टेक कैसे कर सकते हैं। वहां पर जब टॉप लेन पे वो रोमकोम को पकड़ रहे थे एंड 8 भाई मिड की तरफ थे, जब पूरी टीम पीछे हट चुकी है तो 8 अकेले 1 वर्सेस 4 करने किस लिए गए थे। वहां पर 8 को पनिश किया, उसके बाद ऑलमोस्ट बिड पनिश होते होते बचे हैं, वो भी 3 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन में खड़े थे, कोशिश कर रहे थे क्या पता मैं टर्टल स्टील कर लूं। आप बहुत ज्यादा गोल्ड लीड में डिफरेंस आ चुका है, आपको पीछे रहना पड़ेगा, सावधानी के साथ आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा, रिस्क नहीं ले सकते। और जो K9 है अब थोड़ा ओवर एग्रेसिव खेलेगी, उनके पास एडवांटेज है, वो आपको अंदर आके पनिश करने की कोशिश करेंगे, वो आपको लालच देंगे, ललचाएंगे, और उसी के साथ आपको दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी। यहाँ पर फंसते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं जैज, फ्लिकर मार के बच के कामयाब हो जाएंगे।
बढ़िया फ्लिकर था यार, मतलब डॉच करना था, उन्हें पता था कि निकल सकता हूं मैं, तो इजीली निकल गए। लेकिन वही प्रश्न आरबी भाई, यहाँ पे जूशिन के लिए क्या लिया है गॉड लाइक ने? जूशिन को कैसे रोकना है?
कुछ नहीं लिया है।
आप जूशिन को छोड़ दिए थे, ट्रेड करने दे दिए थे उनको, उसके बाद आपने कुछ लिया नहीं। बट अभी आता हुआ यहाँ पर शिफ्टिंग क्लाउड्स, रेजिंग सैंडस्टॉर्म मिस होगा यहाँ पर 8 की तरफ से। माउंट शॉक रिलीज हुआ है, इन्फो मिला है, स्टैंड गार्ड इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फ्लेम कर दिए जाएंगे पीकेबू की तरफ से। और ये देखिए पकड़ने की कोशिश, रॉम का बहुत ही कम एचपी में भाग निकलेंगे यहाँ पर, लेकिन वैन सतोरो को अभी भी अपने बफ से पीछे रखा जाएगा। यहाँ पर नतान बनाम एक सीसी पेट ऑब्वियसली अर्ली गेम पे डोमिनेट करेंगे, लेकिन जब रोटेशन आएगा तब मामला बहुत चेंज हो जाएगा। क्योंकि 5-0 स्कोर है टॉप लेन पर, अकेले ही पुश करते हुए अपना मकसद कभी नहीं भूलते ये बंदा। लावा गोलेम के सिक्योर किए जी जरूर,
बट ऑब्जेक्टिव भी नहीं भूलना चाहिए, मकसद मत भूलिए। इसी के साथ आई थिंक K9 को थोड़ा सा टर्रेट पुश पे भी ध्यान देना चाहिए, जैसे लास्ट मैच में आप करते हुए नजर आए थे। 1 वर्सेस 4 जाएंगे, फोवियस का आप डोमिनेशन देखिए, उनको पता है कि मेरी टीम का इंस्टेंट बैकअप आएगा, एंड बैकअप इतना जबरदस्त रहेगा कि ओपोनेंट पीछे हटने में मजबूर हो जाएगी। 1 वर्सेस 4 घुसे, पीछे से डैमेज आया एंड गॉड लाइक बैकफुट पे जाने में मजबूर हो गई। रोमकॉम शायद टॉप लेन में कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो गोल्ड है उसको सिक्योर किया जाए, टर्रेट के ऊपर से भी 5 मिनट के बाद वो गोल्ड शील्ड चली जाएगी। बट इसी के साथ फिर से यहाँ पर ओपोनेंट का बफ इन्वेड करना चाहते हैं, अंदर जाएंगे, फोवियस यहाँ पर उठक पटक करते नजर आएंगे। जैस केस भी बहुत ज्यादा हो चुके हैं, शायद उन्हें पनिश किया जाएगा, बच के निकलने में इंस्टेंट कामयाब हो जाएंगे। शानदार आउटप्ले देखने को मिलेगा, फोवियस कंटिन्यूअसली पोक करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे, और फाइनली उनको पनिशमेंट मिल चुकी है। 2 किल्स से यहाँ पर गॉड लाइक का खाता खुल चुका है, आधार कार्ड एक्सेप्टेड। अब देखते हो कितने किल्स यहाँ पर जमा कर पाते हैं अपनी टीम के लिए, कितने फिनिशेस निकाल पाते हैं। मैंने सुना था कि बीजेएमआई में अब किल्स को फिनिशेस कहते हैं, उसका एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था कि गवर्नमेंट का कुछ सीन हो गया था, तो हम भी किल्स नहीं बोलेंगे, हम भी नहीं चाहते कि हमारी मोबा पे कोई यहाँ चाहे, ठीक है। बट ओवरऑल K9 का देखा जाए, K9 आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्म करती हुई नजर आ रही है, सारे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स वो प्रॉपर्ली हैंडल कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा उनकी तरफ से ओवर एक्सटेंड देखने को मिला लास्ट बफ फाइट पे, नहीं करना चाहिए था, बट चलिए जब आप थोड़ा सा ओवर फार्म्ड होते हैं ना, तो ये ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस भी देखने को मिलता है, या कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए आपसे टॉप लेने में यहाँ पर रोमकॉम को शायद टारगेट किया जाएगा, उनको आउट नंबर किया जा सकता है, नहीं रोमकॉम को नहीं, सॉरी नेतन को, फनी वैलेंटाइन को टारगेट करने की कोशिश थी। क्या लगता है ये फनी वैलेंटाइन को अभी तक ज्यादा किल्स नहीं मिली है, ज्यादा सपोर्ट भी नहीं मिला है, तो इजीली फार्म करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। टर्रेट डाइव देखने को मिलेगा, माउंटेन शॉकर आया था, बस डैमेज के साथ मेल्ट डाउन किया जाएगा, फेट पीछे हटने में मजबूर हो चुके हैं, फेट यहाँ पर लाचारी के साथ सिर्फ और सिर्फ मिनियन से गुजारा करते हुए नजर आ रहे। टीममेट आ तो रहे, बट क्या वो टाइमली आ पाएंगे, ये यहाँ पर बहुत जरूरी रहेगा। अगर टीम में नहीं आते दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगे। फिर से यहाँ पर बड़े प्यार से जुक्शिन, बूढ़ी दादी ने बड़े प्यार से, इसीलिए मुझे जुक्शिन ना हमेशा इसलिए पसंद आती है, कुछ नहीं करती है, आपके ऊपर एक लालटेन घूमती रहेगी एंड वो पता भी नहीं चलता, इतनी जल्दी आपको उठा के पटक देती है। तो जोक्शिन बहुत एनोइंग मेज रहती है, स्पेशली फ्रंट लेनिंग हीरोज के लिए, एंड गॉड लाइक में सारे के सारे फ्रंट लेनर है, मॉन फ्रंट लेनर है, मतलब डाइव करना पड़ता है, ठीक है। रोमकॉम डाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे आपको, फेट डाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे, आर्ट डाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे, तो सब जोक्सिन सबको कंट्रोल करेगी भाई। तो यहाँ दिक्कतें हैं गॉडलाइक की पिक्स में, गॉडलाइक की ड्राफ्ट में यहाँ बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है इस चीज को लेके कि आपने मोस्टली फ्रंट लेनर से उठा रखे हैं
फ्रंट लेनर्स, और उनको संभालने के लिए जूशिन खड़ी है वहां पर लैंटर्न प्लेयर्स के साथ। ये एक बहुत ही खराब समय में वैन पकड़े जाएंगे यहाँ पर। 3v1 की सिचुएशन, बैठ गए उनके ऊपर, ग्रैब का इस्तेमाल करके वैन को यहाँ पर रिजेक्ट किया जाएगा, भेजा जाएगा उनको सीधा हेवंस डोर पर। और इसी के साथ मॉनिटर शॉक रिलीज हुआ है, इम्यून आता हुआ शायद यहाँ पर सिल्वर के साथ भी सेम कुछ होने वाला है। बहुत ही कम एचपी में सिल्वर यहाँ पर पकड़े जाएंगे और टर्टल बिड के हाथों लग जाएगा। क्रिम्सन बीकन आता हुआ, पीको बिल्डर एग्रेसिव मोड में ऑन हो चुके हैं, आगे बढ़ते हुए फॉलो अप उनको जरूर मिल रहा है, लेकिन फनी वैलेंटाइन नतान की स्पीड के कारण जो है नतान मेटा में नहीं है। और लेकिन पीकअबू किल लेने में सक्षम रहेंगे, रिकॉल करके वापस जाने की कोशिश। सोल सेवर आता हुआ पीछे से स्लैश करने की कोशिश वैन सतोरो, लेकिन बहुत ही कम एचपी में यहाँ पर ग्लू ग्रैब कर लिए हैं। क्या बच पाएंगे? उनको टर्रेट डैमेज आ रहा है, वो कोशिश कर रहे थे कि मैं मरने से पहले जो है बिड को लेके डूबू, लेकिन नहीं, ऐसा हुआ नहीं, वो बच गए। बिड यहाँ पर बहुत ही कम एचपी में 8-4 का ये स्कोर, वो लीड जरूर है, लेकिन वैन को अभी भी परेशान करते हुए हाइड एंड पुश, उनको कंस्टेंटली फार्म होने का मौका नहीं दे रहे हैं, उनको लेट फार्म करवाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी 3v1 का सिचुएशन, यो प्लीज पीछे से आता हुआ करेंगे वैन सतोरो, छोटी सी गलती, थोड़ा ज्यादा ओवर एक्सटेंड किया था। हाइड बुश को मिलेगा उसका सजा, लेकिन निचली भाग पर बनी वैलेंटाइन उस सजे को जो है मजे में बदलेंगे, एक स्ट्रक्चर सिक्योर कर।
अगेन चीजें सेम लास्ट मैच की तरह रिपीट होती दिखाई दे रही हैं, बट इस बार शायद पासा पलटता हुआ दिखाई देगा। गॉडलाइक ने यहाँ पर आईविल से कमबैक किया, आप 5-0 के साथ थे, आप 5-8 पे पहुंच चुके हैं, बस 3 किल्स का डिफरेंस बचा है, बट साथ के साथ आपके टर्रेट्स चल रहे हैं, आपके बार लगातार मिड टॉप बॉट तीनों के एक टर्रेट जा चुके हैं। टॉप लेन में ऑलरेडी मीनिंग का प्रेशर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा रहेगा, तो अगर गॉडलाइक यहाँ से कमबैक करना चाहती है तो आपको टर्रेट्स पे भी फोकस करना पड़ेगा, सिर्फ किल से काम नहीं होने वाला, तो थोड़ा सा उसकी तरफ भी ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। एंड इसी के साथ ऐश 30 सेकंड के अंदर लॉर्ड आ रहा है, और ये लॉर्ड बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा गॉडल के पीओवी से। गॉडल अगर ये लॉर्ड लेने में कामयाब नहीं हो पाती, सिक्योर नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो जो पीना है इनका डोमिनेशन बढ़ जाएगा। इसी के साथ फिर से फंसते हुए नजर आएंगे, अंदर घुसना चाहते हैं, जैज का यहाँ पर अल्टी मार पाएंगे नहीं, जैज को यहाँ पर इंस्टेंट शटडाउन किया जाएगा, उन्हें मारा जाएगा, और इसी के साथ किलिंग फ्री मिलेगा। फाइनली बिड द मिड यहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, बट अगर टॉप लेन में देखा जाए तो जो सिल्वर थे वो कहते हैं मुझे नहीं लड़ना है युद्ध में, मैं जा रहा हूं अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्लियर करने। वो टॉप लेन में गए एंड बड़े प्यार से टर्न निकाला, एंड अब वो फाइट में आ रहे हैं, फाइट में अच्छा खासा डैमेज देते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बॉट लेन की तरफ देखा जाए तो नेतन बड़े प्यार से 2 vs 1 में मिनियन क्लियर्स करके अपना अल्टी का यूज करके बैक आ गए, एंड वो अब सस्टेन भी कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वहां पर सिर्फ और सिर्फ सीसी बची है। तो मेरे को लगता नहीं नेतन के लिए सीसी को हैंडल करना बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होगी। लॉर्ड आ चुका है, लॉर्ड डांस देखने को मिलेगा, 3 vs 4 की सिचुएशन है, बट ब्लू के आते ही ये 4 vs 4 की सिचुएशन बन जाएगी। नेतन आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स है, एंड शायद नेतन यहाँ पर समय पर पहुंच भी नहीं पाएंगे अगर टर्टल फाइट स्टार्ट होती है तो।
ये 4-1 करनी पड़ेगी रोटेशन, जब आप फाइट ले रहे हो एक बंदे को आपको सिल्वर को देखने के लिए भी छोड़ना पड़ेगा, ये इनका पेचीदा काम है। पेट को यहाँ पर 2v1 सिचुएशन में पकड़ा, स्लेन किया, वापस भेजा सीधा रिसरेक्शन पर, और अभी लॉर्ड लेने का टाइम आ चुका है। वैन सतोरो पीछे रहेंगे, लॉर्ड के विसिनिटी तक आ भी नहीं रहे। माउंट शॉक रिलीज हुआ, इनको मिल चुका है कि वैन बहुत पीछे है, 8 को यहाँ पे होना ही नहीं चाहिए। अगर 8 यहाँ पे आते हैं और लड़ते हैं तो फिर उनसे बड़ी गलती और मैं किसी को भी नहीं बोलूंगा। लेकिन रोमकॉम एक छोटा सा स्नीकी वॉक करते हुए नीचे गए हैं, टर्रेट सिक्योर करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन फॉलो अप बहुत तुरंत आ रहा है। ये देख सकते हैं जैज पहुंच चुके हैं वहां पर, शायद जाएंगे स्प्लिट ग्रैब करने के लिए। माउंटेन शॉक शिफ्टिंग क्लाउड का इस्तेमाल, टोर्नेडो यूज किया है, पीछे हटेंगे लेकिन उनको ग्रैब करने में सक्षम रहे। टोर्नेडो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, ओह माय गॉड, कट डाउन करते हुए, लेकिन रोमकॉम को भी जो है जाना पड़ेगा पीकबू के साथ ही। और ये देखिए टॉप लेन पे एक छोटी सी फाइट होती हुई, और जिसमें जीत का आगाज देगी टीम गॉडलाइक। EXP के बदले EXP, लेकिन फनी वैलेंटाइन पुश करते हुए यहाँ पर नटान फिर से इग्नोर किया जा रहा है भाई MM को।
मिड लेन का होली शील्ड जा चुका है, बॉट लेन का भी होली शील्ड चला जाएगा जहाँ तक मेरे को लगता है, यस वो भी जा चुका है, और वैसे भी 1 मिनट के बाद बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता इस चीज़ का, ठीक है। बट आपने लास्ट अगर टीम फाइट ऑब्जर्व की हो तो उसमें बड़े प्यार से जो K9 थी वो कंप्लीटली अगेन ऑब्जेक्टिव फोकस थी। वो नहीं गए, उन्होंने लॉर्ड को फ्री हैंड दे दिया कि लॉर्ड जिस लेन से जा रहा है उसे जाने दो, बाकी लेन्स पे हम डोमिनेट करते हैं। एंड किसी भी लेन में कोई सिंगल प्लेयर नहीं गया, मिड लेन में भी 2 लोग थे, बॉट लेन में भी 3 लोग थे, जबकि लास्ट मैच में सेम चीज गॉडलाइक भी कर सकती थी। वहां पर रोमकॉम अकेले नहीं जाते, उनके बीच में प्रॉपर एक साथ में बंदा और जाता, टैंक जा सकता था, मेज जा सकता था, मार्क्समैन जा सकता, कोई भी जाता, तो रोमकॉम वहां 1 वर्सेस 2 गैंक नहीं होते, रोमकॉम नहीं मरते और गॉडलाइक बड़े प्यार से लास्ट मुकाबला जीत सकती थी। तो सेम चीज अगेन यहाँ पर मिस्टेक करती हुई नजर आ रही है गॉडलाइक। कम्युनिकेशन गैप देखने को मिल रहा है, हमेशा कोई ना कोई प्लेयर एक अकेले फंस जाता है, 3 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन हो जाती है, 2 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन हो जाती है। यहाँ पर माउंटेन शॉकर आएगा, फर्स्ट जाना जाएगा, खलीज को इंस्टेंट मेल्ट डाउन कर दिया जाएगा। खलीज के मृत्यु के साथ ही गॉडलाइक है पीछे हटने पे फिर से मजबूर हो जाएगी। 80 सेकंड्स का समय एंड आई थिंक 80 सेकंड्स आर गोइंग टू बी मोर देन इनफ फॉर द K9 टू डोमिनेट मोर एंड मोर इन दिस गेम।
एक बात बोलूँ, बिड अभी भी वो डिफरेंस है इस टीम के। देखिए 3-0-2 कैरी कर रहे हैं अपनी टीम को, कोशिश करेगी जीत कैसे भी करके दिया जाए। अगर बिड पकड़े जाएंगे तो फिर से शायद वो रीड की हड्डी टूटेगी। ग्रैब करने गए थे रोमकॉम, शिफ्टिंग क्लाउड्स का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, हट जाएंगे यहाँ पर रैश। अच्छी सोच, मिड टियर 1 को लेने की कोशिश चल रही है, इन्वेटर टूटेगा तो फिर नेमेसिस खुल जाएगा उनके लिए, जिसके कारण ईजी होगा। लेकिन ये देखिए वैन सतोरो ने यहाँ पर सिल्वर वाला प्ले किया है, उन्होंने एक टर्रेट लिया, पीछे हटेंगे या फिर जा सकते हैं वो देखने लायक होगा। माउंटेन शॉकर रिलीज होगा और बहुत ही बढ़िया रिकॉल यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है वैन सतोरो की तरफ से। बच जाएंगे, निकल जाएंगे आराम से, लेकिन एक टर्रेट खाकर निकलेंगे। मिड टियर पर यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा प्रेशर डालती हुई टीम गॉडलाइक, यहाँ पे लेन प्रेशर डालना बहुत जरूरी है। जैसे K9 कर रही है वैसे आप कीजिए सेम चीज, क्योंकि अगर वो भी लेन प्रेशर कर रही है, दे रही है आपके टीम फाइट्स के टाइम, आप भी दीजिए टीम फाइट्स के टाइम, उन्हें भी मजबूर कीजिए रिकॉल करने का, बेस में डिफेंड करने का, अपने बेस को डिफेंड करने का, अपने इन्वेटर्स को। उसके कारण जो है आपको एक इजी फाइट ले सकते हो, आप जीत सकते हो वो फाइट, क्योंकि बिड अभी भी उनके पास वो डैमेज है, उनके पास वो कंटिन्यूअस बर्स्ट है। कैन वी सी द बिल्ड्स लाइक व्हाट बिड ऑलरेडी बिल्ट फॉर हिमसेल्फ? ऑफ कोर्स नाउ यू कैन सी दैट बिड अभी होली क्रिस्टल के लिए जा रहे हैं। कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड एनर्जी और ग्लोइंग वॉन्ड और डिवाइन क्लिप तीनों बन चुका है। लॉर्ड यहाँ पर जाएगा टीम गॉडलाइक की तरफ से नहीं बल्कि K9 की तरफ से। लेकिन बिड ये वो कड़ी है, क्या लग रहा है बिड यहाँ पे चेंज कर सकेंगे, मैच कैरी कर सकेंगे अकेले?
बिड की कड़ी और ओपोनेंट्स की मौत खड़ी, तो देखते हैं अगर बिड ऐसा करने में कामयाब हो पाते हैं, बट मेरे को लगता नहीं है। उसका रीजन ये है ना कि यहाँ पर बिड की गलती नहीं है, यहाँ पर हमेशा जो कम्युनिकेशन गैप आ रहा है उसको आपको कवर अप करना पड़ेगा। लास्ट में जो 2 वर्सेस 1 में फंसे थे रोमकॉम, फेट फंसे थे, वो नहीं फंसना था। अगर प्रॉपर कम्युनिकेशन आता कि ओपोनेंट यहाँ से मूव कर चुकी है, लॉर्ड के आसपास कोई नहीं है, कॉल्स आती तो फेट भी टाइमली वहाँ से पीछे हट सकते थे, बट ऐसा नहीं हुआ, दिक्कतें आ रही हैं, तो आपको ये चीज़ कवर अप करनी पड़ेगी। एंड यहाँ पर आप लॉर्ड को वेट करें, देखिए अगेन सेम चीज़, नहीं जा रहा कोई लॉर्ड के साथ, लॉर्ड को फ्री हैंड दिया जाएगा एंड बॉट लेन से या टॉप लेन से प्रेशर बनाने की कोशिश की जाएगी। तो बाइसेस जाएंगे, माउंटेन शॉकर का इस्तेमाल हो सकता है, 1 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन है, नहीं 1 वर्सेस नहीं, यहाँ पर बॉट में 4 वर्सेस 2 हो चुका है। यहाँ पर थंडर स्ट्राइक देने को मिल सकता है वैन की तरफ से, बट इसी के साथ ग्रैब आएगा, रोमकॉम अंदर लेके चले जाएंगे, जैज को दिक्कतें आएंगी तो जैज अगेन बड़े प्यार से बाहर बच के निकलने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। लॉर्ड को रोका जाएगा, पर इसका खामियाजा आपको मिड लेन का इन्वर्टर टर्रेट देके कुछ करना पड़ेगा। एक साथ और चीज़ है, आपके पास जैसे जैसे थोड़ा सा और लेट गेम होगा, नेतन यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा डेडली साबित होने वाले हैं। अभी तक नेतन फाइट्स में नहीं आए हैं, 11 किल्स में सिर्फ 4 बार वो फाइट्स में आए हैं, उसके अलावा वो कभी भी किसी भी फाइट में नहीं थे। तो जैसे नेतन की एंट्रीज होगी ना प्रॉपर टीम फाइट में, दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी एंड जो बर्स्ट डैमेज नेतन देंगे उसे गॉडलाइक आई डोंट थिंक सो दे आर रेडी फॉर दैट। तो गॉडलाइक को अभी से थोड़ा सा अटेंटिव होकर चलना पड़ेगा, पोजीशन ऐसी बनानी पड़ेगी कि आप उस रिव्यू में ना फंसे जहां आप नेतन का डैमेज सस्टेन करने की सिचुएशन में पहुंच जाए।
जी जरूर, यही बात थी। पिछली बार तो वो क्लॉड था, वो चलता है, वो आप रोक सकते हो, लेकिन इस बार ये नटान है और आपके पास लीड गेम खेलने वाला एक सुयु ही है। अगर सुयु काम, हाँ वो भी कोई नहीं भी बोल सकते, सुयु भी बोल सकते, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं सुयु के पास आएगा,
क्योंकि वो डाइव करेगा, जोक्सिन उठा के पटक देगी, उसको हो गया काम।
तो यही बात है कि लेट गेम कॉम्प आपने लिया है, आपने इन्वेसिव लिया था, अर्ली गेम कॉम्प लिया था आपने, खलीद था आपके पास, लेकिन अर्ली गेम तो चला गया K9 के हाथों में। अब फिर भी उनके पास 5000 लीड है, ये पिछले मैच की तरह ही बनता जा रहा है, लेकिन अच्छी होल्ड गॉडलाइक की तरफ से, लाइक एक 5-0 के डेफिसिट से उसको 11-8 पे लाना और उसको एक 4000 सीमित कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड गोल्ड लीड पर रखना, मैं बोलूंगा कि गॉडलाइक अच्छी खेल दिखाई है यहाँ पर। मतलब जैसा स्टार्टिंग हुआ था उस हिसाब से अगर आप अभी के दृश्य को देखोगे तो कहीं ना कहीं गॉडलाइक एक बेटर पोजीशन में है, लेकिन उनको आगे भी लेना पड़ेगा इस पोजीशन के साथ, उनको कहीं ना कहीं 3-2 फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी
जब वो 3-2 फाइट ली जाएगी तब उनको जीतना पड़ेगा। एटलीस्ट वो 2 वाला फाइट जीतना पड़ेगा या फिर वो 3v3 वाला फाइट जीतना पड़ेगा। अगर एक फाइट जीते तो शायद से हमें जीत देखने को मिल सकती है, क्योंकि बॉट और टॉप की बात करेंगे आप दोनों तरफ की तो टर्रेट्स ली जा चुकी है, सिर्फ मिड की टर्रेट्स ही बची है, जिसके कारण उनके पास वो लेन एक्सपेंशन मिला नहीं है अभी तक गॉड लाइक को। और K9 इसी कारण पिछले मैच में भी मिड का एक भी टर्रेट नहीं दिया था और मिड के टर्रेट के लालच में ही गॉड लाइक हार गई थी। यहाँ पे अंदर जाते हुए पिकअप करने की कोशिश, क्राउड शिफ्टिंग, लेकिन सिल्वर रिट्रीब्यूशन रोमकॉम फंसेंगे, इस लेन किया जाएगा रीजिंग थ्रेशों का इस्तेमाल। ये 3-2 का पोजीशन जो बात कर रहा था वो तो उल्टा पड़ गया पासा। यहाँ पर बहुत ही कम एचपी मिड भाग निकले हैं, रीड की हड्डी है वो, उनको बचना जरूरी है। अगर वो फंस जाते तो मैच यहाँ पर निकल जाती टीम गॉड लाइक के हाथों से। लेकिन फिर भी ये 3v5 का सिचुएशन लॉर्ड बीच के ओर से आने वाला है। बहुत ही कम टाइम यानी कि शॉर्टेस्ट डिस्टेंस शॉर्टेस्ट टाइम को कवर करने वाला ये लॉर्ड। क्या डिफेंड कर पाएंगे? दोनों के दोनों फ्रंट लाइन इनके डाउन है, सिर्फ यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि पेट बचे हैं। वो रिसरेक्टेड हो जाएंगे जरूर, लेकिन लॉर्ड को डिफ्लेक्ट करना पड़ेगा उनके वे से। ये देखिए माउंटेन शॉकर और सिल्वर चैन लॉकडाउन करते हुए उस सुनहरे बेस को क्राउन शिफ्ट करेंगे और इसी द 2-0 क्लीन स्वीप के साथ K9 स्पोर्ट्स ने फिर से दुत्कारा है गॉड लाइक को। चाहे वो सिर्फ सीरीज हो, चाहे वो रायुगा का कप हो, चाहे वो MLMS हो या फिर एक्सेशन लीग 2026 हो, एक बार अगर आपने कड़ी को खोल दिया अपने चाबी से, वो टैक्टिक्स को बना दिया एक टीम के लिए, तो आप हर बार जीत हासिल करोगे। ये स्टेटमेंट दी है टीम K9 Esports. They are the winner of this BO3 series with a 2-0 clean sweep, a dominative win in the second one. It was not at all a redemption arc for Godlike. It was actually a dominative clean sweep for the side of team K9. They are not the team for mid. They are the top team of India right now.
इनकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम, एक बार नहीं बार बार लगातार कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिल रही है। एंड ये वो टीम्स हैं, ठीक है, जिन्हें हम अंडरडॉग समझते थे, जिन्हें हमारे क्रोनो सर के चार्ट में बॉटम के टीयर्स में रखा गया था, कंटिन्यूसली बार बार लगातार परफॉर्म कर रही हैं। गॉड लाइक को 2-0 से 2 बार हराया है, ये भी नहीं कि सिर्फ एक बार हराया था, दूसरी बार स्ट्रगल करके 2-1 से, नहीं 2-0। ये मुझे ना एक बहुत वो हिंदी लैंग्वेज या इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज वाली मूवी है ना, उसमें एक डायलॉग याद आ गया जिसमें कहता नहीं हम शुरू से गरीब हैं, शुद्ध गरीब हैं। तो ये शुरू से चैंपियन है, शुद्ध चैंपियन है। ऐसा नहीं कि पहले खराब थे फिर अच्छे हुए, फिर खराब फिर अच्छे, नहीं, ये शुरू से अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है टीम K9 और अभी भी करती हुई नजर आ रही है। अगर ये सेम चीज को मेंटेन करते हैं तो शायद ये टॉप 2 पोजीशन सिक्योर कर लेंगे MLMS में, जहां पर ये डायरेक्ट सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे। तो ग्रेट एंड ह्यूज कांग्रेचुलेशन फॉर द टीम K9 फॉर सिक्योरिंग अ क्लीन स्वीप अगेंस्ट टीम गॉडलाइक। एंड अब आई थिंक जो नेक्स्ट वीकेंड होने वाला है ना, जो नेक्स्ट सैटरडे होने वाला है, वहां पर इनका मुकाबला एक बहुत ही जानी मानी टीम से होगा। वहां पर ये मेटा निंजा के अगेंस्ट लड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। एंड अभी मेटा निंजा ने उसको बाहर किया था, SATL को बाहर किया था। तो दोनों टीम्स बॉटम टीयर टीम्स थी, ठीक है, दोनों टीम्स अब टॉप टीयर में बैठी हैं। अब इनकी आपस में बैटल होने वाली है। मेटा निंजा तो चलो बॉट में बैठी है, मेटा निंजा नहीं, सॉरी मेटा निंजा टॉप में नहीं है, क्षमा चाहूंगा। बट K9 अगर मेटा निंजा को हराती है तो नंबर 1 या नंबर 2 पे आ जाएगी निश्चिंत कह रहा हूँ ऐश भाई। तो क्या कहेंगे आप इस आउटस्टैंडिंग टीम के बारे में, जिसको एक टाइम पे कोई लेना नहीं चाहता था, K9 ने उनको सपोर्ट दिया एंड वो सपोर्ट को प्रॉपरली वैलिडेट करते हुए नजर आ रही है टीम।
देखो आप फैंस बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, फैन बोलते हैं कि हमारे पास इंपोर्ट नहीं है, हम इसलिए हार जाते हैं उस टीम से, लेकिन यहाँ पर इंपोर्ट की बातें भी नहीं होनी चाहिए क्योंकि दोनों टीम में कोई इंपोर्ट्स नहीं है, सारे इंडियंस।
बिल्कुल सारे इंडियंस हैं।
और अगर आप बात करें K9 के पास ऑब्वियसली एक बुक है, मुझे लग रहा है वो पहचान लिए कि कैसे हराना है, वो जान चुके हैं भाई ये मेथड से आप हरा सकते हो इस टीम। अगर वो शेयर कर दिए वो बुक सबके साथ तो फिर गॉडलाइक की हालत खराब हो जाएगी, उनको बहुत ज्यादा हार मिलेगी। क्योंकि देखिए मतलब एक बार ठीक है लकीली आपने जीत लिया, दूसरी बार अच्छा ठीक है यार आज दिन नहीं था गॉडलाइक का, तीसरी बार यार बोल सकते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है जीत गए तुम, नेक्स्ट टाइम हम जीतेंगे जरूर, हम टॉप टीम है। लेकिन चौथी बार लगातार 2-0 क्लीन स्वीप करना, यानी कि इसका मतलब है कि ये आप पे हावी हो रही है टीम। ये टीम को पता है कि आप जब भी इनके साथ लड़ोगे आप 2-0 मात खाओगे। तो एक तरीके से बोल सकते हैं K9 ने एक अच्छा टैक्टिक्स लगा के खेला है। और मैंने आपको पहले ही स्टार्टिंग में बोल दिया था कि आप बैन किए हो फ्रेया को, आपने बैन किया है दूसरे हीरो को, एलिस को, लेकिन उसके बाद आप खुला छोड़े हो जूशिन को। तो यहाँ पे तीसरा बैन या तो आप जूशिन पे करोगे या फिर किसी और हीरो पे करोगे, और जूशिन को ट्रेड दे रहे हो तो कुछ जूशिन के अगेंस्ट खेलने के लिए लोगे, लेकिन आपने जूशिन को पूरा छोड़ दिया और उसको देखा तक नहीं, आपने उसके लिए कुछ हीरो लिया नहीं, ऊपर से 4 3 ऐसे हीरो ले लिए जो फ्रंट लाइन में खेलेंगे। तो एक तरीके से आप बोल सकते हो कि आपने प्लेट में सजा के दे दिया जूशिन को कि लो भाई तुम टॉन्ट करो, तुम यूटिलिटी दो, तुम पकड़ो हमें, तुम खींच के पटको हमें। तो एक तरीके से उनको फ्री में दे दिया वो चीज। और दूसरा चीज ऐसे जो आरबी भाई कि इनके पास डैमेज डीलर लेट गेम के लिए था ही नहीं कोई। जब एक फाइट
वो आपने बोला था ना पिछले मैच में कि सब कुछ गॉड लाइक के पास है, सिर्फ विक्ट्री नहीं है। हल्के पे नहीं लेना भाई K9 को, दिल पे बात ले गए वो। इस बार सब कुछ उन्होंने अपने कब्जे में कर लिया। हाईएस्ट गोल्ड, हाईएस्ट डैमेज टेकन, मोस्ट असिस्ट एंड जस्ट थिंक ऑफ इट, मोस्ट असिस्ट सिर्फ 6 है। मतलब कितना, टू बी ऑनेस्ट ना भाई, ये गेम ना बहुत ज्यादा ऑब्जेक्टिव बेस्ड गेम था। ऐसे मैचेस मैंने M7 में देखे थे जहां पे टीम्स किल्स के लिए नहीं जाती, जहां पे टीम्स डायरेक्ट जीतने के लिए जाती हैं। एंड वो चीज K9 ने करके दिखाई है। अगर आपने M7 देखा है, ऑडियंस M7 के मैचेस देखे तो आप वहां देखेंगे ना, वहां पे एक ब्रॉल नहीं चल रहा था, वहां लोग किल्स के नहीं भाग रहे थे। वहां आपको 20, 25, 30 किल्स नहीं देखने को मिलेगी किसी टीम में। वहां आपको मैक्सिमम 15, 16, इससे ज्यादा किल्स नहीं मिलती। और कई बार तो ऐसा होगा ना कि दोनों टीम्स के मिला के किल्स 15, 16 होते थे, क्योंकि वहां पर दोनों टीम्स ऑब्जेक्टिव फोकस खेलती थी। एंड वो चीज आज K9 ने करके दिखाई है। ऑलमोस्ट अगर मैं गलत नहीं था 14 मिनट के आसपास का मैच था, 14-15 मिनट का, उसमें सिर्फ 13 किल्स लिए हैं और 13 किल्स में मैच खत्म कर दिया है। तो ये दिखाते हैं कि ये एक ऐसी टीम है।
मैं तो अभी मैं बोलूंगा क्लिप करना चाहिए वो लास्ट मोमेंट को। लॉर्ड आ रहा है, मिनियन, एक कैनन मिनियन घुस रहा है बेस के अंदर, और उबर के आंखों में एक रोशनी थी कि यार मुझे सिर्फ एक चीज दिख रही है, वो है मेरा मकसद, वो क्लियर दिख रही है, और वो है वो सुनहरा बेस, उसको उड़ा देना है मुझे। सीधा अंदर गया, लॉकडाउन कर दिया, तीर तलवार सब चला दी उसके ऊपर, और गॉड लाइक लॉर्ड डिफेंड करते रह गई, और सीधा क्राउन टूट गया। 2-0 से K9 जीत गई। तो अर्ली गेम डोमिनेशन होल्ड बहुत ही अच्छा किया था गॉड लाइक ने। आई लव टू से दिस थिंग दैट they carried this game which could have been finished in 11 to 12 minutes because of the early game domination, because of that 5-0 score which could have ended with K9's favor. They took that game to 17 minutes mark. तो एक अच्छा होल्ड दिखने को मिला था गॉड लाइक की तरफ से, लेकिन ड्यू टू लैक ऑफ लेट गेम डैमेज डीलर ये मैच उनके हाथ से चला गया। और ऑब्जेक्टिव स्पेसिफाइड गेम प्ले फ्रॉम K9 esports, इसको नहीं भूलना है किसी को। हर जगह टर्रेट्स को पहले जो है अपने और रखा, और आप बोल सकते हो कि वो मिड टर्रेट का टूटना फर्स्ट लॉर्ड में वो भी दिक्कत दिया है सेकंड लॉर्ड के टाइम। अगर वो मिड टर्रेट आज बचा होता तो शायद ये गेम डिफेंड हो जाता। तो छोटी छोटी कड़ियां जब जुड़ती है तब वो जीत के और लेती है, और सामने वाली टीम को हार के और भी ले लेती है। तो यही हुआ आज इस सफर में। K9 esports ने फिर से 2-0 से क्लीन स्वीप किया है। आज का दिन जो है वो खत्म होने को आ चुका है गाइस। बहुत ही अच्छा दिन था। हमने देखा कैसे एंटी जोहंट ने कमबैक दिखाया था, लेकिन उसके बाद उनको हार खानी पड़ी। MNZ मेटा निंजा टॉप में रहेगी एक्सेशन लीग में, कोशिश रहेगी उनकी MLMS में भी टॉप में जाने की। गॉड लाइक को आज हार के साथ जो है एक स्टेप नीचे जाना पड़ेगा, और K9 एक स्टेप ऊपर जाएगी आज टेबल्स में, क्योंकि उनको जीत मिली एक 2-0 का, यानी कि 3 पॉइंट्स बैक कर रही है अपने साथ वो, और 0 पॉइंट में रहेगी आज गॉड लाइक। उनको एक भी पॉइंट नसीब नहीं होगा। कल शायद कमबैक देखने को मिलेगा गॉड लाइक की तरफ से। कल शायद एक अच्छी इंटेंट, अच्छी इंपैक्टफुल गेम प्ले देखने को मिलेगा, लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए आज का दिन खत्म होता जा रहा है गाइस। तो मिलते हैं, अलविदा लेते हैं, और मिलते हैं आप सभी से कल इसी एक्सेशन लीग 2026 में फिर से एक नए दिन, फिर से एक नई शुरुआत के साथ। मैं एसटीजी, मेरे साथ रहेंगे आरवी भाई। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग। लव यू ऑल एवरीबॉडी। वी आर साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम एक्सेशन लीग 2026। सी यू टुमारो। गुड नाइट एवरीवन। सब्बा खैर।